Is there a citation with this, or is it just wiki?
Oh,
I mean, this is like the accepted definition. Like,
It is not. I'd like to direct everyone's attention to 40 minutes after the hour, scientific model by the Indiana University Chemistry Department. The important point that Becker introduced is that the explanation of a natural phenomena, i.e. model, they equate it with a theory, which is a belly laugher, must be testable by experimentation. In other words, once a model is proposed as an explanation of a phenomena, it can only be considered a scientific model if it can be objectively tested by experiment. That's a scientific model, not your wiki horse shit that Joe fucking Snuffy can put his definition in there. You don't source fucking wiki. So, especially with anything scientific. So, when you said a model is like a hypothesis, you're right. I need the hypothesis. What's a hypothesis?
a prediction of what will happen in a scientific experiment.
That's correct. What does it have? Give me the constituents of a scientific hypothesis.
I don't know. I just thought of it as a prediction usually.
Nope. It is a prediction. You're correct in that. It's a predictional supposition in the natural cause and effect relationships is what it is. It has two parts.
Okay, so couldn't a model say if the world works like this and then X happens, the cause of from X will be Y? Like, don't you think that could?
Sasha,
no. You gotta
Sasha, can't you point it out? Why can't you point it out, Sasha, instead of saying, shouldn't a model maybe do this or that? Does it exist or not? Because you're just doing hypotheticals.
I'm still waiting for a hypothesis, though. Specific.
A hypothesis on what? What do you want me to hypothesize?
Whatever you want. You said you had a model, a hypothesis.
No, I never said I have a model. I said it's important if we're making scientific arguments that we should have a model.
What?
So
you can't be serious, Sasha.
Yep.
I don't. What's confusing you guys?
Get specific. That's all we're asking.
I mean, I'm not going to just build a model from scratch right here. I was just saying.
You're not going to build a hypothesis from scratch. Then how would you do it?
What do you want me to build a hypothesis on? Like, I don't even know what the subject is.
You said models. They need to be tested by experiment, right?
Okay. Yes, I agree.
Yeah. So you got the heliocentric. You said the heliocentric model, right? Give us something from the heliocentric model that has an experiment in it.
I mean, I don't really want to make Glober arguments. I mean, there's one.
Go ahead.
Well, there's one Glober argument that I don't really know how to counter against. Do you want me to...
So Sasha, you're done with the models. You're admitting there's no model, and you just made that up. Okay, is that what we're doing? We're moving on.
What do you want me to do? Like, explain the heliocentric?
I mean, I don't know why this is so. No, I don't know why this is so insane. If BattleMod says he has a model of a Challenger, I go, great, BattleMod. Can I see it? And he shows it to me. I go, great. There's the model. When it comes to you, all of a sudden you forgot what you were talking about, and now we're running away from the model claim. Why is that, Sasha? Because you believe in evolution. It destroys your brain. That was the point from the beginning an hour ago.
Okay, yeah. I think you could think of evolution as a model for how life works and
evolution.
Please.
Yeah, you
where's the model?
Right.
What's the model? Where's the model? Where's the model, Sasha? Please show me the model.
No, I want the scientific theory because remember the model is a theory that's testable by experiment. What's the scientific theory of evolution? Finally got there.
Okay, well, obviously you can't test evolution, right? Because it's a thing that happens over millions of years.
Oh, that's a cool story. Can you validate the millions of years with a model?
Yeah, I could.
Okay, go ahead. What's the hypothesis for the dating game?
What do you mean the dating game?
The dating game. I want you to use a scientific hypothesis to validate a millions of years date for all of us. I want you to write the hypothesis in the chat so everyone can see it.
I still don't understand what you mean by the dating game.
Don't worry about it. It's my little flair on the dating.
The ages, Sasha, the ages, the dates that they give us, the millions of years, Devonian, Precambrian, Jurassic, Triassic. I'm sure you've heard of that.
Oh, okay, yeah. You want me to give you an evolution timeline, basically?
No, I want you to give me a hypothesis that validates any date of a million years old for anything.
Well, do you know how carbon dating works?
So you're right away. We're gone. We're absolutely gone. You can't do this. I can't.
Carbon dating? You mean isotopes of nitrogen?
Carbon dating.
Yeah. It sounds like you don't know what it is. So
I don't think
now
there's...
that we're in your knowledge, yeah, you don't know what it is. So
Okay.
give me the hypothesis. It's a simple question.
The hypothesis on evolution. Okay, that would be...
No. Focus.
You say like these obscure terms, and I don't know what you mean by them. Like the dating game, I don't know what that means.
Oh my God. Give me a hypothesis. I want you to focus now. Get the Adderall drip out. You may want to central line it.
No, I wish I had Adderall.
You claimed millions of years. So I simply asked you, do you have a model for that? You said yes. So I'm looking for the hypothesis now, because to have a model, we have to have a hypothesis to experiment on. So then I said, give me a hypothesis regarding anything that's a million years or older in text chat. I just want you to write the hypothesis out. It's a sentence.
Okay, so okay, the hypothesis is that eukaryote life evolved through...
No. Can't you're begging the question. You're assuming the very thing you're attempting to prove and not answering my question. We're talking about millions of years, right? Not evolution. Forget about fucking evolution for right now, which you can't define anyway. Give me a scientific... this last time I'm going to say it. You said millions of years. I said, okay, no problem. Give me a hypothesis regarding anything that's validated to be a million years old or older.
Okay, dinosaurs existed a million years ago.
So what? What?
The hypothesis is dinosaurs existed a million years ago.
That's not a hypothesis. That's a fucking claim.
Where'd you get millions of years?
Where's it? You're begging.
I don't know the exact number off the top of my head.
It
Where'd
doesn't
you get
matter.
it?
Oh my
Where'd
God.
you get it?
Rumpus.
From my teacher in school.
Okay, so dinosaurs, I'm going to write it out since you can't follow simple fucking instructions. Dinosaurs, did you say lived millions of years ago?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So I asked you for a hypothesis. Dinosaurs lived millions of years ago. So what is...
I don't get how it could make a hypothesis, which is basically a prediction.
Point.
Don't you get...
That's the point.
Like
That's the point.
How am I supposed to make a prediction
That's the
about
point.
something that happened millions of years ago?
That's the point. That's the point.
Welcome to the end of the race.
Yes, the entire point is that you don't have any rational reason to create a hypothesis. Because you don't have anything to base it off of.
But you guys realize there's also observable sciences.
No, Sasha, I'm going to help you out. Sasha, yeah. No, Sasha. Okay, I'm sorry to interrupt, guys. Okay, Sasha, who was the first person? Who was the first person,
Why do you guys
Sasha?
cock block me? Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, you talk way less than I do.
My God, shut the fuck up.
Guys,
it's okay,
we're
Chewie.
all
It's
flat
okay.
earthers here. We're all flat earthers here.
Just
No,
asking
no,
them
we're
for a
not.
simple fucking question. You can't shut the fuck up. It'll be real easy. It'll be really quick, and I'll go on mute. You can't fucking help yourselves. So, dinosaurs lived millions of years ago. There's your hypothesis. Is this an actual scientific hypothesis? What's the dependent variable here?
Okay, we already went over that it's kind of hard to make a hypothesis since it has to do with a prediction about something that already happened. So
It
kind
has
of like
to
a
do with
contradiction.
prediction about a cause and effect relationship. Is this a cause and effect relationship?
I just explained it to you. I can't make a prediction about something that
So
already
this
happened.
isn't a cause. You just explained. You need fucking Adderall, dude. Serious. I'm talking. They need to push Adderall because you can't focus on a single topic. You're bouncing all over the fucking place. You're incoherent. I'm done.
All right.
So, Sasha, who said the Earth was millions of years old?
Yeah,
who started this
the
idea?
scientific community, basically.
Yeah,
No,
screaming
that's
always helps
that's
the
another-
convo. Yes, it does, Blaze.
Unbelievable.
It really does. Yeah, it does. Am I hurting your feelings?
Oh, man.
No,
We're
you're
gonna stand by
representing
technical
everybody
difficulties.
else.
Shut the fuck up.
Well, prior to the shut the fuck up, I mean, we're talking to someone who is actually trolling flat Earth. Let's face it. Like, just saying,
Correct.
Well,
Yes.
I understand how you feel, but it would be better served to say that when it's deserved. That's all I'm saying. But you can do what you want. Y'all can do what y'all want. Y'all agree.
I'm not trying to troll, so if you guys think I'm trolling, I'll just go on mute, okay?
Another fucking terrorist sympathizer out there. Yeah, I'm looking at you, Blaze. Yes.
You know what? Hey, listen, there are other people listening,
I don't
and
give
you're
a
on
shit.
YouTube. You know, yeah, you're supposed to be a
I don't
real
give a
good.
shit.
Of course,
You terrorist sympathizer.
Yeah,
That's what you are. That's right.
Okay.
Why don't you go get him and go
Sure
sing
thing.
Kumbaya with him? Don't overtalk me.
Well, that's not very
Oh,
Christ-like.
Yeah. Okay. I
Yeah,
know,
that's right.
exactly.
Here we go with the Pauline rescue from friggin' clowns.
What are you?
What are you?
You think you represent?
You
the
think
flat
you're
earthers?
what? You're a terrorist sympathizer, Blaze.
Yeah, I'm a terrorist. I
Yes,
sure
you are.
am.
This
Well,
clown
I can
right here.
argue with
This
somebody
clown
and
right
not call
here.
them
This
names.
clown right here. This clown right
Oh,
here.
What?
Right? This
You
guy's
let
a
other
clown.
people control your
right?
feelings?
This guy's a
cares?
clown. I'll
So
talk about
what?
my
You
feelings.
can mute him. Seriously.
Mute him.
You
Why?
can
I
mute
wanted
the
to
guy.
friggin' expose him.
Okay, well, maybe you should do something for anger management
Oh.
because it does.
Yeah, I know. You're a
You
psychologist. I mean,
do
you got a
this.
degree or something. Have you evaluated
Do I
me?
need a
Let's see your
degree? Do I need
credentials.
a degree?
No, I think that
Let's see
you
your
guys should.
credentials, Blaze, instead
I
of
think
fucking
that-
over talking me.
I think that, and this is just my opinion, you guys should disengage because you're fighting for a person who is a troll, and I detest the kind of people who pretend to be flat earthers and go out there and because you're talking about QE's representation. Well, what about this fake motherfucker right here? So I get
All I heard was
Well,
yelling.
I'm not trying
I
to
was
be a fake
reading,
flat
and
earther.
all
Just
I was-
because I don't agree with you guys on every single point doesn't mean I'm a fake flat earther. Like, that's what I don't
There's
get.
something wrong with you, Sasha. There's something wrong with you.
Just the yelling. It's like, gosh, I was reading, listening, and all they hear is just yelling. I'm like, oh my God.
Oh,
Mute them.
poor baby. I'm sorry you
Yeah.
hurt her feelings.
No, you're
I'm sorry I hurt your feelings. For your
you're
snowflake
pathetic.
ears.
How many times have you been
For your
banned from this
snowflake
server?
ears.
Oh, whatever.
That's just how I talk.
By time, get the fuck out. Go play snowflakes or something.
Samuel Jackson.
Congratulations, Sasha. The controllers of your heartstrings have done well.
I'm actually not trying to do this. This is why I get upset, because I'm actually not even trying to troll. Like,
But you are. But you're giving these answers that are just psychotic, ranting, just parroting.
no, it's just because I don't understand everything of
I know.
like the
Why
whole
can't you?
scientific.
I know. Why do you have to lie? I know. See, you're triggered right now. The point is, why do you have to lie to people? Why can't you just say, "I don't know"? Maybe I should look into
don't
that.
want you to talk over each other either. Like, I gotta try to be fair here.
I think we should
Exo.
just
Right,
move
so-
on. I think you
right.
guys should just talk to
Right,
Matthew
but
or
you're
someone
not.
else,
You're
'cause-
just making stuff up. I know, but you're just making stuff up, which is exactly what the problem is. It's not about the flat Earth. It's about liars. Okay, that's what. You're
Okay,
doing.
what exactly do you think I'm lying about?
You're just making stuff up that you don't even know where the information comes from. Carbon dating doesn't even work past 50,000 years. If it did work, you're talking about millions of years. Then you're bringing up a dating method that doesn't even go 100,000 years. That proves you have no idea what you're talking about. You're just making stuff up, which is a telltale sign that when there's one cockroach, there's clearly more here, Sasha. There's something very wrong.
Okay, well,
with
I didn't know that carbon dating doesn't
I don't
work
care.
past 50,000
I don't
years.
care. I don't care who a flat earther is. I do not care who a flat earther is. When someone's lying, that's the biggest problem at that moment. You are the problem. You're just.
Do you think I was intentionally bringing up carbon dating?
No, you know what? No, here's the deal. Though the only reason I'm saying this is because of the fact that the moderators have actually made it very apparent, have brought it up themselves, including a lead mod that was just in the room a minute ago, knowing that you're lying, so to speak, saying that you're fake, which would mean that's deceit, which is the same as lying, and then you prove they were correct by then making up stuff that you don't even know where the information comes from by just knee-jerk reaction because you have an evolution religion that has destroyed your ability to think. You see, you confirmed my claim that this religion destroys your cognitive abilities, Sasha, because in order to defend it, you have to turn into this literal invasion of the body snatcher. I'm just going to give knee-jerk reactions over and over again and make stuff up to justify it. That's why it's a problem, because everybody that believes in evolution just lies through their teeth. That's how we know it's a dangerous psychotic religion, and it's actually the foundation of today's moral problems. That's why we do the terrible things we do in society, because the heart of this satanic deception is evolution. That's the whole point of the deception, is to make sure people believe in evolution. We thought everybody got the memo, but that's what the reality is, that globe, earth, whatever, space religion, that's all evolution. It's called flat earth because that's the term that shocks people. But yes, there's something wrong with you. You're lying through your teeth for a whole hour. You won't give a citation. You don't have a claim. You don't even know where these ideas come from. I mean, I can point to the Bible and use a book, but you can't.
Guy, you're going on a marathon here. All right, he gets it. Look, I don't know whether you're a liar or not, and I'm just so. Let me start off by saying that I already have a bias against certain things that I hear, and I don't always have time to assess correctly what's going on, because I know for a fact that my best friend is not a troll, but I know for a fact also that he doesn't know that the earth is flat. He believes it is, and he might argue fallaciously. But I know he's genuine. You could be one of those people. I don't know. But that's just my position. I wish that everybody was all hunky-dory and friendly, but this is the real world. I'm not going to be here to defend people all the time, and that's what it is. I was just over at Brandon's. Sometimes I'm over at Jim Panda's. Sometimes I'm in Brooklyn. In any instance, there are people that don't fucking like me, okay? There are people that argue with me, okay? And that's fine. But you know that I'm here being reasonable, and that's all that counts, right? Because I'm saying, I don't know whether you're a troll or not, but you should probably get educated really fast if you want to hang out here.
Okay.
Because I don't hang out places that I'm out of my depth. Well, actually I do, because I try to learn. But
I mean, if you guys
whatever.
don't want me to bring up evolution, you can just say that. Like, I won't talk about it
No,
anymore.
Sasha, you always every time when you brought something,
No.
it's you don't know anything about it, but you're bringing some I don't know, even it's not a claim. I don't know what it is, and every time it's a
No.
mess.
Well, I mean, I feel like
No,
the whole question I was
you're still
asked
doing
to
it.
like
You're
get the
still doing it.
hypothesis is kind of
You
unfair
just
in
keep
the first
doing it.
place.
You just keep
But for
deceiving.
example,
That's the
you
point.
can now
You just keep
ask
deceiving.
after all. Sorry, so you can now ask, for example, where is the edge, and what you will accept. Maybe if you're here, like I saw you. You're for here like for a month.
there's a problem here, though. Because I'd much rather be talking to someone else. The boy did say that he was trying to disengage. Sometimes the problem is when I'll put it on me. I want to have a conversation with a globe earther who I know is wrong, but does not want to engage me. So why not engage people that don't want to be engaged? He said, maybe I should leave. Maybe I should mute myself. So then why are we still talking about this on the live stream? Isn't there a Glober out there who wants to defend their religion?
Yeah, his name is Matthew Learns. He's right there, and he's ready to give us a few hours of lies, no doubt.
Hello, Matthew.
I wouldn't call them lies.
Sorry that he prefaced it with that, but I mean, if you don't have any more knowledge than when you left last time, then I mean, it's getting kind of suspicious, buddy.
Elijah, can you ask that question? If you remember, question 2 hours ago, you asked that.
I know it's my favorite question.
Can
Why
you
do
ask
you
that?
think?
Yeah, and I will answer to you. I will ask you after that something. No, I will not answer.
But Matthew's gonna tell the truth here. That's the difference between him and because see, now this is what's potentially well.
But can you ask that? I like that.
I'm gonna ask him, but I'm trying to set it up first. If Matthew is a disingenuous person who knows the arguments, he's gonna straight up tell us exactly why we think whatever, right? Whereas someone who doesn't know is gonna parrot some shit that they heard from Jim Panda. But that's the thing. I think that people who aren't genuine flood these places so that the other people who ask us dumbass questions never get exposed to the kind of debates that they should. So with that being said, I kind of have a prediction that Matthew is going to answer unlike every other person that I've asked. But I'm going to ask him right now.
By
Matthew,
the way, I think you're right about that, what you said about how, what people say. Sorry, go ahead.
In the same time, Elijah, I will pretend that I don't know any of arguments. Okay.
So, here it goes. Why do, you've spoken to us long enough, so you should know. What is the technical reason for why we don't think that the Earth is a sphere?
I think there's a whole bunch of reasons. I mean, Miggy's 3 points is
no. There's only one technical reason for why we wouldn't think that something isn't a geometric shape. So, okay, why do we not believe that it's geometrically a sphere with the radius of 3,959 miles?
Because it hasn't been measured when you look at the horizon. So I think that's Miggy's first point.
I told you he's going to answer it unlike any other. I told you he's going to just tell you the answer. And that's the answer.
That's the right answer.
Can I try the answer if I don't know?
Okay.
Now, the first question I will not answer, Elijah, that what you said 3.9 because I don't know even at 3.9. Let's say that you asked that first question. I will answer like this if I don't know. Really, I don't know. Can you tell me, Elijah? This will be honest. Really, I want to hear this one time. And somebody else, I don't know, Elijah. Can you tell me what is the reason that you think like that? And now Elijah will say, this is Black Swan, this is blah, 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 this is this is that, this is da. And then I will, listen that here, see, whatever, and then I will make my conclusion after that. Look, this Elijah is saying bullshit, has no points, or this Elijah saying some good things and has the point.
Yeah.
That's the mind. If you understand me, if I'm not the guy who doesn't know anything, I will ask you why you, Elijah, think that Earth is flat. How you came to that? Why is your brain? Why you think like that? Do you understand me? And now you will say something, But nobody asking you that question. Never ever.
No, they just want to ask how things don't work. They ask you, why doesn't this work on a flat Earth?
Yeah, that will be the next question or whatever question. But not only you, everyone. I'm waiting for that question to somebody. Maybe some guys, maybe 5 of 1,000 ask that question. First one, why you think the first guy with whom I will speak on the server, I will ask him, the first guy who tell me the Earth is flat, I will ask him why it's flat. Why you think like that? And that guy will say, well, because Jesus sent me a message. No. Maybe he will tell you something more about that. No, I'm joking, about Jesus.
I mean, how
I get
can they
what-
not
I get
understand
what
about
you're
the curve?
I get what you're saying. You're saying a genuine conversation would follow the way you just laid it out. Somebody coming here truly curious as to why I think what I think, they would wait for the response, and then they would make they would give a proper response based on how I responded.
Listen to this question. Do you believe in NASA? My answer will be to you, Elijah, and you will know. No, because I saw the wire. And you will know which wire because you saw the wire. But the guy who asking, he didn't see the wire. He didn't see the hat. He didn't see the blue screen. He didn't see many other things. Do you understand me? He didn't see the puppet. And he will ask you, do you believe in NASA? Why I should to believe something what I saw like a million lies with my eyes?
Yeah. Do you believe that? The question is, do you believe them? Yes. Why? Because they provided me pictures. Where from? Space. What is space? Did you realize that was a second law of thermodynamics violation? Have you ever considered that we live, within the air we breathe, and space has no air? There's no barrier in between this place and that place. So we would call that a second law of thermodynamics violation. Are you aware?
That's QE.
So the moment that's not. But no, that's what an anti-flat earther would say, because why would he ask me the question then if he already knows the answer? So what a regular person would say was, dude, I don't know what the fuck you just said. And I'd say, okay, well, you have soda and you open it. What happens? Exactly. The pressure here is greater than the pressure there, but it doesn't equalize in their story. What's up with that? I don't have to explain the sky. I don't have to explain the gradient. I'm only pointing out a contradiction in the story that they gave me. That's all I'm required to do.
I will catch for something if it's interesting. I will catch for anything can be. You will catch, how to say. You will say, okay, this is maybe curvature, because look, but it's not there. I'm sorry.
Yeah, we don't have anything to say. Maybe this is that. We literally don't have anything, because we could have at one point we were like, well, maybe look at, oh my God, those windmills, they look like they're cut in half. What? It's got to be behind some curvature. Well, we've already figured that out. It's definitely not 8 inches per mile squared curvature. It's not that. So whatever it is, it ain't that.
Yeah, man, not only that, look at this rotation, also that gases. Yeah, look at this. We can prove that, look, this experiment showing that we don't need the container, for example. And you see, really, look, we don't need container. Okay, that means we don't need container. But fucking we need container. In every fucking citation, we need container. Who is that? QE wrote that? No, he presented the people who said that, and they was scientists.
Well, look, I was just over at Brandon's breaking out the glorified protractor. These buffoons told me that you don't need a 90 degree. Like, there's no such thing. And they begin to tell me, you're parroting 10th Man, and 10th Man is an idiot. He doesn't know what he's talking about. Never mind, I read, because I didn't just go and start talking about this shit because I heard him talking about it. I didn't talk about it for a long time. Only reason I'm talking about it right now is I feel confident that I know a little bit.
But
also within my understanding, I think, okay, well, fundamentally, you need angles. And they're sitting there trying to tell me you don't need a 90-degree angle. I can't even talk to you. I don't even know why I'm talking to you.
Listen, this Elijah. If I'm on the sea, lost, I want to be with 10 men. You know, with nobody else, only with him, because somehow we will find the land. Somehow we will find the land, man. He will find the land. Other people, I don't know. Especially that Globers. Well, not that I'm realizing sextant. I never thought that he's speaking now about that. I'm thinking about my experience, about my weapon in 90s, you know, anti-aircraft, you know, and accounting on Coriolis effect and curvature. And that's for me like, what? Why I didn't account on that, you know, and why nobody spoke about that, you know? And that is 20 years now.
You know what they did with the sextant? They sent like this little illustration, right? And it has a line, obviously a straight line, like horizontally, and then they have another line from the sky to the sextant. And they just straight up just erased the line that would make it the 90 degrees. Like they didn't erase it. The line is not there. And they're like, look, it's not there. It has nothing to do with. I can't get with that. I mean, I'm dumb as it is. I'm trying to learn. I can't let that kind of stupid rub off on me.
And in that time, it's sextant, you know, and then you invoke refraction. How they fucking travel? I was confused totally. Then you have people that are speaking about towers, radio waves from Birmingham to London. You know, I don't know how many miles, straight line. You know, that was video about that. It deleted for sure on YouTube. You know, they have towers to have straight line radio waves between two towns, and they made it 19. I don't know. I cannot remember now. It was one in Nathan's show. It was presented that. So many other things. It's not only that, and then it's not only you. I cannot in 5 years. I cannot catch myself with something and say, okay, maybe because of and maybe, but no, nothing. Only if you want to believe, then it's easy.
Yeah. I guess we killed the conversation, Sasha. It was good. It's good having a back and forth with you, though. It's not. This is rare. You know. I mean, I'm gonna be out of here pretty soon.
All my life, I will wait for. I will wait for that measurement. All my life. But you can speak about whatever you want, man. About whatever you want. But I want that measurement, and then maybe we can speak. But without measurement, bye. Don't tell me anything. Don't speak me about sky. Something what is physical can be measured, and that's it. And they have.
How do you make a triangle without? Yo. How do you make a right triangle with it? I'm still stuck. I'm only mad that I was too stupid to realize that I wasn't supposed to be talking to these people seriously.
But for me, it was mountains. How you fucking measure the mountain everywhere in the world if it's reference sea level? That means everywhere is sea level. What that mean? Try to imagine Andy in Peru and start from Argentina to down to Chile, whatever it is. How much that mountain is curving through that land and reference its sea level. All continent. You have that mountains.
Mhm.
Do they believe in mountains, or are they really not there?
Rivers,
Matthew, are you familiar with the use of a sextant?
Somewhat. It basically just measures apparent angles, right?
Yeah. Well, it measures angles.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Like the angle between two different things that appear in the sky or on land. You can use it for anything, I guess.
And curved land.
No,
Yeah,
you can't tell.
On land, you can use it to get a fix on your location by triangulating with two stars that require two radii that extend horizontally over the plane.
Yeah, honestly, I don't know much about using sextants. I actually thought, it'd be fun to buy one, but they're super expensive. They're like $600.
It's fine. I'll wait. I'll let you know today and now. I'll even send you. You know what? I'll send you this little cool series. It's like a 10-minute. It's like 10 minutes and 4-minute my bad. It's 4 10-minute videos. So it's a little series that basically gets people familiar with how to use the sextant practically at sea.
Well, that'd be pretty cool.
Yeah, so I'll provide you with that because I don't like beating people with their hands tied behind their back. I want you fully equipped so that we can have a discussion about celestial navigation.
Post it in the live stream text chat because I want that too.
Yeah, that sounds cool.
We'll do. Thank you, Matthew.
So
Elijah, I read so many things. My bad. 1 second. I read so many things. I've seen so many diagrams that 10%, and it was like, yeah, I'm like, yeah, I get it, but whenever I see math and angles and all of this stuff, I used to run. It's like I don't care about any of that shit. I guess that's the way dyslexic people feel about words. I love to read, but math, I'm just like, yo, if it ain't 2 + 2, I mean, yo, you know what I mean? So when I actually saw this series and saw him use it and show how it's used, I was like, oh, now I get it. Okay, so yes, maybe this video will help a lot of people who aren't really picking up what people are putting down about celestial navigation. Because if you knew, I mean, there'd be no. The globe they've been dead, but I mean, we're moonwalking now. No pun intended.
Elijah, I did those moon observations during a full moon, like back in June or July, I forget. And sure enough,
you did a repeat?
Yeah, I did a repeat so I could see the actual edge of the moon, not just the glare. And the moon appeared to be the same size all the way from moonrise through most of the night.
Okay. Okay. When people whatever people see, whenever people see an apparent change in size, it's just a change in glare. I mean, so it's a change in glare. I can't really.
You're right.
I can't really. What else is there to say? You know.
Yeah. So
I know other flat earthers have the argument of, look, the apparent size changes, but I mean, I'm going a totally different direction. I'm like, yo, well, I'm putting my name on the line to say, yo, that thing is not physical. And so, you know, if it is a light, then we shouldn't be judging it by, you know, like the way we would, like if I had a basketball and I was twice the distance away and then 4 times the distance, like I don't think that you can gauge glare like that. That's not, you know, I don't know. Because you don't know what it's doing. You don't know if there's you don't know what specifically is causing the light. Then you have the air and all this stuff is happening. We don't know what the moon is, so can't really call it.
Celestial body. Yep.
Yeah, my argument depends on it being a physical, actual object that follows the rules of perspective. But if you just say it's just a light and we don't know what it is, then my argument doesn't work.
Yeah.
Well, it behaves like everything else does in reality. Why would we expect anything else since it behaves just like every other light that goes away from me? It goes in and eventually disappears into the horizon like all lights do. So that's the reality. At a certain distance, things won't appear to get smaller because they're too far away. I don't know if people know that. But that's when you zoom in, you can only zoom in so far. Then the objects that are zoomed in on all seem to gather in a focus. You know, so at 1,000 miles, you wouldn't have any angular size change of anything, maybe only 500 miles away. So at that great distances, an object that's far away from you obviously is going to behave that way. But that's how we already experience everything. So who would be crazy enough to make up some idea and say that now we must live on a magical ball?
Sure.
You know?
Let me point this out. The sun and the moon are not just any other light. You don't experience the sun and the moon the same way you do with other lights.
Yeah, we do.
From Earth.
Yeah, we do.
We kind of do.
I look at it, it blinds me. The end. What are you talking about?
No,
he's right. No,
what I'm saying is like we can create artificial light, and oftentimes a lot of people will compare the artificial light to what the sun and moon does. But those are totally different light sources. And the stars
I wouldn't do that. Yeah, I do compare certain headlights to the moon. It just looks like it, like when, but it's not like I can confirm, the moon is a headlamp or a headlight. So you're right.
Yeah, I just wanted to point that out. Go ahead, guys.
Yeah, my only argument was that the apparent size of the moon stays the same. The apparent size of a full moon stays the same all night long. That's all.
But that's not true. I mean, I get what you're saying, but you can't. How could you say? Well, I'm gonna, because you're taking out the glare. That you're taking out the thing that everyone says apparently changes.
I have a problem with apparent position and apparent size. So the size it appears to be. Okay. Sweet.
Yeah, at 19 past the hour, you can see my series of photos, and basically it shows that the size that it appears to be from my location didn't change during the night during a full moon. So that
don't really mean that, though, does it? Because it's an apparent size.
Right, they always want to demonstrate things that don't have anything to do with the shape of the Earth, right?
Well, by definition, to have an apparent size, you have to have an actual size. We're just talking about how it looks like it has more glare versus less glare. Keep it real.
All right, so the medium that the light permeates through has obviously got some relationship with that part, obviously, as well. Yeah, I'm just going.
No, can I just real quick, Crack Villain and Elijah? Isn't it funny that we don't get to invoke magical things like refraction to say that, well, no matter what it looks like, it'll help my claim? You know what I mean? Like, that's the thing, is that they have the benefit of always having this magical fix-all. They actually have several. You know, gravity is one, and of course, gravity's new baby, refraction, which is, of course, a product of evolution and gravity getting together. So I can't just say, well, maybe refraction is why it's doing whatever I need it to do. But here's a problem, guys. The moon in most places does stay the same size. It actually, as an illusion, appears to be bigger on the horizon. That is an illusion. That's not reality. However, it doesn't matter. This is where it gets dangerous, because unfortunately, I didn't know that there was anybody claiming other than the sun and moon do stay the same size, because because if you use goggles, you'll see that there is no actual physical looking bigger or smaller sun. I know that some videos show that. There are some illusions, but the celestial bodies in our skies, none of them ever change size, ever. None of them.
Yeah, you're exactly
well. That
right.
that thing that you mixed in there, I totally don't agree with that. But you can think that if you want. I'm not here to argue with you. But you're right about the apparent. I hate this word, because what you see is whether it's an illusion or not illusion, or you're wearing goggles, all of that is apparently what it is, right? But you're right. When you cut off all that glare, it does appear that the sun and the moon are the same size, and whatever that looks like doesn't appear to change.
Correct. Yeah.
My question is, why doesn't
the light itself is the real big issue. The light itself, the way the light attenuates and comes up before the actual light source, shows that it requires a flat plane of linear light to travel. And that's why we have the sunsets and horizons like we have, because if it wasn't a flat plane, we wouldn't be able to see the light. That's the whole point. We can see light. I mean, the sun, they're claiming the sun's even farther away. We're talking about several thousands. We have, there's no such thing as knowing the distances, but we're talking about not millions and billions. It's obviously much closer. It's actually not an object anyway. These are parts of the firmament that open up like windows that are like sixth dimensional. No matter where you are, everybody sees the same side of them. It's not something that's earthly, it's heavenly, it's beyond our understanding. And that's why this realm is dangerous anyway, because we're not supposed to worry about the sun, moon, and stars. They're actually separate from us, because they are heavenly bodies. And they certainly, that's, again, like Jesus says, earthly things, heavenly things. And that's why this is one of those subjects that you'll hear them talk about, because they claim that this is some sort of win for them. It's a dangerous topic, because you're just allowing them to hide from what we can prove. You'll never figure out the sun and moon.
Okay, so you may have answered my question already before I asked it, because I was going to ask, why doesn't the sun and the moon obey the laws of perspective? If it's getting farther and closer, how come it doesn't change size? But I think, correct me if I'm wrong, I think you're saying because it's in the heavenly realm, it kind of, we can't apply those same earthly ideas to it. Is that right?
No, well, actually, even objects at great distances eventually stop, as there's limits to the perspective, even with zooming lenses. The farther something is away from you, the less it's going to change in size. So that's the thing. It's already not close to me. It's up in the sky. It's at whatever, I don't know how it is. It's obviously a lot higher than an airplane. The sun is not, I cannot touch the sun. It's beyond our literal grasp. So is the moon. They are not something we can reach. They are out of this world, literally. So just even to make a claim, it's ridiculous, because you have no idea how far away they are anyway. So you can't make a claim. Again, you can't.
I just want to add very quickly as well, Matthew. So with perspective, what else is involved in it in terms of your perspective right now from where you're stood looking at lampposts down the street, is that you do have obviously so for instance, like we know that the acuteness of that angle, right? Okay, the incidence of the angle is what would make things disappear from the bottom up, right? Because you can't resolve it anymore, right? It's easier to resolve that piece of ground that's in line with that, right? Based on your vision.
Right. I was talking about the size.
I know. I'm just saying that. So when we talk about the perspective and how perspective works on heavenly bodies, right? As we previously said, this is different, obviously, because you don't have the same field of view, or should I say the same, you don't have the same frame of view of what you have with objects here when we talk about perspective, right? Literally what Exo just said, right? We don't have the ceiling above, for instance, right? That would be the thing that would cause, the incidence of that angle, the acuteness of that angle to occur, right? We don't have that same interaction with the thing we're looking at and the floor or the ceiling, right? So that has a part to play in that as well.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I was mainly thinking about, like, even if it's far away from the horizon, the size is still just being exactly the same the whole night. And to me, that indicates that it might be the same distance the whole night.
Could well be. No way of proving that.
Well, by technicality, it's not, because if you're spinning away from it, it most definitely isn't.
Yeah, it can't be. Mm-hmm.
It can't be.
Yeah, a blowtorch. Yeah, blowtorch. You can tell when you get closer to it. There's a difference. Yeah, in reality.
It's funny. Because Kiwi always talks about how you're standing next to a bonfire, and then you're like, "Ooh, that's hot," and then you walk away, and then it combusts. That's exactly what the sun is. Yeah, is you have the surface is not hotter than the atmosphere of this. That's the first of all, it's all surface. It's all gas. I don't. It fucks me up every time I think about it.
Their brains have been destroyed. That's what it was designed to do, and it works. They've turned into these piles of mush, believing it.
So wait, you said it's all gas. So how did it have an inherent shape, considering gas doesn't have an inherent shape?
Perfect. Nope. Thank you.
Who said that? You asked that last question.
There's many contradictions within the sun system. Not only that one, if you call it a gas, you can't call it a gas because it gives a continuous spectra. So, in one sentence, they'll say it's helium, hydrogen, gas, but in the next breath, they'll say continuous spectra. Well, those are that you can't. That's a paradox. Can't have that. So there's multiple layers of paradoxes with it. So it gets confusing right off the bat. I'm talking about when they explain it in secular literature, you'll see all kinds of stuff that it's gases, that it has a surface, right? The thing that Elijah just talked about with the heat rising, the further away you get away from it, it's like a mountain of paradoxes. It's hard to wade through.
Crack villain. Everyone asked.
I don't think it's supposed to make sense. I think they've just sent waves of confusion. Like that's their wizardry power. Confusion.
Yep. And they use that against people asking questions against it, because if everyone's afraid to ask question, because then they'll look dumb or something. You see, you follow that? If somebody challenges them directly. Yeah, you see that? There's a little game there.
No, I definitely see that. As a matter of fact, that's the reason I never talked about this stuff. That's the reason I never learned as much as I've learned being here with you guys, because I was too intimidated by the information. That's real.
Yep, definitely, most assuredly. Yep, they use that. They know that. So that, yeah, there you got it.
Yep. That's their sort of little in the priesthood, as it were, right? In those circles. That's sort of what people are betting on, is that people are too afraid of the information. And sometimes it can be that case, right? Can it, that the information seems too much to take on, and you don't actually fully wade in it, you don't fully get involved in it. Not truly, you just learn parts about it.
Well, they got the masses with them too, right? All they have to do is put something on one of their church's website, either Wiki, Discovery Channel, anywhere else. And they know that they got mindless parroters like the Baltards. See, the Baltards are just evolutionists in Baltards clothing. That's all. That's really what I'm serious.
I know, it's just funny.
So what they do is, like somebody like me, they can tolerate me because I'm like a toothpick in the wilderness. Because they give a shit less because I'm gonna get drowned out by the
you're just floating about in the breeze, like you're caught up in the fucking tornado. It's hard to sort of squeal in the tornado, isn't it?
Yep.
But
they still have to recognize. They still have to recognize that I am the creator of the scientific method, though.
Well, yeah, if you're the one parroting it at that point, obviously. Well, as well.
No, I created
correct classification. Yeah, correct classification and alignment of what it actually is. Yeah.
No, I created it. I am the author of the scientific method. Make no mistake. Of course, that's what the ball say.
That's fucking hilarious, Huey.
I'm just taking ownership. I mean, everyone's telling me.
You might as well because nobody else believes it, right? That's hilarious. I love that you said
why
that.
Why you never
Quantum Racer is the creator of the scientific method. Let's own it
over and over again.
Why you John, why you don't use your citation then?
Oh my god, that's fun.
It's a joke, Sasha, really. Like, he's saying that they keep claiming, that he is the author of it by saying you're just parroting QE, right? So effectively they're removing any of the so-called builders of the actual scientific method out and just replacing it with QE. Been doing it for a while, haven't they? So he's just taking credit.
I love John. You're like a comedian without you don't even have to try, John. You're just so funny. Because you're so literal. It's just hilarious. I love your literalness.
And line with my fan club. I mean, I can barely knock them off. I think Blaze just joined it. So get behind her.
Hey, I love Blaze, man. Blaze is great. Come on. Take it a little easy on her. Don't freaking. And she's not here, so no, whatever.
I'm not talking about her behind her back. I'm not doing that. Blaze is okay. I'm sorry.
I heard all that. Yeah, say I'm sorry, and then we can work that shit out later. Anyway, but dude, that was so funny though. QE invented the scientific method. Everybody knows that.
John said, "I'm sorry."
All right, he did. All right, cool. So Blaze is listening. QE, sorry. We'll work that out later.
QE didn't say shit.
Oh, he said he was sorry. He just said it.
Fucking, he said it. I heard it.
Blaze, I'm the creator of the scientific method, and I'm sorry. How about that?
Go. All right, so let's move on.
That is wow. That's not. I'm sorry that I created the scientific method.
Yes,
no, that's two separate. They're two separate points. Number one, I created the scientific method. Period. Next paragraph. Blaze, I'm sorry. How about that?
Not only that, you second law of thermodynamics is also yours.
Yeah, you did make up that second law.
Yeah, that vacuum and that gas pressure, that's your shit. Fuck.
Obviously, laws of nature don't apply here where we live.
I remember when you made that up. You remember when you made that one up, QE?
Yeah, get ready. Get ready come Monday, because Monday is going to be another signature numpty clip. I just happened to take Richard Feynman right to the fucking woodshed. It's going to cause a big stir. Yeah, I'm telling you, get ready.
Like two toothpicks stuck together in the woods. Nice.
Like the sun, he'll sizzle you, and then when you try to run, you combust.
You like that one? That's a good one, isn't it?
Yeah.
I used to use that back in the day with Evo tards. Like I said, ball tards are just Evo tards in ball tard clothing. But yeah, I used to use that back in the day. Just make them look foolish.
anyone's sort of confused, globetards wear like NASA jumpers or tops with like the blue marble on it. Evotards wear like tops with T-Rex on it and stuff like that. Men slowly metamorphosizing from monkeys up to standing. Shit like that. That's the difference, mainly. What do you prefer debating? Do you prefer debating Evotards or Balltards?
That's somebody asked me that. That's what Crypto asked me on his iPod.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's so strange.
It was a good one. It was because you got to see Huey, like, just have an interview. It's a cool guy.
Well, yeah.
What was my answer, by the way? I can't remember.
I don't know.
It doesn't matter. Hey, your answer was it doesn't matter, so they're all the same.
Oh, they're equal opportunity ass whoopings. That's right.
Yeah, that's cool. Equal opportunity ass weapons. Yeah, man. That's brilliant. Gotta love, no affirmative action when it comes to ass weapons, man. You get some, everybody gets some. As Oprah would say.
Yeah. What's up, Matthew? They've been dogging you out in here.
I think he's the only one we don't do that to.
No, I've been pretty chill.
No, not you. See, you got to pay attention. I asked dogging you out.
Not really. Yeah, things have been fine.
All right. Well, good.
He did sort of answer it.
People have been running with our little discussion the other day. Apparently, somebody taped our little Alice and Bob discussion the other day. Baltards they're all they got their panties in a bunch.
Oh, I did see that somebody made a YouTube video about that. Yeah,
they got their Everett Anderson. He's one of the skanks that he's got an addiction for me or something. it's really creepy. But
what is the explanation, John, for that?
They don't have an Well, you'd have to ask Matthew because me and Matthew discussed Alice and Bob, right?
Really?
Right.
Matthew,
Yeah.
can you open my mind? Matthew, please open my mind with that.
Sure. The basic disagreement is whether Alice and Bob experience the same direction of down or not.
Okay. Yeah. But Matthew,
it really doesn't have any. I don't know. That's sort of a red herring fallacy, right? Because drop is drop. If Bob's looking at, remember, the fairy tale story is that every point along a tangent from your feet vertically drops 8 inches per mile squared. So if you got two people. I didn't originate this argument, by the way. I thought about it before the original, right? But I wasn't the one first put it out. I think somebody reminded me that Jaron was one of the first ones to put this out.
Jaron put that out 100%.
This was a long time ago.
Years ago, mate. Years and years ago, no.
Yeah.
Long time.
And I was thinking about it before Jaron. I didn't hear him, but I heard it afterwards. But it's not a big deal whose argument it is. It's just 8 inches per mile squared. Am I correct, Matthew?
Yeah, you're right. You're explaining it right. Yeah.
So every point along a tangent from anyone from your feet vertically drops at 8 inches per mile squared. Well, drop is drop. If I'm looking at you 5 miles away, and between me and you, I'm looking at you and it's dropping at 8 inches per mile squared, and you're looking at me and it's dropping 8 inches per mile squared. There's no way out of that.
Yeah, you're right. That's a paradox. That if the drop means drop, and if drop is parallel for Alice and for Bob, then it is a paradox. The Glober answer would be that they're not actually parallel, even at 5 miles apart. The direction
what
of
do you
down
mean
is slightly
parallel?
different.
What does parallel drop mean?
It means
the
direction of down for Alice, and then the direction of down for Bob. If its drop means drop, then they're parallel lines. But if they don't, then they're not.
What parallel lines? They're both, the grade is dropping away towards Alice, and then the grade is dropping away towards Bob.
No, I'm talking about, okay, so two lines. Two lines.
No, I'm talking. Matthew, they are in straight line.
I don't get it.
Okay, let me try to explain. If you start where Alice is and point a line directly down, that's one line.
Mm-hmm.
Then you go over to where Bob is and point a line directly down. That's the second line. Now the question is whether those two lines are perfectly parallel or not.
For one, it's not. That's not.
It can't be.
Not the argument. Number two, they are parallel.
No, I understand. You have to say if they're parallel, then there is a paradox.
No, I can say it without it being parallel. It's still dropping.
What two lines? It's only one line.
Matthew, you're gonna have to draw this shit, man.
Yeah, I don't have a super good way to draw that, but maybe I'll try.
Can I help you with Emily and Steve?
Emily and Steve.
Listen to this, John. Emily
You mean Adam and Steve instead of Adam and Eve?
No. Bob is on the south. Let's say like this. And Alice, it's on the north. But Emily, it's on the west. And Steve is on the east. And they're watching in one point. All of them are 40 miles away. And all of them have drops, isn't?
I'm not getting it. Does somebody else know what Matthew's talking about and can explain it or draw it?
Right.
Yeah.
I think he's talking about the vector, like vector fall.
From what I was getting, yeah. Sorry, Matthew, go ahead.
Let me try to explain it. I'm talking about two different vectors. A vector is a point and then a direction. And so there is a vector where Alice is standing. It's the point where she is, and then the vector is straight down from where she is, right?
Right.
Okay, so then that's one vector. The second vector is 5 miles away or 10 miles, whatever, where Bob is. And
it's vector up.
There's a point where Bob is, and then a vector straight down where Bob is. So we've got two vectors that are about 10 miles apart. Actually, let's just say 5 miles.
But Bob has the vector up because...
Wait, just let him finish.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so you guys understand there's two vectors. One, Alice straight down, and then one, Bob straight down. Those are two vectors 5 miles apart. Now the question, and what QE says is right, that's a paradox, assuming that those vectors are parallel. He says they're parallel. There's no argument they're parallel.
I'm not saying
Are
that.
you talking Are you talking about the tips of the vectors, not the actual lines being parallel, Matthew? Are you on about the tips?
I could care less. No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that.
Not you, Q. I'm asking him.
Vectors have direction, and the question is, are they exactly the same direction, or is there some angle between them? That's the question.
No, it's not. That's not the question at all. If Bob and fucking Alice start walking towards each other, they are both walking down fucking hill. Everything else being equal, they're both... That's it. There you go, Drace. You can't get around it. How the fuck can you get around that?
But even if those two vectors were pointing, in your example, Matthew, if those vectors were pointing in the same direction, right? So you would be saying that would be the center of the Earth, correct? I guess.
That's right, yeah.
Yeah. But for them to even... yeah. But there's an issue because of the other paradox, right? Like, and to be honest with you, so they would have to also be at the same depth, wouldn't they? Those vectors, like if you were to draw the tangents or whatever, right? That amount of drop, they'd have to be the exact same depth.
Well, what you want? Simple.
Their vectors weren't parallel.
They're going down to
Sasha. Hold on, Sasha. Even if their vectors weren't parallel, they're still walking fucking downhill towards each other.
Yeah, that's the point.
If you draw it on a globe, then the paradox goes away, but it might...
Draw it on a globe. Let me see two people with vertical drop on a fucking globe. That's what I'm saying. It's a parrot. You can't do it.
Two people that can walk toward one another with a vertical drop.
They can't do it.
That's a U shape. That's a U shape, Matthew, as opposed to
in simplest way, how I understand, you cannot have drop in two people cannot have drop if they are
facing one another.
Yeah.
And going toward one another. If they both have drop, going away from them from their position, that would create some form of a V shape, wouldn't it?
That cannot create sphere.
What if you have 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 or 7? What do we live on, Mogul Earth?
That's I'm telling you, Emily and Steve, man, we put in 4 direction, not in 2 direction. Let's put in 4 direction. Now let's see what will happen.
Or it would create like an anchor type shape, or like
let's make 8 direction. Southeast, east, west. An
umbrella.
So wait, what exactly is the paradox? I think I'm missing something.
2 people can't walk towards one another on a globe and have vertical drop as they do
48 minutes. I'm sorry, at 48 minutes after the hour, there's a diagram from Trace.
So I'm trying to draw one that shows what I'm trying to talk about.
Okay,
it might take me a minute.
That's fine. Go ahead. I don't see how you're going to do it. It's going to be pretty funny. The quintessential tenet of the Baltard spinning space monkey religion is every point along a tangent from your feet drops vertically at 8 inches per mile squared. Do you have a problem with that? Is there any issue with that? Sasha, Sasha Ivanov, is there any issue with that?
What did you say? Sorry, can you repeat?
No,
yeah.
Oh shit, there's 2 Sashas.
Yeah,
Ivanov is the one he's addressing.
Maybe you should change. Maybe I should change my name, but I think my name's Server. I think one of the moderators made my name this, so I can't change it.
Okay, in practicality and in reality, if you apply that standard to Alice and Bob, it doesn't have to be 40 miles away. You can make it 5 miles away, 2 miles away, right?
You can use
There's no way around if they start walking towards each other that they're both walking downhill. There's no way around it. If you put a 3rd and 4th or 5th or 6th person, it's a train wreck of epic proportions. What you're saying is we live on Mogul Earth.
Okay, I have an image. It's not exactly Alice and Bob, but I can explain it using this image if that's okay.
Go ahead. You got to post it so we can see it. All right.
Okay, so let's say, ignore all the numbers there. Let's say Alice is in the left building and Bob is in the right building.
Right.
From each of their perspectives, from Alice's perspective on the left, she's looking downhill at Bob. And then
no, she's not. If that building is Alice, she's going to be walking up to get to Bob. Bob is also going to be walking up to get to Alice. This is horseshit.
No, you got to think about it from her perspective, though.
Yeah, from her perspective.
Alice. Yeah, look at Alice. Look at the fucking yellow line, the yellow arc.
Yeah, but you got to think about it. That's 3rd-person view. Think about it from 1st-person view.
I'm looking. Yeah, you fuck. Oh my God.
That means if you're program Alice, that means that you have a bulge between you with this picture. It's different from another picture. It's totally opposite.
What chat is this in? What chat is the diagram in?
Bong, I agree with you. This is retarded. I told you, you can't do it. You can't do it on a sphere. There's no fucking way. There's no way Alice building can start moving to Bob's building or vice versa without have them going up.
Yeah, look at it. They have 8 inches per mile square, but up, not down.
It might work better if you make person
This is
A at 0
concave.
degrees, person B at 90 degrees.
Matthew, are you concave now? Matthew, are you concave now?
Okay, so I'm going to try and fix.
Matthew, are you concave now?
Oh my God.
Yeah, but because this your diagram showing 8 inches per mile square.
Okay, Gospel, that's exactly what I was trying to do.
Yeah, that's actually a good idea, Gospel.
Yeah, this is a perspective issue, and it's triggering me.
But at the same time, though, Gospel, obviously you can't have those 2 perspectives, like you said, at the same time from an orthographical position. But obviously, the fact of the matter remains is that the idea of it being a paradox is that those people have vertical drop away from them as they go forward away from another person, forward towards another person, and vice versa, right? That's the paradox.
No,
Two people have a
because
drop.
Put any building on the right side, it still will be up.
so here's what I'm here. So according to Glober, this is how it makes sense. Those two images. So yes, downhill both ways. According to the ball, I mean, this is such this is such a non-argument right now that it again 6 in one, half a dozen in the other. It's a matter of perspective.
It's not. No, it's not. No, perspective. 8 inches per mile squared is not perspective. That's geometrical drop. You're off.
I'm not saying it's real. I'm describing the perspective issue here. So the first image I posted, Alice, I guess, or whatever. The second image I posted, Bob or whatever, both downhill. You put the two together. Yeah. You have to rotate.
Yeah, exactly.
It's really not a big deal, though, because it's all just a false equivocation. There is no drop. There is no curve. So we're talking about something that doesn't even exist in the first place. And it doesn't accomplish anything. It doesn't accomplish, somebody that believes in the ball to understand anything about reality. In fact, when they hear you say that they're both walking downhill, they just go, wow, these guys really just truly don't understand perspective. And they walk away feeling accomplished. But they haven't accomplished anything except understanding of someone else's confusion.
I'm not trying to convince them. I'm not trying to convince I'm trying to show the audience where it's abject, preposterous absurdity.
That means I don't understand perspective.
Yeah.
No. No.
I just demonstrated the Alice and Bob graphic with rotation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bob's still walking up fucking hill. So is Alice. Then
uphill or downhill?
They're both walking uphill.
At 54 minutes, that's downhill.
What's that?
At 54 minutes and at 53 minutes, the two images I post, those are both downhill, if you want to call it that.
It is not, man. It is not, man. It is still uphill.
But there's no up to it. That building is going straight forward and then down.
Straight forward. Yeah, but you're separating you can't separate them out.
Bob and Alice are separated out.
You can't separate the orthogonal view out of the scenario.
Exactly.
It's just a matter of perspective. Like
it's not a matter of perspective.
Alice and Bob are separated.
So what?
So
you literally just told me that you can't separate
right?
They're separate. What in the world are you talking about, sir?
What Matthew? I mean, I don't agree with Matthew on like 99%. I also think that he's probably into sophistry and all that. I'm not like his friend or anything, but on this issue at 57 minutes, I agree that this perspectively makes sense.
From whose perspective?
You have to consider both of them.
Well, the thing is, this isn't an orthographic third-party perspective. This is the blending of two again, imagine playing a first-person shooter from the perspective of the main character and from the perspective of the person being shot. Imagine two first-person perspectives being blended together. That is the dilemma and the issue with the Alice and Bob analogy being shared here.
I think you're on drugs, man.
It's a paradox. It's a paradox.
First-person perspective, Bob, first-person perspective. Blending the two doesn't make sense. You don't do that because it's impossible to blend two first-person perspectives. It doesn't work that way unless you're God and you can understand all things. He's the only one that could ever understand.
How can you have How can you have 8 inches per mile squared? How can you have 8 inches per mile squared, right, of drop at your feet, and look across a lake, for instance, and see someone 5 miles away from you, and both of you've got 8 inches per mile squared?
Because you don't, first and foremost.
Wait there one sec. Well, I've seen people at that distance.
Correct. There is no 8 inches per mile squared. Okay, that's the point. You can't have that. But the fact of the matter is, if it was a ball, then it wouldn't just be the 8 inches per mile squared. It would also be an angle. Okay, but you're writing this on the Alice and Bob image is written on a flat plane. So you're conflating two separate things, trying to turn the flat Earth into a ball. I don't understand why you're doing that.
No, I'm not doing that. No, that's not the point. That's not the point.
That's literally what you guys are doing. It's only a paradox on flat Earth. It's not a paradox
only because of that to understand how it's not possible to be on the sphere. Only because of that.
I'll tell you what, you turn addition into calculus. Why do people do that? I don't know why. I have no idea.
Perspective is
really,
It's no perspective.
It's not about perspective. It's not about perspective.
I'm just trying to tell him that. He's not fucking getting it.
It's to illustrate a point of two people apparently having vertical drop between
on a
the
flat
two
plane. On a flat plane. On a flat plane.
No,
because how can you have drop on a flat plane? It's in the conundrum, bro. Like you can't have vertical drop on a flat plane, so it's obviously not explaining a
Alice and Bob are parallel. Yes or no? Alice and Bob in this picture are parallel to each other. Yes or no?
What picture? You listen.
On the black and white picture that Grace has posted a bunch of times. Okay?
All we're doing is entertaining the ball just for a moment.
You're not, though. You're conflating two different things at the same time.
I am, though.
I wouldn't be talking this way if I weren't extremely confident in the confusion here.
Shit. Who cares if you're extremely confident? What the fuck does that have to do with anything?
Well, the fact of the matter is, as the straight line above the 40 miles demonstrates, Bob and Alice are on a perpendicular 90-degree angle to that flat straight line, and then they have curved lines both below them. Again, this is a conflation of two different things that demonstrates and accomplishes no end except confusion for someone.
Let me ask you something. Let me ask you something. QE, I'm sorry to interrupt, but let me ask you something, Gospel Bearer. Are you when he said I'm entertaining the ball Earth just to satisfy whatever their argument is, don't we always do that? I mean, you're saying he was trying to tell you that, but aren't we actually trying to entertain the ball Earth as a concept which cannot possibly exist for the sake of the argument? I mean
absolutely, but you don't conflate it with flat Earth. That doesn't make any logical sense.
No, but flat Earth is not a thing, and so it's kind of like, what are you arguing?
Listen.
I'm arguing that this is a bad graphic that doesn't make any logical sense.
Not that fucking line up on top. Oh my God. That straight line up on top is just to depict the distance.
I get it, but it also demonstrates that they're parallel to each other.
No, it doesn't.
I'll settle this. Okay, look at the image that Matthew Learns posted showing both perspectives. If Alice were to walk towards Bob, she would be going downhill. If Bob were to walk towards Alice, he would be going downhill also.
No, can't do it. Not on a globe. What photo?
Matthew Learns at 7:57.
57. I can't even believe we're even.
Are you people blind? Are you Sasha blind?
I'm just saying it's
then it wouldn't be a sphere. Then it would be an abyss. This fucking you gotta be kidding me.
I'm just saying your guys' argument is a bad argument.
It's not a bad argument. You're on drugs. They're both still walking down.
Okay. Tell me something. That building, that line. Go out from that building. Are you going up or down?
You're going down. You realize if you're on a globe, listen to me.
Look at this yellow line. look.
Yeah,
Look at
I
this.
understand.
Look at
Just
both.
let me speak,
Look at
okay?
Did he say this Jello line? I'm just not curious.
Yeah,
I'm just curious
yeah.
if he said this Jello line.
So,
Yellow
Sasha,
line.
you realize if you're on
The
a
Jell-O
globe,
line.
regardless of what direction you walk in, if you're standing on a globe, regardless of direction, if you walk forward, it will be downhill, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so what do you guys not understand about this? It's just a
Okay.
If
Can
it
faulty
goes
argument.
downhill in both directions, it wouldn't be a sphere then, for fuck's sake.
Yes,
listen
it
me.
would.
God.
Do you not realize that a sphere loops?
Can you listen?
Are you fucking on drugs?
Can you watch these two graphics 57 minutes after the hour?
Yep,
Can you
I'm
watch
looking.
that?
Then fall into an abyss.
Okay, now go to the left picture and go to the left building. Go to the left building. Go out from the left building. Where are you going? Up or down?
Down.
Man, are you crazy? I am fucking blind.
Just a sec. I think I might have something that will help solve all this. I think that the reason that it seems confusing is if you just take the ball out of it. Let's just take a normal perspective drawing where, like, when you look down the hallway and it gets smaller as you go, right? Take that. Now, that's like saying the person at the other end of that perspective drawing can't see the other person in the same way because perspective, it's like you can't, they're going to see the person at the other end of the hall also small because their perspective, from where they're seeing it, everything gets smaller from their distance. Just
This isn't a perspective issue. You're missing it. You're missing it.
That's what I think they're saying as far as the perspective goes. That's why
No, it's not a perspective issue. It's already given you. Let me say this one more time. From your feet, from a tangent from your feet on their fairy tale, you have 8 inches per mile drop. That is not fucking perspective. It's geometry.
But that's the way they're seeing it. I'm saying that's why they're
You can't see it any other way. It has nothing to do with perspective. Nothing. Zero.
So what is your guys' problem with this? Like what is the contradiction? Because I don't understand.
You said your, by the way. Just to be clear, you said from your feet. Whose feet?
Yeah, your feet. That's everyone, every single person on earth, no matter where they are.
And someone else's feet too, or only one person?
Yes, no, everyone.
Okay, so 2 people involved in this, or 1 person involved?
2, 3, 4, 10 million, 20 million.
So how many first perspectives can you have?
It doesn't have to do with perspective.
It has everything to do with your
no,
position.
it doesn't. You're off the fucking reservation.
You said
make
your.
it more simple than that.
You realize you could do a whole loop around the globe if you're standing on a globe and you would still be walking downhill the whole time.
Yeah, and fucking Narnia.
Gospel, do you understand Black Swan example?
Yes, I do. But
No, I will come back on that. And what is happening on Black Swan example?
It's unrelated.
It's related. I will back. It's really related.
Okay, what's happening in the Black Swan example is it shows the horizons further than it should be.
Okay, that mean that we can see, if it's the sphere, it should be a horizon somewhere 1.22 miles. Is that correct? Drop.
Yep.
If you are now, let's say that we took you and me the boat and we go to the oil rigs. How much drop we will have to the beach?
So if I remember correctly, the oil rigs are 9 miles away. So 9 times 8, that would be 72 inches, approximately.
That means that people from the beach has the drop for somewhere behind or before the oil rigs. But when you go to the oil rigs, you also have the drop to the beach.
Mm-hmm.
Well, here's something. In this conversation, I just want to add something. When you go to the oil rigs, you're actually going to the oil rigs. But in this observation, you're looking at the oil rigs. You're not going to the oil rigs. You're just observing where they are. From a certain distance, there's a camera on the shore of the ocean, and then you're deducing, an observation. I mean,
listen to this, Helio. He said that he's watching also drop from the oil reefs. But listen this, I took the boat.
Well, wait.
Listen this, Helio.
You said drop. You said drop. Nobody else. He didn't say drop. You did.
This is very interesting. He said that we have the drop also 8 inches per mile square from the oil reefs. But listen this now. I'm taking.
I didn't hear him say drop. You
realize this is supposed to be disproving the globe Earth by proof of contradiction, right? It's supposed to be a contradiction. So you have to think in terms of the globe Earth.
It has nothing to do with drop and everything to do with the placement of the horizon. That picture isn't the argument; it's the example. Do you know what the argument is?
Yes, I do.
Do you know? Okay, if you knew the argument, you wouldn't know what the contradiction is.
No, but the diagram you guys provided is assuming that it's on a flat Earth. But in proof of contradiction, you would have to assume it's a globe Earth.
Excuse me, no, we don't assume it's a flat Earth. You don't know the argument. Can you state the argument before you when the black swan is given as an example?
Yeah, the argument is that two people walking towards each other can't be both going down at the same time.
Nope. That guy fucked the black swan all up. It's got nothing to do with that, and everything to do with the geometric placement of the horizon that's impossible on the globe.
Battle Mod, you're talking about two different pictures.
Yeah, we're not talking about the black swan right now.
No.
And I was bringing up that he's trying to combine them, and it's two different arguments. So
yeah, exactly.
Helio,
it is two different arguments.
How much drop we have from the oil rigs to the beach? He said 8 inches per mile square, if I understood well.
Oh, and that's not the black swan, but we're talking oil rigs.
Yeah, that's why I didn't know why this guy's mentioning the black swan, because that has nothing to do with anything.
Again,
if I have a ball and I'm looking across, I don't just imagine for a second, I have a ball. I'm looking across to someone who also has a ball some distance away. I don't really care what the distance is. We both put our balls on the ground as we're looking at each other. And we roll the ball. Are both balls rolling downhill 8 inches per mile square?
Very nice, Elijah. Very well said. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a good one.
So if you roll a ball at someone and you're on a globe, would they both be going down at 8 inches per mile squared? Is that the question?
Yes, and the globe answer is yes. They are both rolling what you would call downhill. So you would call it level.
Downhill?
Matthew, sorry. I'm going to interrupt.
On a globe?
I'm going to interrupt on that one and say that you're actually
allowed to.
You're misrepresenting globers, Matthew, when you say that. Because the factor that's not being included there is angle.
No, I'm not. It has nothing to do with angle. It has nothing to do with vertical. It has nothing to do with parallel. It has to do with the 8 inches
you were talking to, bro. We're in the same conversation.
I was talking to Matthew.
Okay, so
he said something that was false.
Yeah, repeat that again, like we didn't get it. So look at the image. This is basically what Elijah's saying. Two people on the globe both looking at each other 40 miles apart. Are they both experiencing a drop at 8 inches per mile squared down around the curve?
I think
that's the premise. I don't care whoever else is lost.
I think
this
that
is
question
the point, right?
should be repeated because I think it's that's cogent, man. I think it really should be repeated so that we're all understanding the same thing. If two people are rolling a ball toward each other, are they rolling a ball across flat or globe? Right. This is the thing. I think that was.
I'm going to run this argument. I'm taking this because it's getting under a lot of people's skin. I'm going to start pounding the fuck out of this thing. Thank you.
But listen, John, can I ask you something? I take the boat from the beach and going to the oil rigs, and I'm going down because of 8 inches per mile squared. I turn around, and I again going down.
Yep, that's Shine's point. Shine made that point earlier in chat. I see what you're saying, Sasha.
Yeah, the Alice Bob picture isn't a straw man. That's actually the point. That's the argument.
Yeah, and I will agree. So
it may not be your argument, but it's the argument we're presenting, gospel. So we're not straw manning you. That's our argument.
No, I didn't claim that anybody was strawmanning me. I'm saying the Alice and Bob image is a straw
It's a
man.
straw man. It's not.
It is because there's supposed to be a hump between two Globers.
They removed the hump.
Why would you remove the hump? That invalidates a Glober's claim that the Earth
No,
is
they
a ball.
don't. No, they don't. They removed the bulge. They had to. Listen to the words that are coming out of my mouth. At every point from a tangent from your feet on a fairy tale ball drops vertically 8 inches per mile squared. There is no fucking hump. There is no fucking bulge. There never was.
And I've been saying the same thing.
They don't get it. We're not talking about your perspective from two different sides of the globe. Yeah, you say Sagittarius, but if we're talking about the rate of curve from your feet, it's not Sagittarius. It's a downhill ascension.
Like me and Mike have been over this a long
A Sagittarius, a Sagittarius would be what you experience when you're on two opposite sides of the globe, and there's a hump in between you two, or you and what you're trying to observe. It's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the rate of curve from your feet forward, any direction you look in.
Yeah, and it's not an easy thing to understand, but
Yes,
once
it
you
is.
get it, it is. But you know, for when you're trying to break yourself from the programming, it's kind of hard. But
what's hard
you're
is
standing on
to
top
keep
of a
people
ball.
actually on the point of a premise instead of taking a premise off into an area that in the grass.
All right,
it's
an easy thing to understand.
You're so far from the point. It's Elijah has to come in here and monologue and interrupt just to bring it back to the point. and people fight that constantly. It's fucking annoying.
Well, I mean, I'll tell you what. I mean, I've always known. I mean, once I figured out the flat Earth thing, I was just like, hey, everywhere you stand, everywhere.
We're at that point.
Yeah, we are at that point because
let's just change the subject, Elijah. Fuck it.
You're
I have
standing on
nothing to
top
say
of a
about
ball.
what Mike said.
I'm gonna make it. No. Well, okay. You and Elijah can fucking fight it out. Go ahead.
You've already interrupted to then hear Mike's response, to then just repeat the same thing you already interrupted with.
Yeah, and me and Elijah aren't fighting. We're agreeing.
Okay, well, I'm agreeing with you. So let's just let it go.
But
I think Elijah did a good job.
Yeah, I'm
think
sorry.
so too.
I understand why this. It's listen. Paradoxes break people's minds. Like when Globers talk, sometimes I begin to stutter because I'm trying to put together everything they're saying and trying to logically, express how it's not logical. And sometimes I'm just like stuttering to hell. And that's kind of what that image does to me. It doesn't make sense, but that's exactly what I mean, in the expressing words to describe what's supposed to be happening, that's the image I get. I don't care if you like it or not.
Now, here's the problem. Let me just solve the problem for you. You want me to solve it for you? It's really fucking simple. It's the 8 inches per mile squared drop on one side, and then the sphere they're separated. Then the sphere on the other side. They separate those two things when they're not fucking separate. Has anyone got me? So then they bring their sphere in and say, that's a straw man. No, you just forgot the 8 inches per mile squared drop, motherfucker. You get it?
That's what I've been trying to say for 4 years, but a lot of people don't really see it.
Yeah, you forget that your sphere before we put Bob and Alice.
But Mike, did you get that?
I do.
Yep, you got it. That's what it is. You fucking got it.
I agree. They removed the Sagittarius. They removed the Sagittarius from the curve rate. They made them separate.
Yep, and then they
the
say
sphere,
straw
the
man.
parabola.
Yep.
Yeah. And then they take your fucking argument and they drag it off in the weeds so nobody knows what the fuck you were talking about in the first place.
No. The remarks I got back were feigned exasperations. Are you dumb? That's.
but even better, now that you're talking about the parabola, right? But if you just take a segment of it and point them towards each other, I mean, how are you going to tell us that that's not what?
See,
anyway,
I'm
about to get out of here, guys.
It's all good, Elijah. But isn't the sagitta supposed to be the curvature of the Earth between point A and point B? Is this where?
Yeah, his point is they remove that.
I know,
he
but
agrees with you. It should be the hump in between.
Well, I just saw Luluka just asked that question. She was like, "So, what?
It shouldn't be removed."
Said right. You wait a second. Matthew Learns. You said right to that? To that drawing?
Yes, that's what Alice and Bob are. Alice is on the left, Bob's on the right. That's the way that if you don't want to straw man the globe, you need to understand how.
So they're both walking uphill towards. They're going to roll a ball. That the ball will roll back to them. By the way, you fucking clown.
Okay,
and
so
then in the middle, there's a fucking abyss cliff.
But it's not actually uphill.
Hold on, I want to address something that he just said. How do you straw man the globe?
You don't
from
even
a person
get the
standing
point.
on the surface, observing something across the surface. How can you straw man that?
I'm saying you straw man if you think that the direction of down is the same. You need to.
That's not what you said. We're not straw manning ourselves. Are you straw manning yourself?
No,
by observation?
I'm saying we need to be careful not to straw man the globe.
You can't straw man a model. Geometry.
Oh, so then what you're doing is
absolutely infers certain things. They're not straw man.
But I don't know that, right? I cross the lake, and then I look across the lake, and with my belief and understanding, I'm like, wait, I'm supposed to be looking at a drop of 8 inches per mile squared, and that person is supposed to be looking at a drop of 8 inches per mile squared. So on a physical level, that's impossible.
Okay, so
here I think I have a thought experiment that will probably explain it to you guys. Okay?
It won't. You're a fucking idiot.
All right. Well,
this is second grade.
Let's say you have a person at 90 degrees. You have a person at 180 degrees. They're both trapped.
Shut the fuck up. I'm tired of listening to your dumbass.
I liked Elijah's example the best, where he said, if Alice and Bob are 40 miles apart and then they roll a bowling ball at each other.
Yep.
And the globe argument or the globe model literally says that they will both be rolling the ball downhill from their perspective.
That's right. Not from their perspective. It's geometry.
No, they have different perspectives. Like
no, they don't. 8 inches per
they
mile
do.
square
If you
drop
say they don't, then you're straw manning.
Fucking perspective.
That's the point. The sphere.
They can't. This is the point. They'll distance themselves from fucking Mike. You see what they're doing? That's what they've been doing for the past 3 years now. They're distancing themselves from the 8 inches per mile square drop and saying there's no drop, there's no elevation change. This is fucking horseshit, man. This is fucking second grade. A second grader can evaluate this in less than a fucking plank time. I'm telling you what, I'm fucking gonna drive this one.
Listen,
like a steak.
Now, people like Matthew, I need to consider them I need to consider all of you people and you, John, fucking idiots, whatever you are saying now, and I need to consider Matthew, the guy who is near the truth. How, Matthew? Can you explain me how one human being can do that? Which way? What you are giving?
Okay, so let me explain, because I like what Elijah said with his example. If you look at 19 past the hour, Gospel Bear put a image there, and let's say Alice is at the left-hand spike and Bob is at the right-hand spike, and let's say that they roll a bowling ball at each other, two bowling balls, they roll towards each other. From the globe perspective, what we would say, and just to be careful to not straw man, what
symmetrically it's a paradox.
What we would say is that from Alice's perspective, the ball is indeed going down 8 inches per mile.
It's going uphill, drop, you fucking moron!
It's just the picture.
Yeah!
And again, the diagram is showing that it's going up.
I don't know why. In this instance, Matthew is actually right.
I'll tell you what, you need to start smoking shrooms. Angel Duck Laced shrooms, man.
I don't believe in pharmakeia or drug use whatsoever. I am staunchly against that. But you do whatever you like. Because
I'm talking about Matthew.
You have to answer to God yourself.
I'm talking about Matthew. Don't Pauline rescue me with this horse shit.
I'm actually happy to hear that QE is going to use this argument more and more.
Oh, you bet your ass I am. I'm going to expose all you fucking idiots to everyone. They're going to see this shit. You know what? I might fucking save this, Matthew. You tell me at this drawing at 16 minutes or at 19 minutes after the hour, you're saying the spikes are Alice and Bob. You just said if Alice rolls her fucking ball, it's going downhill when the angle's uphill for both.
That's right, because they're different perspectives. From Alice's perspective, it goes downhill. From Bob's perspective, it goes downhill.
It's not about perspective for the 10,000th time. And perspective has nothing fucking to do with this. 8 inches. Please repeat after me. 8 inches per mile squared. Drop!
8 inches per mile squared. Drop!
How the fuck can it be going uphill if it's dropping?
Oh wait, I can't swear. I won't repeat that part.
Oh, don't swear in your snowflake fucking mind. That's going to make all the difference in the world. Where were you 4 years ago when they were telling me to drink bleach and kill my mother? Where the fuck were you then?
I wasn't around, but I would have told them to not
fuck
say
you! That. And everyone associated with you. I'll kick you in the fucking teeth. How about that?
All right.
What? All right, that's cool.
I agree. Matthew's a prick.
You guys are infuriated.
He deserves everything.
No, he doesn't. But I will say that you guys are infuriating. I get it because look, I'm acting like this here because this is home. But when I'm not home,
the dramatic pause much? Or did you get a call?
Elijah dropped out.
Yeah. They got a call. The ballers got a call. 1-800. Where the fuck am I? Fucking clown show. This is a carnival tent.
He's related to the Picari Indians. Where the fuck are we?
Grown fucking adults. It's pathetic. I'm just going to drag you around by your fucking short hairs. How about that? Let's have a little bit of that. Clowns.
Eli, I moved you in and out. I moved you out and I moved you back because I think you cut out.
Yeah, we couldn't hear you.
I'm stupid to understand perspective. John is stupid to understand perspective. Mike is stupid to understand perspective. Crack is stupid to understand perspective. Who is more? Can somebody else say who is stupid to understand perspective?
What?
I'm numbering the people who don't understand the perspective. Matthew.
What are you asking me?
Did you hear me? I don't understand the perspective. John don't understand perspective. Mike doesn't understand perspective. Crack doesn't understand perspective. Can you explain us perspective, please?
Perspective meaning what it looks like from where somebody is standing. And the claim is that from where Alice is standing, it looks different than from where Bob is standing. That's all.
Okay. And can you explain me what is physicality? What is fear in physical sense?
I'm sorry, I'm not 100% sure I understand your question, but like, if you want to argue against the globe, then you'd have to assume that the globe is true and then find out what's wrong with it.
And listen, that example, bomb analysis, I assume that Earth is a globe.
That's right.
And
yes.
In that example, I assumed, of course. Do you know why I assumed that Earth is globe? Because Earth is globe. I don't need to assume that Earth is globe. Earth is a globe.
Well, I agree
you know what?
And then when Earth is a globe, when I put Bob and Alice, I find out that Earth is not a globe.
I feel like this is a complex
my
riddle.
Perspective, like a math, like a gem, like my brain, it's working like this. The sphere, it's a geometrical object. To have drops, you can rotate that. You can do whatever you want with that, But in reality, if I want to put that we are somehow everyone at the top of or somehow we are that we need to have that drop where it is, how to, and that Bob and Al is telling 2 people cannot have the drop, If they have that should to be shown in the reality, It might exist in reality somehow.
Okay, Sasha, you were right.
Hey, well, let's get down to brass tacks. Do you know why this topic is so dramatic and why people are so influenced by? I guess there's a certain portion of people on the internet, and we're here together here. Let's talk about why this topic really triggers a lot of people.
Probably pride.
Because they're lying?
No, who's they? No.
Anyone who can listen, you asked me a question.
Yeah, go ahead. Elijah.
Anyone who can with a fine ability, just basic cognitive skills. If you read information, you can assess if it's logical, if there are contradictions, if it makes sense. In fact, for the LSAT, they literally test you on that, your ability to see holes in what statements are saying. They can do that, and it's infuriating. And I don't know whether they're lying or whether they're dumb as hell.
All right, well, check this out. On that point, who is using logic in this argument? The flat earthers or the globe earthers?
I'd say
no. Listen, this Helio. I have videos about with all data that is showing curve, but I don't want to show that because I'm flat earther.
All right. Well, check this out. I mean, I asked a specific question that didn't answer my question.
And globers use emotions because people they use emotions to control.
No, I get that. I'm
fear.
Yeah, you're exactly right, Bong. But I was asking who is using logic. That was a very specific.
The government uses logic to brainwash people.
No, they don't.
And get
they don't.
Emotional about things. It's called propaganda. That's what it's called.
Sure, the government. That's a pretty broad statement.
People.
But anyway,
hold on. A formal logical fallacy. It still is logic. It's just
okay. Let's use the fallacy. Let's use logic. Helio, how many horizons you think that we have? Let's use logic.
That's an illogical question, so I won't
No,
answer.
how many horizon you think? No, this is on. How is it one or more?
If you hold, well, okay.
If is it one, you don't understand, man. That's the point.
Well, my question would be this, unless you're going to answer the question directly. Hillary.
No, you go ahead with Sasha.
I have an answer too later. Go ahead, Elijah.
My question would be, because we're taking it 1,000 different directions, so why not? So my question would be, well, when you're looking at a Selenilian eclipse, it just looks like what it looks like. The sun is in the sky, the moon is in the sky, and the shadow is up. The shadow appears. Not the black thing. The black thing on the moon. As a matter of fact, it just. In some instances, it looks like it just disappears from the top down, right? So that being the case, and seeing that we don't have any video or any footage whatsoever that would show us the sun, the moon, and the earth, why would you put all of these things in the context of any kind of argument when you don't know how they're related to each other? You've never seen it.
Here's the reason why, and I'm going to make this really quick. The reason that everyone thinks the Earth is a globe is because that's what they were told.
How do you do that?
When they were a child, through the education system, everything, the solar system, everything. Sure, I mean, everyone believes it because that's what they're supposed to be.
But see, the difference between you and me is I didn't answer my question. I fully expected someone else to. You just asked a question and started answering it. After I asked the question. After you wouldn't answer Sasha's question.
Well, who
I
were
did
you
give you a
asking?
chance to answer it.
Now,
anyone, you're not answering it. You're just
the reason I interrupted is because Sasha didn't answer it logically, and that's
I don't
why
even know what you're talking about.
Yeah, of course you don't.
What was the question, Elijah? I had to go get some weed. No, just give me. What was it? I missed it.
You have no preconceived notions as to what an eclipse is, right? So you're not making an inference. You're not presupposing that the Earth, the Sun, and the Moon are all related. You look at a Selenilian eclipse and you see the moon appear to disappear from the top down. Because we have the video where it appears like something took like a big bite out of the moon. It doesn't look like a shadow, but anyway, some instances. But anyway, that being said, when you're watching a lunar eclipse and you see that it begins to disappear from the top down, and you don't have a video of what's going on, how the hell can you logically come to the conclusion that the sun, the moon, and the earth are related and in that instance?
From a glober's perspective, you're right. If you have no preconceived notions and you see just what you explained, you wouldn't come to that conclusion. So
not that heliocentrism helps you there, but
Well, sure. I mean, with the preconceived notion of Earth being what is causing the lunar eclipse, or the shadow of Earth, being between the sun and the moon. Yeah.
How big is the shadow in space? How long does it take for the moon to pass through that shadow? That's an interesting question because Battlemon and I was talking about it
usually.
And but what here's the thing, like, because when we see all night, the moon appears like it's moving in the sky, right? But it's not moving that much. If we believe it's a ball, we're rotating away from it. Now, separate from that, the moon at some point, like if we were to stop rotating, then we would experience, let's just imagine we are rotating and then now let's imagine that we're Globers and that we imagine that the Earth is not rotating, right? So with that in mind, you got the sun just sitting there, and you got the moon just sitting there moving ever so slightly, right? And at some point,
that's a good
it
example.
ever so slightly moves into the area that is supposed to be the shadow, and then it moves out of it. Like I don't even know. I don't even know how you like where.
Well, you're going to have to make a summation of your belief about heliocentrism. But
No, that's a
what
good
we
example.
actually experience in reality is the sun, moon, and stars move the way they do. We don't have to.
If I asked you kindly to mute Helio, would you? If I asked you kindly to take a break for 15 minutes, would you be upset?
No, I'm fine.
No,
I'll listen to you guys. Fine.
I don't think anybody in their right mind stated here the model, right? The globe model. No one would ever think that the sun is blocking the moon. Yeah, I don't think those two would have had anything to do with each other. It's basically people making shit up. Yeah, that's my opinion.
So Elijah, let me answer your great question. So assuming the heliocentric model, except that the Earth is not rotating, then you're right. The sun would stay stationary in the sky, but the moon would still be orbiting around the Earth, and it would slowly enter into the shadow and slowly exit the shadow over the space of a couple hours. So we'd still have lunar eclipses. Is that your question?
Shut up.
Yeah, I guess I never.
Well, I was answering his question. That was his example.
That's what I was saying yesterday, wasn't it? Like, remember? The idea of like the extinction point of light on the globe, so-called, right? The moon passing into that field of the extinction point of light, and then going across. But that shadow, obviously, in itself, they say it's the Earth shadow. Obviously, it's just I find I don't know.
Here's the paradox, and I could be wrong. I could fall flat, but sometimes I do this shit on the fly. But here's the paradox. Okay, ready? So it's already in the shadow. When we see it, it's just projected into our field of view. When did that happen? So in one instance, you're watching it move into the eclipse, but really it's already in the eclipse, being projected above the horizon.
Yep.
6 degrees.
As well about the change of light. So if you have a light change, a state of light changing, right? And then even the distance of the actual object versus the apparent position versus the, well, if you were to work out the formula for the distance of between you and the object, the speed of the light versus the light change and the source of the light change itself, right? Like when you do it all together, like there are lots of things that are missing, Elijah. Like you said, you know what I mean?
Okay, so the speed of light, I don't think it has anything to do with the
First of all,
eclipse.
does anybody, do we know what the shadow looks like from the sky, right? If you look at the shadow from the sky, is it a hard shadow? Is it a soft shadow? Because that tells you what object is casting the shadow.
We're not talking about a solar eclipse.
Any shadow. Oh yeah, my bad. Sorry.
Yeah, shadows are a little bit fuzzy if they're not from a point source. If it's from a point source, then they have a really sharp, defined edge.
Well, okay. We can call it a lunar eclipse.
Whoa. Oh, okay, never mind. Wait, you said if it is a point source of light.
If it is a point source of light, they have a really hard, sharp edge. Yes.
Is that what the sun is?
No, it's not.
Oh, so then why does it have a hard, sharp edge when I look at the eclipse and I look at the phases?
It doesn't. Not
the phases, but the eclipse.
Yeah, lunar eclipse does not have a hard edge. It has kind of a.
Lunar eclipses are not eclipses.
I might have walked into that, but then I mean, because I have a depiction of this not so. That's why I said it looks kind of like it's eaten, because it really just looks like what the phases look like when you're looking at the moon during the day. Then it kind of looks like the line is washed out or whatever. Like,
yeah,
and that's kind of what it looks like sometimes. But there are other instances where the Terminator looks well defined, or whatever you call that whatever it is.
Hey, I've noticed a problem, guys. Why do we call eclipses? Obviously, a lunar eclipse is not the same thing as a solar eclipse, so we call them eclipses, can we? Unless we accept the model, then we start using these words. I think it's confusing people. Like confuse the shit out of me.
Would you rather?
Are they the same thing? Yeah.
No, you're right. They use the same word for two different kinds of things. You're right.
Because of the model.
Well,
because that's the only way to explain it.
Actually, eclipse is more accurate than occult, because occult implies that there's an object blocking. Eclipse just simply refers to darkness. It says from the old French eclipse, darkness, Latin eclipsis, from Greek eclipsed, an eclipse, an abandonment, literally a failing. So eclipse actually has connotations that the light is not emitting from that place, whereas occult references some type of object blocking the light. Eclipse has connotations of the light just not happening, which is interesting if you think about it. That's why etymology is so fascinating, and knowing words is important.
I agree.
And hiding words is important.
Well, for liars, sure, but I don't plan on being one of those.
Who is not a liar? We're all liars. Everyone's a liar.
Yeah, and you apologize and you correct the lie and you move on. There's a difference between being one with a reputation of lies and someone who has lied. I would find a distinction between those two.
Yeah, earlier Elijah said that people. Well, I think lying implies intent. That you can't lie you can't lie unintentionally, I guess is what I would say.
I would agree with the statement that everyone has lied intentionally. If you're talking about I'm not even talking about omission, but you're talking about just being false or being wrong. Yeah, that obviously is a different thing. That's called being wrong. Or
correct. Yeah, there's a distinction between being wrong and lying.
Yeah.
See, for me, you're a biblical dude, right? So, what happens is, once you sin, you're no longer concerned with the truth. So it's not my fault that I meet people 20 years down the line of firehead, right? So at that point, of course, they don't understand when things are wrong and when things are right, because they've been lying for a very long time and not actually trying to say, you know what, that was a lie. Let me correct that. Let me be as truthful as I can. Because they don't do that, they're wrong all the time.
Mm-hmm. Well, we don't have to call them lies. We can call them theories, scientific theories. How about that? Huh? Models.
No, you can't, because the scientific theory is, hypotheses tested over and over. Then you have a theory. After all that,
right.
They don't have that.
But people don't know that. They think a theory is something, scientific.
Bong's being facetious, obviously, guys.
Oh, I thought you came from an ape, and the ape came from a rock, and the rock came from nothing. What do you say? Am I lying? Am I lying to you?
Depends. Do you believe it?
Obviously, it's full of shit, right? People believe it because it's called a evolutionary theory, right? Like the theory of evolution. How legit that sounds? Doesn't sound right at all, right?
What? So say again. Theory of evolution. What's that?
Yes.
What is that?
Yes.
Scientific.
It's another way of saying the lie of evolution, but instead of saying lie, theory, because it makes it sound more.
All right, what is it?
I have no idea. I'm just saying.
I walked away. I called the Dalai Lama. He said I'll be all right.
The Dalai Lama.
Yeah, I called the Dalai Lama.
Well, teacher's not lying to us. You know what I mean? She's not up there lying to us for 20 years.
Yeah.
I
told him about Alice and Bob. He started laughing his ass off.
Evolution.
Walking down, walking straight.
Dog and wolves. That is evolution.
Stop mumbling. Okay, what nonsensical topic are we on now?
We were talking about the eclipse, the solar and lunar eclipse.
Got any
we got
scientific evidence for that? Did we get into that?
We got into the meaning of the word eclipse versus the that doesn't mean shadow. It's not the same thing as calling it. And we got into etymology, and now we're in line. Yeah, and occult.
Etymology and stuff. Did we get into the scientific evidence for eclipses?
Right.
I got a better one.
There is no scientific evidence for it.
Yeah, I got a better one. Can we have a single scientific hypothesis in the entire history of either of these disciplines, astronomy, astrophysics, or cosmology? Just one viable scientific hypothesis. I don't even need the experiment. I just want a viable scientific hypothesis. Can anyone put that in there?
Matthew?
Right? I need to see it. So, not say it. I need to see it written. I'm not playing the saying game, right? I want to see it written.
Black holes.
Matthew, Sasha?
Black holes.
Somebody said that the Big Bang was a hypothesis. Are you saying the black holes are a hypothesis? I'd like to see
That's
that.
the only one.
No, you can't just say a term or hey.
But that can be phenomena.
That's my hypothesis. You can't do that.
Because you at least has somehow could be phenomena. Black hole, it is something happening. It's not like 10 million years or something. So stupid shit.
Naming a phenomena is not a hypothesis.
No, that's black hole's a concrete noun. And I'd like to see the picture of that.
You didn't see?
Nope. Never seen
it. They show it. NASA. It was on television.
Well, they predict that black holes will emit Hawking radiation, so that could be like a prediction.
They predict.
Yeah.
That's a scientific hypothesis, isn't it?
It's orange also a little bit.
Now, hold on a second.
Wait there, based on what? How do you predict?
Hold on, Crack. Number one, who are they? What's the prediction? And what the hell is Hawking radiation?
They would be like scientists.
No, they wouldn't be. You're going to have to prove that they're scientists. Who are they specifically?
Stephen Hawking.
Stephen Hawking's a scientist. Well, number one, he's not a scientist now, unless you got some serious smelling salts and a really big.
Well, he's a theoretical physicist.
Oh, he is. Define theoretical physics for us.
A lying physicist.
No. Define theoretical physicist.
It's physics relating to stuff that we don't really know.
No, it's not. That's not the definition. That's
okay.
Not.
I don't know.
Storytellers.
The dictionary definition. So I'm going to say I don't know.
We need the definition. Yep, I'll give it to you. Theoretical physics is a branch of. Oh, this is from your alma mater wiki. Theoretical physics is a branch of physics that employs mathematical models and abstractions of physical objects and systems. Oh, just hold on. It's going to get better. Systems to rationalize, explain, and predict natural phenomena. Yeah, right. This is in Wait. This is in contrast to experimental physics. That's painfully redundant, which uses experimental tools to probe these phenomena. There's the difference. There's no experiments in theoretical physics, making it pseudoscience by definition.
but it
like that?
sounds good.
Yeah,
You like
I
that
agree.
one?
I agree with that definition.
Hmm. So, if they parrot any of their bullshit or horseshit as science, they're pseudoscience by definition. They don't follow the scientific method, which is experimental based.
Yep.
Game,
Misappropriate
set,
what it is.
match. So your whole point is void.
But maybe they're predicting right.
You just asked me for the hypothesis. I was just giving you a hypothesis.
What's the hypothesis? Write it down.
But it's not. That's the point.
That black holes will emit Hawking radiation.
That's not a hypothesis.
Maybe they don't know about the scientific method you invented. Maybe they didn't read your paper on it.
Okay.
Maybe they don't know
Hold on a
about that.
second.
The
Oh, wait a
formation.
second. Hold on a second. Hold on. Radiation. What is define radiation and the types? Right now.
It's not just regular radiation. It's Hawking radiation.
Oh, Hawking radiation, a new kind of radiation. How many different types of radiation are there? Go ahead. Write them down.
Docking.
I don't know. I don't know those specific.
There you go. You don't know again.
Okay, well, you can't just ask me these gotcha questions.
Walking.
Every question I ask is a gotcha fucking question. Make no mistake.
I know. I understand that.
Yeah.
So why are you answering questions, man? Chill
Because
out.
he wants to get
hold up.
gotcha.
Yeah, it's not about got you questions. It's about you asserting things that you know nothing about.
Yep.
And nothing about the foundational principles. Yet you hold it as a higher. Yet you hold it as a higher truth for some undemonstratable theory.
Yep.
Well, I mean, I was
Right
just
on.
answering the question. He asked me, like,
I know. I read his book.
astrophysicist.
I know.
He asked me about a hypothesis.
Sasha, Mike described what you did. Did you hear
Sorry,
him?
what?
Yeah, you
Mike,
didn't have a
no.
hypothesis. That's the problem.
Yeah. I was going to say the formation of black holes will cause the emission of Hawking radiation.
The formation of black holes, what's the dependent variable?
Black holes being in existence.
Black holes being... So you're going to have to demonstrate black holes being in existence. Show us.
Confirming the consequence.
No, I never said it was true. I was just saying this is a hypothesis.
No, you never said it was true, but this is the hypothesis. No, you don't have a hypothesis.
Well, I
That's-
think it do, though.
How can black holes
What is
exist?
what is a hypothesis before you start answering? What is a hypothesis?
Now, I'd like to correct him because this is my point about not knowing what the fuck he's talking about. Hawking's radiation. Excuse me, I'm talking. Hawking's radiation is black body radiation that is theorized, not hypothesized, to be released by black holes. The problem is it's a theory that's untestable. Can we experiment on a black hole?
No, we can't.
Can we physically observe them?
I believe so.
No.
I'm not sure.
I can model it for you in a computer.
Well,
if you
I'm
want.
pretty sure we've taken photographs of black holes.
No, we
Simulate
haven't.
it.
Wrong.
You want me to simulate one for you? Imagine, if you will, infinite gravity. See how it's simulating in your brain, right? You're visualizing it. You're trying.
People that don't know what the hell they're talking about are the ones that are always telling us we're wrong about something we actually studied all the way to the foundational principles and colloquial definitions. But hey, we're undereducated. We just don't understand.
Well, someone.
All I'm
said
saying
my
is,
name, and then asked
like,
me
all I'm saying, like, think about it this way: if the Earth is a ball, then we
Listen,
can
dude.
theorize
Hold on,
to
Bong.
the ends of the universe.
I don't need Madam play-by-play. Unlike you, I have a comprehension level, and I've been present for the conversation.
But look, if the Earth is not a ball, then what the hell is all this bullshit? Why waste all your time
Show
learning
black,
docking?
Well, let's see a black body. I'm sorry. Let's see a black hole.
That's racist.
Yeah, it is racist. I'm sorry. Thanks, man. Why don't you go ahead and continue with your mic with and close my gate? I appreciate that. So, where's the black hole? The only black hole NASA has ever found. July 9th, the birth of... No, that's bullshit. I need to see a photo of black hole, please.
That one's made out of dollar bills, right?
Yeah, so they
black hole we know is a nightclub.
It's
a light-skinned black hole. I mean, light-skinned hole.
Do you want me to put the photo in chat?
Yes.
Yeah.
I need the source
really
file.
not.
Also.
Yeah, that's what I need.
Well, if light can't escape it, how the hell will we get an image? Don't we need light for images?
Yeah, well, it's the light that's around the black hole.
I asked a specific question. Now, hold up. Do stars emanate light or do black holes?
Well, stars, they both do, but, they don't.
Well, the gravitational pull is so strong that even light can't escape, in theory, of a black hole.
That's after they cross the event horizon. If it hasn't crossed the event horizon, it could still escape.
Not true. Once it's being drawn in. No, the event horizon is the point of no return. But it's not the point of extinction. It's not the point of extinction. There's a difference.
What do
I mean, extinction?
Yeah. That's where you start turning into spaghetti.
This motherfucker just doesn't know anything about anything, but he's bringing it up. Define extinction.
Well, I don't know what you mean.
Existing. No longer existing, right?
Yeah, but I don't think light just pops out of existence like that.
Light does. It attenuates to the point of extinction, especially in a gravitational field where it's pulled on. The mass of a photon, whatever. It's fucked up in so many ways, and I'm sure you can't even begin to contemplate them.
So you're talking about the bunting around Narnia?
Yeah, that's literally Snoop Dogg's spliff.
So I'm sure we haven't.
You guys know that.
I'm sure we've never asked this question, but I'm going to ask you to use two fake things to demonstrate something. So can you manipulate gravity to where it's strong enough to suck light into an area? Can that be done experimentally at all?
Well, the thing is,
I can.
We can't actually verify. They say this comes from a big cluster, right, from the Virgo galaxy. So we couldn't verify it is what we say it is. It's just asserted.
Yeah,
right.
They can't.
It's just an image. It's just an image, and we assert what it is. There's no way to test on it. This isn't science. This is guesswork.
Yeah, they claim that the gravity, so-called, of the Earth is too weak to bend any light here. So,
yeah, they also claim that's a black hole, but it's just an image where they focus on the spot and said, this must be where a black hole's forming. How would you ever verify that? Billions of light years away.
Well, I think they do it based off the brightness. So they hypothesize.
Praying to Satan.
They hypothesize that black holes.
I didn't ask how they try to call it a logical inference. I asked how they would verify it.
I mean, obviously, you're not going to be able
You need to work on your comprehension skills. There you go. That's simple to answer. So it's just an assertion about an image, even if you believe that's an image.
But, like, you don't need to verify things for them to be true.
That's your opinion. That's an opinion.
No, but something can be true.
It's an opinion that's contrary to science. It's
Mike,
go ahead. Go ahead.
Mike,
Chewie.
did you hear what he said?
Yes,
we don't verify things to ensure that they're true.
Yeah, I think he's dead right now. But do we have to verify that to know he's dead?
Sell you an opera house.
He's dead. He doesn't exist. He's extinct.
Yeah. Verify this.
like I'm talking to you. You don't need to verify that I'm talking to you, like seeing me in person.
You're talking to us. You talking to us verifies you're talking to us.
Yeah, but you know I'm a real person. What if I'm just part of your computer?
Dude, you're a moron. All that is verification, physical verification.
We don't
really that moronic.
Sinisterly enough.
Wait a second. How do we
We're
know we're talking to
misspeaking.
him?
Oh my fucking god!
Sinisterly enough, there's a governor that actually there were babies that were being born, and they were pronouncing them dead, even though they were alive and breathing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that actually does happen.
So where did black holes come from? If you roll on to 3 minutes after the hour, from the Dictionary of Geophysics, Astrophysics, and Astronomy, page 55. Black holes were first discovered, check this out, as purely mathematical solutions of Einstein's field equation. Einstein's field equations are in direct contradiction of the Heisenberg's uncertainty principle, but I digress. This solution, the Schwarzschild black hole, is a nonlinear solution of Einstein's field equation of general relativity. It contains no matter and exists forever in your fucking imagination.
My God.
There it is, right there.
What games were those 2-bit games that are just like purely mathematical that I've always hated my whole life? It's just numbers, and they can see a whole story in that, and I don't know how, but I guess that's some people see stories in math and they think that shit is real. I can't see it. I don't know.
Can you discover something in mathematics?
No, the point is, if what they were telling us was true, if the Earth was a ball, and if we did go to the moon, and if we did send things out,
bone style. Fuck, what the fuck?
What I'm saying is, mathematically, we could probably work things out, but people are lying, you know.
So
false
we know
values
that.
and shit
So
like that.
how can you? Now back to my question: how can you discover something in reality in mathematics? How can you do
Don't. Yeah.
You don't.
You invent your mathematics to help you understand and account and learn about the real world.
So we're gonna have to find out, and I think this is a reasonable question to somebody that proffered black holes. We're already down to event horizons and escape velocity. I'd like to go back to the black holes, if y'all don't mind.
Yeah.
Yeah, can we go
as
back?
long as we go to a white hole after, because
we can't be racist.
Let's do it.
That's like a stronger vacuum within a vacuum. Just insane.
Now I want to see how the black hole was discovered from Einstein's field equations. Who was promoting that? Was that you, Sasha Ivanov? Was that you?
Sasha was explaining it. Yeah.
So I want you to post. This is going to be fucking hilarious. I want you to post. You'll be the first baller in the history since I've been out here to post Einstein's field equations. I'm not even asking you.
I've never seen it. Yeah.
Okay,
I
just put a citation in chat.
Hey, can I ask you a question? What telescope do you think they viewed that with? That's not a citation. That's a copy paste statement. Sorry.
Yeah, that's what a citation is.
Sorry. No, it isn't. Citation is a source of information, a study.
Yeah, it's a source. The source is Swinburne University Astronomy Department.
Okay.
Where's the link to the paper so I can make sure you're not cherry picking from the paper or the study?
Yeah, I'll read it though.
It's an EDU.
I'll read it. Relax. Just relax. From Pig University Astronomy Department. We cannot detect black holes. You got that in brackets. That's what they're talking about, right?
Yeah, because it said them, so I just put black holes.
That's fine. I understand what brackets mean. Instead, we infer their existence. Really? What type of inference?
Just read the quotation. It'll explain it.
I want to know what type of inference. What are
logical deduction?
From deduction. Okay.
Yeah.
Instead, we deduct their existence by observing high energy phenomena such as X-ray emission and jets. Really, jets like Benny and the Jets. and the motions of nearby objects in orbit, really, around the hidden mass. What the fuck is mass? An added complication is the similar phenomena are observed around less massive, there we go again, neutron. What the fuck is a neutron star? And pulsars. This is like reading Star Trek.
Marvel
Therefore,
Comics.
identification of a black hole requires astronomers, pseudoscientists, to make an estimate of the mass, which they can't define, of the object and its size. Excuse me. A black hole is confirmed, really, if no other object or group of objects could be so massive, which they can't define, and compact. This is a clusterfuck. Let's start off in the beginning. We detect black holes directly. Instead, we infer. So it's a deduction, post a syllogism.
So they can do all that, but they can't.
Hold on, Paul. Post a syllogism. If it's a deduction, there must be a syllogism.
Can you define syllogism?
Holy fuck.
I'll look it up.
I was Googling it just now.
Hey, the prosecution rests.
Well, you ask me for definitions all the time. I just want to make sure we're following the Socratic method.
Yeah, I'll read it. A scholastic argument based on a formula or proof, from Latin syllogismus.
Right, so the proof is no other object could be so massive and compact, therefore it must be.
That's not a proof, that's an assertion.
Okay, the assertion is no other object could be so massive or incompact, therefore.
Now, how are you going to prove that?
What do you mean, how am I going to prove that?
And one thing I want to know is how from a radio array and telemetry data, raw telemetry data, how are you getting a compression rate?
I don't know, dude. I'm just reading what the thing says.
I know you're just reading and repeating as if it's some high-level proof, but you don't even understand what you're talking about, and that's obvious.
Well, I'm sure they have their
That's the only axiom here, and the only thing you continue to prove repeatedly.
I'm sure they have their methods.
So therefore, you sound like a parrot.
Ignorance.
You know what I think?
Hold on. What you bring to the table is ignorance. Ignorance and assertion. Thank you.
You know what I think? I think that these are CIA kids who get this is their education talking to us so that when they grow up, they can put their propaganda. When they get to run the media arms, they know exactly how to respond because they've been in the mud. Yeah, you'll get paid handsomely one day, but you're gonna get beat up today.
That's right, and you might get beat up at that liberal protest you go to too. People are kind of pissed off and tired of the
I would never work for the Fed.
You know what I said to myself? If I can't be rich and famous, I can at least be very, very smart. Imagine believing the Earth was a ball,
but you
right?
are famous.
Now you're broke and stupid. It's like, what the fuck?
But you are famous. You're bunged out. But did you die?
Yeah. I mean, like, if you can't have that, then at least have this. But not the bullshit this.
Yes,
have
he
the
did.
real this. So
He did die, bro. We can't verify whether or not he's living.
All I'm saying is, at least have something.
It could be a ghost. You know, no other thing could be this dense in reality except for a ghost or stupid.
If you can't be happy, at least have the truth. I'm just saying, you know? Something, not nothing. How can they make all these calculations and predictions about places
You
that
know
are
what's
infinitely
disgusting,
far away,
Bong?
but then say the Earth is so big, it's too big. They can't
I
make
gotta
it.
point this out. Listen, Bong. What's disgusting is they destroyed the family unit. Parents don't make sure their kids are educated. They don't pass down no knowledge. Stupid motherfuckers like Obama tell Common Core kids who are lacking multiple things that we had as youth. Parents who actually gave us knowledge and taught us at home. I went to kindergarten. I already knew how to read or write. My parents taught me that. and they lack a solid curriculum that builds on the critical science, English, mathematics, the real applied stuff. And now we're in liberal arts and studying genders in fucking college. And then we got these morons who come in here under the principles of Obama, drag the old people into the future, and then you get a higher education in 11th grade than they got in 4 years of college 10 years ago, which is bullshit. They send these kids out into the world unequipped, and it's obvious. And nobody does a fucking thing about it, bro.
When the Roman Catholic Church came to power, I think that's when it all.
We just let them wander around little stupid automatons, repeating stupid shit over and over again.
Because the Catholic Church, it's their model. When they came to power and took over control of the world, right? The Pope has the Unam Sanctum document that says, I claim the world, pay taxes to me, here is education, here is this, here's religion. You know what I mean? Like, that's when the whole brainwashing started, I think. You know, and we all trusted.
Mike, he didn't hear you.
These people. Nope. No, I think it started a long time ago. And we're just blaming people yesterday. Sorry. Smoke my weed.
Good morning, everyone.
Get me get or get got.
Hey, crack.
My G.
Yeah, I want to say something. Actually,
that's why
it's much more.
Now you're the only one.
It's much more simple than that. Once you accept the globe belief, that means that you are dead.
It's not their fault. They don't. They know not what they do. It's your parents' fault. It's the sins of the fathers, because it's the father's responsibility to educate his kid with morals and intelligence and bring his gifts from God back to God.
Yeah, it's spinning so fast that you can't feel it. It is so big that you can't see it. It's everything against every feeling that we have, every senses. So when we deny our senses, then you are dead.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well,
of course, you're trying to divorce yourself from all this stuff.
My simple childish logic.
Once again, I defer to poor parenting skills.
Yeah, true. That I wholeheartedly blame. I be like, Mom, I don't have no beef. I love you to death. Like I'm.
It's all your fault.
I try to say it's not your fault, but you know what? You sent me to the chopping block. Huh?
Yeah, I'll give it to you. Listen, Elijah. The sins of the fathers are passed down. It's not your mom's fault. It's your father's fault. He's chief priest in his family. He's supposed to garner all that. Hold on, garner all that he owns and maintains. All that he has. A man shouldn't have children until he knows how to raise them. Shouldn't have a house until he can maintain them. So maybe your parent didn't get it from their parent, and it's not their fault. They don't know what they don't have if they don't know.
I think technology and the internet is the reason why we know about it, because I come from an island in the middle of nowhere. Like, how the hell am I?
I know, Bone. You are off in an island by yourself, bro. That's apparent.
Yeah, technology and New World Order expanding.
You probably got a coconut with a straw in that motherfucker in the drill right by you, don't you?
That's why we have the biggest responsibility.
He didn't even hear me. Come on the coconut.
Maybe it's the mute glitch. Maybe it's the muting glitch.
No, he heard coconut. I'm happy.
I'm saying we are the most responsible. Like, we have the most. This generation that has this information. Like, we have that.
We could be the last generation that actually acquired
we know about it
from multiple generations.
Well, we're the ones who can do something about it.
They're trying to sever this generation. Listen, they're trying to sever this current generation from the knowledge of all other generations by telling them they're smarter than their parents, drag them to the future with them. Yep. Tell them your gender studies are true. Drag them into the future with you. And you got parents that are just baffled. They don't know what the fuck to do, and then they got to go to work.
Yeah, that's true, bro.
You just got to get the smart ones. Don't worry
I know
about
what to do. I talk till they fucking get it. I talk till they get it.
I know a young lad. Well, I don't really spend a lot of time hanging with him, but he's blessed with a daughter, and she thinks she's a boy, and he's letting her just do it. Like, it's just insane.
Nope. I would sever all connections to the internet, TV, all that.
Yeah, but these soy boys that have kids, you know, I don't know.
I can't do
They
that.
don't know what the fuck to do because
I can't shelter. I was
they
sheltered.
weren't taught what
and it
to
got me into
do.
trouble.
Just
wish
like
I was
dealing with
exposed to
problems
it.
and dealing with emotions, you don't know how to do that properly unless that information was passed to you. A lot of people have problems they're not even fucking aware of because their parents couldn't educate them on it, and their parents couldn't educate them because these lines, how knowledge is gained is passed down from generation to generation, but you got generations now that think they learn more in school than their parents did, maybe because their parents' grammar wasn't fucking perfect.
No, they were more brainwashed than their parents. That's what I think.
Yeah,
They almost caught me. They almost caught me because, and that's a new voice. So I'm gonna pass it over to the new voice. I know you, but I'm saying you haven't spoken tonight yet. So the thing is, like, what they almost got me because when you go to school and then you go home and you ask your parents, "Hey, can you help me with this?" And they're like, "I don't know what the fuck that is." They almost had me. I'm like, "Fine, you want me to go to church every fucking Sunday and you know all that bullshit?" And Genesis is fake anyway because I was in science class. Like, I don't even. Well, you don't know what you're talking about. Like they begin to sow this kind of feeling, or at least for me, that's the kind of feeling I got.
Cool.
You know,
Yeah, me too. Me too. It's by design that you should defy your parents and go away from your family, right? Because what do they know, right? So stop looking up to them and look up to the government. Money.
I want to thank everybody for the support yesterday. My Uncle Mitch passed today. I got to spend a few hours with him before he left, but thanks for the support. No miracles this time, but he's at rest now. And I just wanted to not change the subject, but I thought Crack Villain might find it funny. It was cancer. We covered him in butter, and he quickly went downhill after that.
Oh man, it was cancer. Oh well, like I said, the butter probably didn't help. People do go rapidly downhill.
Bro, the sins of the fathers aren't passed down. The curses are passed down through the blood from the father and the mother. But the sins are no longer on the children's head from the parents. That stopped.
Whoa,
the sins of the parents are on their own head.
Listen, it's in the way you hold on, Crack. It was my postulation he's rebuttaling, so I want to correct him. The sin of the father was that they didn't properly educate their children. They didn't bring their children back to the Creator and God and give them the tools they need to exist in this world. That is the sin of the father. And when I say the sins of the father, we live in the sins of the father. I in no way propagate that you live in sin because your father sinned. You live in ignorance because your father sinned.
Amen.
And it's a curse of your father's sin. I agree with you. But you took me wrong and you're straw manning me. That just goes along with what I'm saying.
Amen. Yeah, that's all I was going to say anyway about him. You're exactly right. You know, it doesn't matter the sins of the father.
I got this down pat. I'm going to put this in a wrap and put it on wax.
Hey, clarification is all I needed on what was said. That was it.
Yeah, we live in the sins of our forefathers, and we're cursed with that. Their sin. Lack of knowledge. My people perish for lack of knowledge. Due to the...
I didn't follow in either one of their footsteps, though. That's the thing. It's on me.
You followed in their footsteps. I know
you're not.
They failed to prepare you.
But generally, the children follow in the footsteps of the problems that are continued. The curses continue to compound generation to generation because the following generation doesn't actually take a stand and change it.
Well, whatever you give to your kids, they will multiply. If you raise them in stupidity, they'll be 10 times more stupid than you were. That's a generational curse. And it's just actually a reality. If you raise your kids, if you're an asshole, You raise your kids to be assholes, they'll be 10 times the asshole you were. And in 10 generations, your bloodline will be 100 times the asshole you were. Because they'll do everything you did and you taught them with your actions, they'll do it better.
Agreed.
That parable is about a natural thing. If we educate our kids and raise our children in love and absolute love, their love will be 10 times greater than ours, and it'll be multiplied through their generations. If you raise them in ignorance, stupidity, and evil, same thing. And that's parabolized as a generational curse from the Father, because it's his natural creation, and it's just a natural law.
Exactly, and he's meant to be the Melchizedek of the home. Melchizedek.
That's right. I am the chief high priest of my home. These are my gifts from God and my responsibility. Their shortcomings are my shortcomings. Their shortcomings are my failures. My failures are my sins.
Amen.
Because I failed to live the right way and to teach my kids to live the right way.
Exactly.
The right way is to be a righteous man, except when you do wrong. Remember when you do wrong, and tomorrow wake up with a plan and try not to do the wrong tomorrow you did today. Try your best to be the best you are. That's the way, the proper way.
Exactly, bro. Yeah, it's the failure to provide a proper foundation to step off of. That's the continuation of the curse.
The problem is you're separated from your parents and from your gifts of God.
Parents, I just want to say, very well said, Battle Mod.
Well, I got a lifetime in thought on this. I grew up in a traditional family where there's no separations between generations. I was raised in a 3-generational home. I see what you lack just in the way a lot of people talk. I see the fact that you didn't have multiple siblings in the way you act, your consideration of other people. I had 6 sisters and 5 brothers. I absolutely was raised with a consideration for other people. Why? I shared a room as a child with 5 other men. And I respected them. I was taught, I was brought up on these values. I had knowledge coming from 3 different generations at once. And I put the multiplication table to that. I believed them. I had faith in them. Because they loved me. Other people don't love me. There's no education you get at school out of love. There's no greater education. There's no greater thing in this world than the thing that is built on love. All the other foundations are weak. It's building a house on sand. If it isn't built on love, it isn't solid. It isn't firm in the rock, you know?
House built on sand, bro.
And this is the number one problem with society today. People are no longer, they give away their authority. They don't respect their gifts from God. Their parents lived in the same absence. My people perish for lack of knowledge. Their parents couldn't teach you what they didn't know, and they didn't know what they didn't know because they didn't know it. So it just keeps multiplying. And those people who do know it, that teach your children, believe me, the rich, the elite, their children are multiplying the control unit every generation because it's taught to them and passed to them from generation to generation to generation. But us, the knowledge that we're even enslaved was lost 10 generations ago. And we now give away up our natural birthright through compliance and free will and accept whatever the fuck we got at the end of the day when we're working our back and our joints into the ground. And our children, lack of love and a good home, a true home, a traditional home, a divine family unit.
You're not going to starve to death. Trust me.
Our communities are built on these family units. If the family units aren't correct, how can our communities be correct?
All goes back to the love part, though, man. It's true. Love covers a multitude of sins, right? We know that to be true. Like, think about what is it that makes someone continue on in their misery and their, reveling in the misery of what their life is. It's usually a lack therein of love.
Yeah, lack of love.
Exactly. It extends back to
feelings of shame, fear, regret.
What cancels that out?
Love.
What is love?
love is understanding. So again,
love for yourself, love for another. You can't have love for anything else in this world until you love your self. But when you know deep down at heart you didn't give your best today, you made mistakes that you'll probably make tomorrow. How can you love yourself? There's a way to love yourself. I was taught this by
what
my
is love
parents.
though? Like, what am I doing to myself if I say I love myself? Like, what does that mean?
Fulfillment. It means I'm happy with who I am. I respect who I am. I'm not unhappy with who I am. I don't make the same mistakes every day, and then it can't go to sleep at night because it's contemplating in my head every fucking mistake I've made in my life, and the fact that it'll probably repeat forever. Not me. I go to bed. I write before I do. I write in my journal and I contemplate my actions of the day, so that the next day I can wake up with a plan and try not to do what the mistakes I made today, maybe not make tomorrow. And when I go to bed, I'm not heavy burdened or laden with grief and regret because I'm happy with myself. I love myself.
Right, so love, listen, wait there. Love is to be free from condemnation, basically. Right? And to be able to do that. Yeah, exactly. That's what love really is.
We're our biggest critic. You'll condemn yourself subliminally without even fucking knowing it.
And that's what the devil is, bro. The devil is literally yourself, believe it or not.
The absence of living in love. You're your worst enemy. You're the one that fucks up your life. You're the one that refuses to take your responsibility. It's each and every one of our responsibilities to make this world a better place. Bad things happen when good men fail to act.
Mate, the devil doesn't have any authority actually technically over you. We have way more authority than the devil, right? If you want to just put it like plainly and simple, it's you that gives over the authority to make the devil anything.
Yeah. The problem is man has too many emotions that can be manipulated. If I can make you feel hopeless and worthless, you'll never do anything and you're no longer a factor in the fight. Exactly. You gave on your walk-on role in the war for a lead role in the cage.
Love.
And then you're never fulfilled there because you're living a life that isn't even natural. Yeah, I'm the boss at work. Why am I still not fucking happy? Man, I make $250,000 a year. How come I'm still not fucking happy? Because all that shit don't bring you love, don't bring you fulfillment.
Misequivocation of what success actually is, right? You know,
I'm gonna keep on loving you.
To feel no joy.
Yeah, but love is a verb, and it's also part of introspection.
Love isn't specific to one context, verb, adjective, or noun. It can be defined in all three concepts, all three ways. Love is not just one narrow ideal of what love is. It can be brotherly love, sisterly love, fatherly love, love of your God, love of your neighbor, love of your community, love of yourself. There's many different versions of love. There's not one. And I refuse to be restricted by narrow-minded people to one concept of love.
And there's like 5 different love languages as well. So why would we narrow it down to one? Because like, again, we can express love in a multitude of ways, right?
I said I lived a whole life. These are thoughts I thought about my entire life. Why? Because they were given to me from 3 different generations who raised me in love. The love of a grandfather, the love of a grandmother, the love of a great-grandfather, a great-grandmother, the love of a brother, the love of a sister, the love of a mother, and a father, and they're all different types of love. And my neighbor, the neighbor I grew up with, he still lives next door. He outlived all of them. And he loves me, and I love him. He's been a part of my life, my entire life, except for my years of service in the Corps. This farm is the only place I've ever lived. My neighbors are an extended portion of my family. I don't know about yours.
No, I used to have neighbors that were part of, like that part of my family. They passed away. A few of them, you know. And then
who's your neighbor?
Nowadays don't integrate.
Is it just people that live next to you?
No,
I only have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
My neighbors are everybody that doesn't live on this plot of land I seized as my own and used for my own life and my own generations.
Well, even the ethos of being a neighbor is lost in many people. That's my point. I used to have neighbors that were like family members. My neighbors currently would never accept such a form of relationship.
They were never taught how to love. That's yeah. Well, most people don't know how to accept true love.
Oh, it's very difficult.
I hate to say it, but it's true.
That's why we go to war.
True love might criticize you. True love might criticize you
be one.
because it loves you and it doesn't want you to be seen as ignorant.
Right.
Or
there can only be one definition of love, right? America's definition.
No.
Of liberty, of freedom. Right?
Liberty and freedom isn't American. These are natural orders and natural circumstances.
Yeah, but it doesn't. That's what. See, America's like this is what freedom looks like. But that's not what freedom looks like.
Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
Those are inalienable rights. That's what Bam was sort of saying. It's not an American ideal.
They're inalienable rights, and they limit those. They limited your natural rights and your natural authority with the Constitution. A Constitution is just a contract.
Every time you
no difference in a trust or a government. Naturally, listen. Naturally, in a natural state, all man have dominion over earth. Subdue it and multiply and take it over. This is your birthright. You give it up for a social contract, wherein there's agreement that we each lay down some of our natural rights so that we all might enjoy equal rights. And this is meant to be beneficial to all parties in it. But the scales of libertos, equality.
Law.
No, libertos is equality. Excuse me, I'm not done yet, Bon. The scales are on balance, and only certain people enjoy the benefits of this social contract. And this is when natural man should return to his natural state, which is war. Because war balances equality and libertos. It's the only way man knows to get equality. Demand it when it's not given, because it's your natural right. It's your natural right to see that you live fit by your own means so long as you harm no other person.
As well, when people give over their rights for this thing of equality, Battlemod, right? That comes with the presupposition as well that for some reason, if men aren't all equal, that somehow as men, if men are all equal, that you'll somehow have a portion that would be more than if all men weren't equal. But that's, again, the presupposition is this, that the men that are not equal to you may have more than you. It's the presupposition that they wouldn't somehow support you to be more than what you are then, right? So
but some men are cucks. Sorry.
But my point is that all men don't need to be equal. Is what I'm trying to say, right? Like if you go by natural law, they don't need to be, bro. That's what I'm saying. Doesn't mean that you make everyone equal. That doesn't mean that everyone that's equal will have a bigger portion than if everyone was unequal. You could be not equal and still end up with a bigger portion than if you were equal, right?
Yeah,
we're not equal.
But in a natural environment, we would never be equal. But you also wouldn't live next to people who you knew were starving to death without helping them. No natural person would.
Some people are more valuable than others. That's just my opinion, though.
You'd probably share with them. They might not have food, but hell, they might be over there making wicker baskets and chairs.
It doesn't mean some lives are worth more. Sorry. Hey, Bauma, what about
I'm sorry, I just don't joke on this topic. The what? Constitution origin.
Yeah.
And online etymology. I don't listen. They all stem from. I don't care about the lawful meanings. We can look at it in many different ways. I care under the basis and the foundation under what this would even have meaning, which is a social contract, a social agreement, wherein all men gather together and socialize and agree to give up rights so that all men can equally partake in what Mother Earth provides for us. But now we got certain people who don't want to work, but they want to enjoy the rich, the best of everything. They take more than what they need from Earth, and give nothing, and they want to continue to maintain control. It's just like, you ever seen the Ants cartoon where the Wops said it's not about the food, it's about the ants. It's about it's about maintaining our way of life and keeping the ants under control, because they outnumber us 1,000 to 1. And if one ant will rise up against us, then 1,000 might decide to. And we need to maintain our way of life. Well, this is how the elite live. They do no work. They seize nothing for themselves, but they claim everything. In the natural world, you'd have to go out and earn your own shit. You couldn't give some paper to a motherfucker for a meal. They'd laugh at you.
Exactly. They just play on game theory battle mod, right? Like you said, they seize nothing themselves, but they lay claim to everything at the end. No, it's just control.
Yeah, the queen, their family's done shit for generations, man. But they own all the land and all the rivers. But them royal bitches aren't going to fish shit.
Yeah, but
what good's a river to them? They don't build the water systems that filtrate it or pump it to the castle.
If this is the definition of Constitution that they use when we talk about the Constitution, the U.S. Constitution, right? Then is it not this law, regulation, body of rules, customs, or laws?
Law. Listen, law, regulation, etiquette, body of rules, customs, or law. That's all old French, and it all applies to a social agreement. Without a social agreement, you can't establish any constitution, and a constitution is just a contract between people who enter into a social agreement.
Exactly.
By being born.
So it's in this sense of mode or organization of state. A state is a legal fiction. It's built by men who enact governments for a social agreement. And they create a government or a body of state to protect their God-given rights. Now we create laws and governments to protect our God-given rights. Who in this world believes they live in a society or a legal fiction or a city-state that actually protects their fucking God-given rights?
It really doesn't.
Yesterday...
let the person speak up that thinks they live in a state or a city, state, or a country that actually gives two shits about their God-given rights. That's a real question. I want people to answer it. Because if no one can say they can, then it's time to revert to the natural state of man and claim just natural. Our natural...
No jab, no job. That's what was on the news yesterday.
No jab, no job. Right? You're the boss. Yeah. It's called free will.
Well, it's going to be a law.
Listen, laws are part of a social agreement. If you feel it's unjust and unbalanced, you owe no allegiance to laws written by dead men or social agreements contracted and constructed by generations that you are no longer a party to, and they no longer exist or walk on this earth.
Exactly.
We don't owe them. We owe them no allegiance. We don't have to honor the words written on paper of dead men.
But don't you think that's pretty clever? No jab, no job, huh? Isn't that marketable? Don't you think that was pretty cool?
It is, but
633 new cases.
From my Facebook,
633,
what I see, in most of my research, I'll say 70% of the population doesn't qualify for work at their place anymore.
And I was also gonna say, honestly, though, that's why, as a grown-ass person, none of us should actually have jobs at this stage.
We really shouldn't, because they've already made it.
Right. What the fuck they gonna do? What's your money worth?
My son's
people are out getting their own.
My son is in an apprenticeship program, and I said to him, look, when these jobs become a requirement for your job, I want you to just come home, okay? We're done. So that's what I mean. You know what I mean?
My daughter will be out of the Navy in 6 months. I'm with you, Bong.
Well, the thing is, though, is that at least...
Come home and pick up your rifle where you belong.
Yeah, but nobody's going out. We're all locked down right here.
Loads of people are going to exit this social agreement, though, right? Because it's a social agreement that isn't going to work for everyone very fucking soon. So we're lucky in that sense. Not even lucky, should I say.
They're testing the limits of it.
Of course they are, but like again, no jab, no job. They've already done that, right? With the no mask, no job, right? I know people that have had to leave their job because they didn't want to wear a mask, right? So like again, they're just pushing the contract further and further, right? The moment you lay down an outline of what your human rights or inalienable human rights are, is the moment that someone can start to push on the boundaries of what they are, you know. And in essence,
yeah, they
right?
designated it for you. This contract tells you what your natural rights are. Yeah, go fuck yourself. I'm not a party to that contract. I didn't sign it and agree to it. I didn't agree to no declaration. I didn't agree to no constitution. That's not the question. The question is, do I owe allegiance to your legal structure, your legal fiction? The answer is no. I
if
don't.
You want the services that this nation provides, right? And the protection, right? Then you are.
I'd say they can take all that shit and shove it up their ass. We can all go fishing. We can get drunk while we catfish. I'll cook.
Please leave.
I'll do the Jesus. Who's making the bread? I'll help break it, and I'll cook and help pass out the popcorn catfish, bro. That's all we need to do.
If
break bread together.
Rules, please
eat together and break bread together.
No, hold on.
Hey, listen. When we're fat and full, we'll talk about taking an area of land and building structures to live in there.
Well, when you say if you don't want to follow the rules, please leave. So
I ain't gonna leave.
If that's the case, then I'm not free at all. I mean, I thought I was free to leave.
It's God's green earth.
I'm free to leave my house. Right? I'm free to go to work. I'm free to do whatever I want to do here. And if I don't want to accept governmental programs and I want to go grow my shit on some other part of this land, then that's what I'm gonna do. Now, if you're gonna tell me, well, actually, you're a slave, and this isn't your land, and you can't own it outright. Well, then now we have to fight.
Ownership is part of a social contract. Earth was given to all men. We have dominion over all. We all have dominion over it. This is the part where the social agreement comes in. We're not leasing anything. We're born here. We're part of nature. We come from dirt, and from dirt we'll return. We are part of the land.
Right. But
it owns us, and we own it.
Certain lands have been claimed by certain bodies of government.
Yeah, well, as long as they're there working them, I won't be able to put my shit in and squat, will I?
I mean, they can also claim these lands just like you can, right? But
in nature, you claim land by occupation. If you don't occupy a land, it's not yours.
And we lost that fight a long time ago, you know.
That's what they want you to believe. That's what they fucking want you to believe, dude.
No. I mean that fight physically.
Quit being scared of the results and just take it back.
It's not a fight that can be won.
And realize anything's better than this. Can you not look around? Who in here cannot look around and see what they see in the world and say, men were not meant to live like this? Which one are you?
I can't. But I was gonna say, even when you're squatting, because someone wasn't occupying that space and you took that space, it is what it is.
Yeah, because deeds only apply to a social agreement. In reality, in nature, two cavemen, get off my land. You can't own this. You can't be on my land. Other caveman picks up rock and busts your head. That's my natural right. You can't own this land.
Can work together, man. All right.
Well, there you go. We need a new social agreement. But the point is, ownership is an illusion on God's green earth. Earth was given to mankind, the human race, not a man, not a group, not a bloodline, but mankind to subdue.
There's going to be a leader.
Well, how do you subdue? That's why in nature, first seizure is the law of possession. I can't own the land, but I can possess it. I can occupy it. and I can use it for my generation so long as we treat it well. If it becomes barren and doesn't produce, that's our failure to maintain our own God-given land. That's our problem. God-given.
Which land did God give me?
Multiply. What did say? What did he say? Be fruitful, multiply, and subdue the earth, and seize it and take it over. Isn't that what I just said?
Pretty sure people move you around.
All the points you're bringing up, Bong, are about breach. There's a fiduciary duty.
They're about what?
Breach.
Oh, I'm not talking about breach. I'm talking about...
No, you, Bong. What he's talking about is those are all breaches of their fiduciary duty.
Yeah, and I'm talking about annulment of a social agreement for the betterment of a new social agreement that actually is focused on the prosperity of mankind, not a certain group of men.
Yeah, like the Last Supper, right? Like the cross.
We outnumber them 1,000 to 1. We are the many, they are the few. They know that. That's why they got to keep you in fear. Lose fear. Take back your... Why should you walk around in fear? You live where you were meant to live.
Isn't it so?
Everything's as it's supposed to be. Lose all that. Everything is as it's supposed to be.
Is that the same thing Yeshua, the Son of God, Jesus meant when he said this is the new covenant? Is that the same thing? This is the new...
What's a covenant? Yes, Bong. Now you're with it. Covenant, constitution, trust, contract, they're all the same thing.
So that one should supersede any other contract on this earth, right?
Exactly.
That's the real God. Right?
The natural law I speak of is covered in Ecclesiastics and Leviticus. We are Leviathan.
So you can't claim the blood.
We are the great creature of the deep. The circle was inscribed on the face of the deep, and we live within the deep. We are the behemoth, mammoth, Leviathan. We are the bully, the great beast. We are it. Man is Leviathan. We're under Levitican law and ecclesiastic law. Learn it. Learn it. Those are the laws of nature.
I think in Job, the description was pretty literal.
All contracts and agreements were covered in Levitican and Ecclesiastics, bro.
But in the heathen religions, it's considered this Ouroboros, it becomes a symbolic thing, or, you know what I mean? Where in Job, I'm pretty sure God was very specific.
This is the law I believe is inscribed on your heart. We all know the difference between what we deserve, what we don't deserve, what's right, what's wrong, when it comes to how other men treat us. This is inscribed on your heart. It's not right. It's against the law of nature.
Can you pull up the Leviathan with a hook, by its mouth? So it was literal, man. The scales.
Yeah, what he meant by that is Leviathan isn't one creature. It's a multitude of creatures that together make up a beast.
No, man. He's talking about one, dude. Like he's trying to explain to Job, right? Look at all these beasts, these creatures I made, right? Look at how awesome this one is and that one. See, I can pet them. See, like the way your kids play with the puppies,
you can't.
I can do that with the
Leviathan because it's not one man. You can't hook one Leviathan because it's not one beast.
It was. In my opinion,
in your opinion, it was just a sea beast, a sea monster. But is a monster of the great deep. Her living space was inscribed in the circle on the great deep. We are Leviathan.
Behemoth. Yeah. Was the same? Pretty literal. Behemoth. That's pretty literal too.
Behemoth, yeah, that's all of us together. We're massive. We're a group.
It's about the beast system, bro.
I think it's a literal animal that
we are the beast of the deep. We're not the beast of the field or the fowl of the air.
No, you're not. The beast is the 666. Is acting like an animal. Like Nebuchadnezzar was turned into a beast. God wants you to be a man.
The beast didn't create the world we live in, bro, or the matrix or the system. We did. And if we didn't help create it, we allowed it to happen through free will. We gave up our natural right.
Yep. We choose to walk on the path.
Quit waiting to be saved and get out and save your next generation. Or you can allow them to live in prison too. This is where the term you got to walk through hell to get to heaven comes from.
They will know my people by their fruit.
Yeah, of course.
Amen. And my people perish for lack of knowledge. You don't even know your authority.
What?
That's what I said.
Because
I think someone's trying to say.
Am I good now?
Yeah.
Ah, shit. Am I better now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So, my people will be known by their fruit. That Constitution in Matthew 4-8 or 5-8 is a Constitution. It's an actual Constitution. Your fruit has to be shown of party to that Constitution in order for those ecclesiastical laws to indemnify you from all this other bullshit going on by the beast system.
Yeah.
Your fruit is what lets you know what fucking laws you're under.
Amen.
If you're a thief, your fruit shows you that you're under a different Constitution. You're not under Matthew 5-8. You're not under Levitical laws. You're not even a part of Proverbs.
Nope.
Exactly. So how can they even say?
You don't question your accuser. Well, there's the first problem, because that's in Proverbs. He who comes first seems right until another comes and questions him. Oh, well, why would you want to question somebody? Oh, because bearing false witness is against the law.
Yes, it is.
And those who accuse the brethren of
you could take the 10 Commandments and change very simple things in your life, dealing with cops, the courts, and everyone else, just with your fruit. So that's why I said earlier, love is a verb. It's not always a verb. It's not what I meant, but it is a verb because most of the time there's an action behind what's going on. I love all the people on this planet, on this plane of existence. So every night I lift all of them up to the Father. That's love.
Amen.
Most of the time there's an action to it. I'll give you the clothes off my back. I don't care how much I spend on them. If you need something, take it. I need a 10 anyway.
I'll get another, for the Lord provided for me. If he be with me, who then can stand against me?
Amen.
But see, that's the problem. They don't see the fruit. And those that are in these positions, sure, they're committing war crimes. They're doing evil things. It's horrible.
So what does it mean to turn the other cheek?
They don't bear the burden of sin, and they don't get the wage of their sin. What is the wage of sin, people?
What does loving your enemy mean?
Like, what is the wage of sin, Paul?
Look like?
We all know what the wage of sin is. It's death. Who delivers that? God or righteous man?
If somebody insults you, do you insult them back, or do you turn the other cheek?
Depends on the context.
Righteous man in Lord.
Insult them back?
It depends on the kingdom you're in.
Yeah,
exactly. It depends on the kingdom.
This is not the kingdom of our Lord. Righteous men are to deliver the wage of sin here. God did that. God delivers it through righteous men when he gave you the law.
Are you merciful?
Elijah made fun of the Moabites to their face in their own damn land.
Yeah. I'm merciful when I should be.
You go off at people when they go off at you?
No.
I mean, it's kind of hard, Like, I don't know what loving your enemies
let people do me wrong a few times before I deliver them what they earned.
How many times shall you forgive them?
As many as you can. It's 7 times, 7 times 7.
7 times.
Yeah, so it's 144 times that you're actually supposed to forgive them.
I think that's just to illustrate the point. It's
But you're also supposed to rebuke them and correct them.
Of course,
the adversary, the Satans, right? Like
the Satans.
Mic check. Am I coming in clear now? I had to change my headphone cable.
You were.
Yeah.
You were
Okay,
before.
thank
It was just a good moment.
It's good.
That you were right there. You're good.
But that's the fun thing about all of this. Like, what I'm saying goes along with what he's been saying this whole time.
Yes.
Yeah, it does.
100%. They coexist. You're right.
My dad believes in spinning monkey globe, and he believes in all this other weird stuff that isn't true. I'm nothing like him. My mom did up until 6 months ago. I'm nothing like her.
There's a law that covers that too, right, though? As you believe, so shall it be unto you.
Yeah. And if you have faith the way, listen, if you've got faith the way you do, right? Remember, Abba, right? Your actual heavenly father is your informer, right? Yeah, your dad may have failed.
But yeah. Adonai Bashara. Shuem Ba'alak. The Most High is my Holy Father.
Yahweh.
Praise be to him.
That means, yeah, my beloved.
Do you think there are more people that believe in God in the world or not?
I think people have lost faith in religion, not God, Bong. And there's a reason for that. Condemnation.
Of sin. What did I say earlier?
The actions of those who seem to be righteous, who act as though they wish to appear to be righteous, but do not drink from the living water.
They show no good fruit, the Pharisees, man.
They bear no fruit.
Mm-hmm. The seed itself was corrupt.
You reap what you sow. What seeds you plant? Come on. It's time for everybody to take. It's time for everybody to take responsibility of their own action, take back their authority, and realize we could, if we tried, create the semblance of a heaven on earth. If that's what we worked for. If those are the seeds we planted, but we don't.
Amen.
We accept. We live in acceptance and compliance. Where has that gotten us? Is this the way man spent to live?
As a farmer, God said he went and planted a vineyard, but got thistles and weeds and stuff.
You know the thing about a farm, right? It requires daily work. Your crops don't just come to you. You don't just plant seeds and then bam, you got perfect fruit. You want the most fruit. You got to tend them.
He was be talking to Israel.
Gardener. I know.
Yeah, he was talking about Israel. That how they turned away from him. He was comparing it to.
Oh yeah, and the fact that weeds and thistles took over in the night, and there's only one way that on a farm weeds take over. I go to sleep, I wake up, there's weeds in the garden tomorrow. But guess what? I'm a constant gardener. I get up and I take care of that because that's how you maintain crops.
He was talking about how they turned
the garden, but nobody weeded the garden.
Yeah, but
nobody irrigated the soil.
One second,
it was interesting
talking about Israel, but the analogy still follows through when you do talk about it in farming.
But it's happening today too, because what he was talking about was the astral
they don't fertilize the soil, right? They don't water the crops, and they don't weed the garden. Think about it.
But the Catholic Church, right, the Vatican, is the Asherah's poles and the Baals and all the things that God was talking about when he was talking to Israel.
And they want to come into an uncultivated garden in the harvest season, give thanks to a pagan god, and take what little crops you got left, even though they didn't put no damn work in.
What I'm saying is, the globe earth that comes from the Vatican Church, that comes from Rome, is the great deception.
It's a fall from the garden. We live in the garden, Bong. We're the gardeners here and the caretakers for the zoo, but we don't do our job. Guess what? What you do to this environment, you do to yourself. You want an example of that?
Literally,
you manufacture cars, you pollute the river, right? Take water from the river, you filter it, but you can't filter it perfect, so you drink the water. So what did you do when you polluted the water? You polluted yourself. You irrigate your crops with that. You polluted your crops. You polluted the environment. What we do to this world, we do to ourselves because we're symbionts with this world.
Yeah.
And what we live in is a system that our actions have helped a matrix of our choices and our actions.
And that's what you're saying, Batmod, is that if we follow the actions that, we're supposed to as conduits of this earth, as being given that responsibility that we were given, dominion over the earth, if we do it correct, we bring forth the opposite of that, which would be the kingdom of
We'll actually bring forth fruit. Yeah, we actually bring forth fruit.
Well, we can't. Aren't we supposed to rely on the Creator to?
He gave you a law and he gave you a way.
First you, then I.
Should we not consult?
Yeah. Listen.
Then I.
At least a man be born of water than born of spirit. He could see not the kingdom of heaven, right? Do you live in the spirit? Are you in the kingdom of heaven? No. So here you got to do for yourself. That's why you were given the law in the way. And I know you want to be like, I'm not under any law. Well, the guy that followed the law, the good news is the guy followed the law, showed you example, showed you the way, got the rebirth, resurrection, new body, and ascension to heaven. The good news is you could have it too if you just follow the way.
The year is 2021.
You fell in love with the prophet, not the news.
Most people believe in God. However, they keep looking for him in the wrong place.
Yeah.
Are you saying Jesus is a prophet?
If they say we're all sons of God, but did you get the message?
Yeshua is.
When a person calls, you get all happy that they called. You actually find out what they call for.
Hey, who do you say Jesus is? Yeshua.
I say he's the Son of God.
Okay.
Not Yeshua.
Like literally?
If you're going to go back to the Hebrew, just say Yahusha.
Oh my God. Literally, you're a son of God. Adam was the first son of God.
No, we are sons of Adam.
Adonai. Abba. Father.
Yahusha is the new Adam, right? The new Adam. The one that didn't.
I'm not arguing all that. I'm saying the man lived his life as an example for you. That's why he was called the way, the truth, the light. He shined the light on the way to get what is promised to you. The resurrection, the rebirth, the new body, and the ascension to heaven.
It's the life. It's the way.
He denied his flesh. He crucified his own Adam man, his carnal nature, to war. He went towards equity and peace and found peace with all people, even in some situations where it was warlike with the Pharisees. He still found peace, went straight to equity, showed everybody how to go to equity every time you're in a controversy, and everybody just wants to be in controversy. What the fuck?
Yeah, and this is what I spoke about when I spoke of fulfillment.
Yeah.
I'm saying if he's literally the Son of God, then I think people should listen to him.
You should listen. You're stuck on the wrong point. Yeah. Was he the way? Was he the living example, the living God who shined the light on the way to the promise? The covenant held a promise, did it not? The covenant held a promise, did it not? Do you know what the promise was of the covenant and agreement with God?
Be sons of God.
Well, you could get a rebirth, a resurrection, a new body, and an ascension to heaven. People forgot that. They turned their backs on God.
You would do
they
great.
They didn't keep holy the law. They weren't at sacred periods on the given times, the sacred times. So God shined the light onto the world.
Peter said,
and brought truth in the way.
Peter said, "My Lord and my God."
My God.
Peter said that. See, look, you're saying it too.
He showed everybody.
You're on the wrong point.
He showed everybody how to be born of the Spirit. He showed everybody the way to be born again of the Spirit of Yahweh.
And he's God, right?
Why,
and you guys
why
agree
is there
he is
anything
God?
else worth talking about other than how to be born again of the Spirit? That's
Yeah,
what
he
most
gave you the way. He shined the light. In truth, he shined the light on the way. He was the truth, the light, and the way. How come people
And he
miss
is
the
God,
damn
right?
message? The gospel is the good news.
He's
And I just
creator,
gave you
right?
the good news. Somebody lived the example of the way, the right way, the way
The
to
Bible
live,
also states,
as ordained by your
"Prayer work."
divine Father in heaven.
Did you say
Once
the
they
I'm
white
do
so
way?
the great
excited
work,
about the
that
good news, Mike, bro. He's about to have me come unglued. I'm too excited. The news is so good. You should be jumping in place just like I am.
Amen, brother. Amen, brother.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
You'll
He
know
is God, right? Do you guys agree he is God?
Bro, little G. So what? Big deal.
No,
Big
big
whoop.
G.
So
No, I'm talking about big G. I'm not talking about little G. I'm talking about big G.
Elohim is the big G. Jesus is the little G.
Right.
You are
The
co-heirs
Son of
with
God
Christ
is
according to the
worshipped
original
by angels,
trust.
right? You
According
agree?
to the original trust under the new constitution, you are a little G. You have co-heir with Christ. You have the same abilities, the same rights that he
Do
did.
I know. Do the angels worship him?
Yes.
Is it okay? Do the angels worship us?
No.
Okay, that's all I
That's
want to say.
stupid.
Right. So
Why would
we
they worship?
if the angels worship him, then we too worship him, right? As God.
Yeah, but worship has more than just one meaning. It's not just, oh, thank you, Father, for the food that I had today and the fact that I had a good bowel movement this morning. That's not all worship is, but that's most of what's taught in these fake ass places.
And these Creflo Dollar ass fucking
Worship is when you see somebody that your spirit in your stomach, it starts going, man, something's wrong, and you have this thought, I need to do something. Father, what is it I need to do? Give the man $2 and the sucker in your back pocket.
Mm-hmm.
Some people say he's not like worship.
But giving the man the $2 and the sucker that the Father put in your heart and your spirit to give him, that's worship.
Yeah.
Stopping to help the guy on the side of the road that's struggling with changing his tire, that's worship.
I think there was a teaching I heard some Christians believe that. I don't know, but could be could be similar to the Jehovah's Witness. They think Michael is Jesus.
Bro, I went through all the denominations almost 2 decades ago now with many people. I fought over this for a long time. Show you where every single denomination denies God. All denominations are God's people demonstrating against him because they don't want to follow in the full truth. They want to cherry pick shit.
Yeah. Amen.
That's why I grew up non-denominational, because I saw all this shit from the ground up, from knee-high up. I watched it. Episcopalian, Seventh-day Adventists, Jehovah's Witnesses, the Baptists, the Catholics, and all of them, the Lutherans, the Mormons. Yeah. I've had these conversations with all these people coming to my house. Guess where they run away from me at? Baptism of the Holy Spirit.
Exactly.
Walking in equity. Intercessory prayer.
Mm-hmm.
They all turn tail and walk out my damn door.
Movement of the Ruach HaKodesh. Exactly, bro. Like,
I die to my Adam, man, so that I can be born again in your spirit, with your mind, your heart, your actions, your thoughts, your desires, your will, your constitution.
If you ever think about that, as the idea of like as below, so above, right? Remember like what he just said, died as the old man of Adam, right? And comes back up as the new. Again, renewal of the spirit, right? Being rebirth, being born of the spirit, breath to breath almost, right? So, that's how man, right, can speak life into another man. Yeah. They like to twist things like that, as above, so below, as if there is no change between
Oh, the Holy Spirit's above. So below, so above. Holy Spirit's up there, so the Holy Spirit's down here.
Oh no, I agree with that. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that when it's twisted by the Satanists, they say as above, so below, as if this is the way it's been using an analogy to me, as if there is no exchange or change based on being, born of the Spirit, right? We know there's a change, right?
Right, tongue in cheek.
Mm-hmm. Obviously, we know that his ruach is on, the face of the waters of the deep. We know it's above. We know it's, yeah.
The coolest love story ever written is right under your nose.
Amen.
He made the flat earth with a container and gas pressure so that you could live, breathe, exercise, work, eat, and be a joy to the world. Greatest love story ever told. He actually built all this just for you.
He built it for himself. That's what it says.
Hey, are you using it?
Who does it serve? Who does it serve? Does he need this to exist? Because that's the point, right? That's what he's saying.
He has a plan, and I think it's an awesome plan, and who can comprehend, fathom?
No, I know you know that. Bong, I know you're a follower, bro, and I know that as well. I know that you're,
I wouldn't want to question, because people are bad.
I know. It sucks out there, dude. The world's full of Babylonians, and a lot of them want to serve God, and a lot of them are good people.
What do we say in the face of the Babylonians? I will not yield, and I will sit in the fire, and the fire won't do shit to me, right? Hallelujah.
You see, who knows what their authority is? If you don't know who you are, you don't know what your authority is. If you haven't done any introspection at all, your authority is going to go haywire. You're going to look like one of them. You're going to look just like another one of the Babylonian numpties walking around.
Uh-huh. Or you have no authority if you fail to grasp it. Essentially. This world is, like we say with the Constitution, right? This world is sort of now, I would say, sculpted upon the ideal or ideology of how to remove the authority, the argument authority that one has had invested in them. This is what we
more like New World Borders.
Right, but the strongest voices for the Creator, bro, are generally going to be the people that were beaten down by Babylon the hardest, and they can't ever shut me up.
Right, New World Border. Yeah. That sounds better.
What system in Babylon do you have if they kidnap someone from you that is in your care? You have lawful custodianship of. Where's the remedy? What's the remedy for the war crime?
Mm-hmm.
Well, you got to seek it. You have to go find the place to get the remedy. You have to seek equity to find equity to get equity.
Yeah. Of course. The world has always been like that.
Right? And hopefully you don't get murdered before you get to equity.
Well, Jesus is the equity, isn't it? The blood, the lamb. It's all been paid for, right?
Right, but I gave an example, and it's a prominent one here in the States right now, where
dead to the world.
Dads want to be in their offspring's life, and they're not allowed to.
Let the dead bury their dead.
The fiduciaries have stepped in to a third-party agreement and arbitrated things that they have no authority for.
He said, I am about my Father's business. So I was like, what is the business, right? The cross, the preaching of the kingdom.
Equity.
Yeah.
It was bringing equity to people.
The Constitution steps in. Listen, that's the issue, Bong, is the Constitution steps in and makes a claim. The claim of the Constitution is that all men are equal, right? Okay? That's the claim. The claim is unequivocally false. The equity comes in at Messiah. Simple. right?
Yeah.
We all meet at high level at that point. You know?
Yeah, I mean,
well, they're supposed to be equal under the law, and that's the law. It's not like Chinese law or Texas law. No, the same law applies to every continent, every country, everything. Period. Despite their belief against it, their tantrums and all that weird shit.
You know, the problem with death. You know how like because you know the soul that sins shall die, right? And that's been paid. You know what I mean? That's what I mean. Like it's like
yeah, the mind that actively sins dies. You don't have any good thoughts. You don't bring life or joy or anything.
Death.
But people have to accept it or receive it, right? The contract, the covenant. I mean, they have to believe it for it to work.
Yeah, that's the whole point. But the thing is you can't be double-minded about it. You can't go, well, I like all this Babylonian stuff, so I'm going to just keep doing all this. But I like that. I like that.
I believe in America. I believe in the new world order. How about that? Hey. I believe in computers, AI. I believe technology is the future.
All right,
I believe the Earth is a ball. Or I believe the Earth is round.
It's
all about belief, isn't it? In order for it to work, people have to believe it.
But sometimes, right? Well, so there's the thing, right? Distinction for that is like, so sometimes believing in something just doesn't change a thing, right? I can believe there's a table in front of me. There is one. Cool, there's a table. That's it, right? But the idea of belief in terms of
faith without action is void, right?
Exactly. This is it.
Faith without work. Faith without work is void. You can have faith, but faith won't move mountains alone.
Abba against his own nature, right? Abba against his own nature. He gave me, you, Battlemod, all of us, right? Free will, right? Free will to make the choices. But the marriage of free will and a plan for your life.
Here's what we do, though. Listen, I gotta say.
Well, yeah, because you choose. Listen, I'll say
what we do is we choose to let the dumbest people on Earth rule Earth and direct it. I'm done.
Saying
I don't think
those two things.
Listen,
the marriage of free will. I just want to speak. Fuck it.
Sorry.
No, it's not.
It's not going to equity. That's the choice that we end up making that screws us.
All right, go ahead.
No, it's not. It's not one person. Yeah. I'm just saying to marry the idea of free will, right, and the idea that Abba could have a plan for your life. When I say Abba, I mean Yah, right? God. To marry those ideas together, right? We have to just simply choose to take those steps. Okay, you have to choose to to take those steps. That's the point, right? It's again, the authority that God has allowed you or any of us on this earth is yours to take, right? Yours to grasp. It's that simple. At the end of the day, it really is. And as well, the idea of free will and everything like that. This is the thing that people don't understand it, right? Like why if there's a free gift that would pay for sin, right? Why wouldn't it just be given freely? That's what people try and say. It's not that, right? It's just like gifts are something that you receive, right? Like I could just throw something at someone. If they're not able to receive it at that moment, right? It's just going to go past them. They're not going to grasp it, right? That's the point. Gifts are to be taken or taken carefully.
The seed and the soil has to be good soil.
Yeah, listen, you know the difference between me and you? I would say faith, but I would say in faith to a mountain. Be moved out my way, bitch. And while I was saying it, I'd have a shovel moving it. I'd have a shovel moving it. And through faith, I'd know if I just kept to it, if I kept up the good work, that shit will be moved out my way. you'd say to the mountain, be moved out of my way in faith, and you'd expect the faith itself to move the mountain.
No, I wouldn't personally.
I wouldn't.
Think he was being literal.
Well, he was being literal, but when taken in the full context, and in biblical context, the word faith was transferred. It implies faith in one's works.
But if he was being literal,
the Hebrew word that's translated to just faith is an idiom. It's an idiom. You know what an idiom is? One word that refers to an entire story. And the story is faith and work together can do anything, accomplish anything.
Yeah. Of course, because faith is the thing that powers forth the actual, not just the want, but the desire itself to do work.
Faith in my Abba moves me to have faith in myself, moves me to have faith in the fact that everything is and was meant to be, and it will end up the way it's supposed to be. Nothing happens. Everything happens for reasons. Nothing happens on coincidence. And there is, right. So I just have faith in him, and I honestly think we're just supposed to live our life here on Earth to our best of our abilities with the equipment and tools we were given. And if you really look around and break down the quality of our life versus the tools we have as humanity, from cognitive works all the way to physical works, we're not living as good as we should be for as well as our mind works. Even though we have a bunch of false systems, we still have knowledge we apply, technology that can make life so much better. Work processes, we just don't do it. Why is it that humanity in a whole isn't living better than it was 100 years ago? Can you tell me? I mean, you got a better TV, but is your house better? Is your air quality better? Is your water better? Transportation better? Is there a larger forest for you to play in?
Better slaves, I guess. You got better, smarter slaves.
Maybe it's the sex. The sex is better because most people don't even find fulfillment. Most people can't even be fulfilled by themselves, let alone in an agreement with another human to partner up for life for a divine reason.
Kind of a waste of time if you're not pumping out kids. You know what I'm saying?
Is it though?
Most people just leave out a relationship when they love a person.
When it's in bed and you guys are about to go to sleep, that's good, But
it's about imprinting, dude. It's about imprinting on her.
Exactly.
It is. It is. It's never make her lose faith that the work she puts into you will bear fruit. Live righteously in a divine union. In a relationship, you put work into each other. That eventually one person feels like their effort is no longer noticed or
cherished. It should not be promoted as some kind of casual activity.
Like bonging his weed.
Anyone can have.
His weed loves him because he treats it good all the way up till he smokes it. So his weed gets him hot.
It's in the recreational activity.
All that bong.
I'm just saying it's a perfect Babylonian symbiont. They're simians.
Babylonian bong. All that is Babylonian.
Yeah.
What is?
Well, the whole sex for fun and yada yada. It's all Babylonian.
Sex for reproduction, subdue the earth.
It's the whole
and rule
fertility
over
god worship cultures,
Oh man,
sick rituals.
Listen, my parents might have had sex for attraction, enjoyment, but after they had the first couple kids, man, I really believe for my parents it was all about the blessing. And
listen,
I got a large group. I got a large group of siblings, and I really think my parents enjoyed their blessings.
Amen.
They didn't say let's have sex. My parents, they said, let's have another baby. Hell, I'm 49. I'm thinking, man, I wouldn't mind having another baby. I got baby grandkids coming home that I'm bummed when they leave. Crack.
Mm-hmm. All right, so
I'm offering money for her to move back in. Just move in with Dad. Let Dad just. I lived here with 3 generations. Grandpa can keep his mouth shut and let you live your life.
What if they say they have to vaccinate your baby?
Can I just add what you're saying about the sex part?
I can't.
I want to speak speak a quick sec on the sex part. So again, someone said about imprinting, right? So it is about imprinting as well. So the babies, just as the action of sex is to produce a child, right? The action of sex also does what? It creates a symbiotic relationship in that model of what? The model of what we have with the father, with Abba, right? Which is the model of a head, right? So the father being the resh being the head, right? The leader, okay? The woman being the nun being the thing that sprouts forth seed, right? The son being the heirs, right? Yeah, exactly. The son being the heirs, the seed that's in the house, the thing that springs forth further houses. So the sex itself as well
becomes an imprintation. To father, from father to son, to daughter to son.
Yeah, so listen, it's about creating, right? 1 second, it's about creating a model of what people share with the father so that your son can never be failed. Listen, so your son can never be failed by your own sin because you teach your son to take on an informer that is of a higher value of your information. Again, you can only do so when you have a symbiotic relationship with your wife through imprinting. Why? So that you two are on the same bloody page when it comes to informing the offspring you bring forth.
We can only teach you what we know, but God knows it all, not us.
Oh yeah, it's just you have to be reborn, right?
And to teach you how to fish as opposed to fishing. It's to teach how to fish as opposed to fishing.
I don't tell my children how to listen. I raise my children to think for themselves, but to be really, yes. All my children were baptized when they came in this world, and through prayer given unto my father, and as a blessing to him, as a blessing to me, from a blessing to me is a blessing to you, and on goes the circle of life and heaven. The flesh supports the spirit supports that realm, the flesh supports this realm, but they're all symbionts. That relationship and the imprinting that he's talking about doesn't just exist in this world. Mind, body, and spirit. Native Americans say you have to center it. Listen, they say if at any time in your journey through life that was given to you by the Great Spirit that you become fearful, doubtful, and not centered in mind, body, and spirit, don't take a step. Don't make an action. Don't move. Because those doubtful, fearful choices that in them steps that you take in this realm will send shockwaves through the entirety of the web of life. That you won't be able to still the repercussions of that.
Oh wow. Be still and know y'all.
Be still, and center again, self on mind, body, and spirit. When doubt and fear are gone, move forward in your journey of love as Ojibwe, Anishinaabe, whatever, the peoples. They're all references to the peoples of the Great Spirit. And the names get longer because it's the peoples of the Great Spirit on Turtle Island in this area. And it was one large family all across all the South Americas, but this was the peoples of the Great Spirit, or you would probably translate it to the peoples of the way, Bong. And because it has been translated to that, and proven that was those proverbs, native proverbs, are written in Hellenistic Hebrew. Mm-hmm. But followers of the way, people of the Great Spirit, people of the Great Spirit of the Great North, Canadian, Micmac, Anishinaabe, and it goes into the Anishinaabe, the peoples of the way, Anishinaabe,
look, man,
the peoples of the nation.
Hebrew. I'm not Hebrew, so
listen, Anishinaabe is a reference to the entire native, the entire native family. So it's
trying to figure it out.
Anishinaabe is the peoples of the Great Spirit or the peoples of the way. when you add Anishinaabe, Algonquin, that tells you they're peoples of the way of the Great Spirit
of God.
But do we have to speak Hebrew in order to understand God's word? Or
doesn't just tell the place you're from, but your job in the family. Some were hunters, some were people that collected medicines and herbs, healers. Certain people were prophets or tellers of the history, where you had to memorize the history word for fucking word. Say it exactly the way it's been said for 20 generations, or we don't care if you spend a lifetime on it. You are not what we as a nation, the peoples of the way, Anishinaabe, would call our keeper of the history. You could be a referencer of the history, but these are all the names: Ojibwe, Chippewa, Micmac, Mohawk, Potawatomi, you know what I mean? Cherokee, Choctaw.
Choctaw. A lot of Hebrews, a lot of Jews don't even believe in God.
Choctaw is just Ojibwe.
Or Jesus. They don't believe in Jesus.
And Ojibwe is just another way saying the great peoples of the way, or the Great Spirit of the North, by the Gitchagumi, the Great Waters. And there's a name for Mackinac. That actually Mackinac is Potawatomi for it, the peoples of the Great Water.
It's like they're just like the Catholics.
The Mackinac is the connecting of the Great Waters, but to reference it, you could reference all of them.
The Great Waters, the connecting of the Great Waters. So if you say their two names, you go, their names spell out the Great, so the Great Waters, and then
you know who they are, where they come from, their family, by Dodem. Bear, that Bear is a last name in the nation. So's White Eye. So's Forest. Forest is the name. Winter.
That's interesting.
Winter White Eye is another. That's a family name. That's
interesting, bro.
Hey, who's hired? The Vatican?
So bear clans are sons of the bear, and that would be the first bear. Maybe his name just was Bear, or Great Bear, or White Bear, or Brown Bear, but he was something Bear, and Bear became the last names of the Bear clan, the Ojibwe, the peoples of the Great Waters. Hey,
Mike.
What?
Can I answer Bong's question right quick?
What?
He asked if he had to learn Hebrew to understand the will of the Father, and the answer is when you're born again into the Holy Spirit,
the Ruach
when you're birthed through, He'll talk to you like we're talking to you right now.
Yeah. Hey, what does He give you, bro, that allows you to get the point over multiple languages, right? He said He'd give it to her, right? A guiding spirit and discernment.
Yeah.
I had to learn English by watching TV, Sesame Street, every day.
And see, if I go somewhere else and the Father wants me to talk to someone, He changes the tongue that He gave me.
Yeah,
He changes it at will. He changes it. I don't do it. It ain't me.
I should have learned Spanish, Latin American, like hola and all that.
Right, dude. Listen, I never planned on learning Hebrew, bro. I just did learn Hebrew. It became part of a study or a path. I took a step or two. I don't believe in walking half a path, right? So I started biblical courses on theology, and I just figure out, I'll take each class until there's no more classes to take. I almost got a MA.
Hey,
but
Mike,
I learned
one second, dude.
I learned Hebrew doing that. And Greek.
It's very easy to learn it as well. So, Bong, for instance, right, where does the word alphabet come from? The English alphabet?
Or at least how to research languages. I know.
Let me just say this real quick.
From Greece.
No, but Bong, listen. So you have the Aleph, which would be the A, yeah? The Aleph, which would be the A. In Hebrew, okay? And then you've got the Bait, the B, okay? So the Aleph, Bait, the alphabet, okay? So remember,
Bravo.
A lot. Listen, the point is a lot of the language that you speak, be it Spanish, bro, be it English, whatever it is, a lot of it's actually rooted in the Hebrew, bro. It was one of the most effective and conceptual languages of all time, right? Think about the idea of the sun, the seed in the house, right? A lot of it's pictographic when you go back to the paleo, right? So if I was to tell you there's a sun that's going to come forth out of a house, right? I would draw a seed in a doorway of a house, right?
Chat, science, Bob, he,
like the phalanx
elf
symbol. Yeah, like these monuments they built, like the Washington Monument, these phalanx. I mean, like at the Vatican, where the shadow is casting towards.
The funny thing about
the sun and the moon,
about the Hebrew languages. Some people have compared the Yod, the Tet, the Samerch, the Nun to names in the Bible, just like Lamed for Lamech.
This is the thing. I'm just saying. Once you start learning learning just the alphabet of the Hebrew,
Shin, Resh.
The Resh is the crown, the head, the leader of, right? Like, there's concepts to it, bro. Do you get what I'm trying to say? There's concepts behind the letters. I know you do. That's what I'm saying.
I know.
That's why it's really not. It's so easy.
This is how what I was trying to say earlier. One word that's a reference to an idiom. An idiom is a one-word reference. Like
encapsulates a whole story.
If I could say one word that would automatically refer you to the entire point of the series of the Dark Tower, that would be an idiom. Just such as you can use it.
Is an idiom.
I read my Psalm Bible and I read my English Bible. And I'm not confused, so do I really have to learn?
I know.
The Hebrew
Listen,
Bible?
It's not only idiom; it's anagrammic. It's an anagram. It's an anagram. Each letter tells something in the story, and he just gave you an example of how.
Exactly. But like, listen,
because that would be the only
leader of the Most High and people. Most High's people. You can have four or five letters that say that.
Because you can have 5 letters that tell you a whole chapter.
Is it similar to Arabic? Is it like a different dialect?
It kind of. Well, Arabic comes from it.
Oh, there you go, right? So Aramaic, whatever, So it's useful, right? Like it's to learn all those other languages.
It's so useful. I didn't used to think it was, but it is now. I know how useful it is now.
With those people
learning is useful. But
yes, it is.
Your question going around is wanting to understand deeper things, and deeper things require getting off the beach and going out into the deep water.
No, I'm saying is like if there are things that have been, so if they've changed certain things in the Bible, like wouldn't the Holy Spirit reveal that to you in your research?
When you go into Him, He reveals things to you. I've read the book of Matthew like 105 times because I love that book. I love it. All right, but here's the fun thing, all right? I had the baptism of the Holy Spirit my whole life. I still read the book and I see new things that I did not see last week, last month, last year.
It's an onion, bro. It's an onion.
It's a big-ass onion.
Yes, it is.
One statement, sure, it could be a metaphor, but it's also a physical thing that they're talking about in this reality. Then, on the other hand, it's a spiritual thing having to do with something in you or in them or your eyesight, your sensory perception of what's going on in the situation. Like, it gets so much deeper. But that's spending time in Him for Him to then impart to you the understanding that goes beyond man's understanding.
Abba doesn't just speak in the medium of sound; he speaks in the medium of all things. That's why all things will speak to you.
I give you a bloodline in 3 letters. How about that?
Exactly, bro. You could just say easy, bro. Easy, the Ez, right? Even the families from
son of Noatic bloodline named Ben. Son Noatic Ben. And it's just 3 symbols, but each little scribble in that symbol makes up that.
It makes a whole story. It talks about the whole lineage.
When you figure out the earth is not a ball, you also figure out that God was telling the truth, that people are just a bunch of liars who don't know anything.
Let God be true and all men a liar, but this is the language the story was told in. So if you're letting God be true, you follow what He teaches. You listen. We already know as intelligent people, you tell a story to one guy and let it go down the line 20 people, but you could walk from where you tell it to the end of the line of 20 people and wait for the story to get back to you, and it won't be the story you told.
But look, if you think the Earth is a ball, then how can God be real to you? How can anything be revealed to you if you believe the Earth is a ball? Who told you that?
Well, that's the thing, though. I got deeper things of him. I still believed it was a ball. Hell, I was designing I was making my paperwork and designing aircraft for a damn space program to compete with NASA because the federal government came out and said, "Hey, we're going to give away trillions of dollars to brand new starter companies, private starter companies." So I was like, "Shit, I'm going to jump on that. I'll take $1 trillion." And then I ended up finding out more about flat Earth the deeper I got into what I was studying.
You didn't want to be that evil. Well,
but that's the thing, though. I wanted to give NASA a competition. That was the thing, because they hadn't done jack shit. I've been watching them most of my life.
Elon Musk? Like Elon Musk?
I was going to be a weapon designer, bro. I had to step away from that.
Right, but I wanted to give them actual competition. But see, that's the thing. At that time, I didn't know. But I still had the Holy Spirit, and things were being revealed out of Scripture to me about the Holy Spirit and about other things that were going on in the daily life with other situations going on around me. So, I mean, believe in the globe or not, all these things will fall away the further you go into Him. Everything will fall away as you go into His presence.
Sorry.
You probably would have built like a rocket? Like you talking about you would have tried to like
Dude, I was studying the ion propulsion engines and some of the other so-called sciences and technologies that go around all of that to design propulsion systems for my craft. I was hand drawing my own spacecraft and designing the interiors.
What a geek.
I had somebody that knew how to do, what was it, the grant request, and I was actually having them write up my grant.
When you were designing it, were you thinking about the medium that this spacecraft would be traveling through?
That's why I was mixing different systems together to make things work.
The aerodynamics, or what would you call it? Vacuum dynamics.
Well, he doesn't need aerodynamics, does he? He needs a
solar wind.
The Pascal dynamics.
He needs fabric of space dynamics, basically, which is because you do, don't you? You need a way of.
Do you remember solar cells?
Yeah. So with 4 symbols, I said son of Noah, Ben, son of Ben, son of Noah, and son of Benjamin.
I don't
miss. I give you entire bloodline with just symbols, and there were only 4. Actually, there are arrays of symbols, sigils, whatever you want to.
Things,
yeah, there are 4 sigils, 4 names that together they tell an idiom, and they also make up an anagram, and they also make up a bloodline. A lot of them.
Mm-hmm. Cool,
that's how they can say Ra Rashid Ra Ben Yamen. Yeah. And there's son of Ben, son of Dara, son of Duha. They're telling their entire bloodline since the beginning of creation. That's Arabic, you know. And I showed the difference in spelling between Arabic Benjamin and Hebrew Benjamin. They both got squiggly lines and denoters.
Yeah, they got like consonants. Is that it? Yeah,
consonants.
Less vowels and more consonants.
Yeah, like see, in the Hebrew Benjamin, the T with the arm at the bottom and the 3 branches at the top. It doesn't mean the same thing minus those images.
I was like, "What's up with all these vowels in these other languages?"
T is in the 3, bro. It's This is it shows the right arm of God, the bloodline of Abram.
They write right to left, right? Like the way that you read and write is.
Yeah, if you're gonna read it in a story, yeah, but you can actually reverse it and get a different story.
No, I mean Hebrew is written right to left, right?
But I mean, but it's read that way too. But I'm saying you can read it the other way and get a symbolic anagrammic story that way too.
Oh yeah, that's.
Well, each symbol has a meaning. Like I said, see that T with the 3 bars on top, the 3 branches, and the arm symbol on the bottom. It's basically the right arm of God, the bloodline of David. That's Benjamin, bloodline of David. He's son of Ben. Who's son of Ben? Who's son of Noach? Noach is a Nohamic bloodline, sons of Noah.
Yeah, I think they do a lot of things backwards, too, right? I mean,
men of renown, sons of the men of renown.
Yeah,
exactly. And this would also be a priestly lineage, since all men are the chief Melchizedekian priests of their own household.
Melchizedekian.
Each covenant. This is why there's many rooms in my Father's house, because each covenant is an individual covenant with a chief priest. Melchizedekian priests.
Melchizedekian priests were different, though.
I know this. They present themselves as exactly. They present themselves as a. This is the twisting of it, as if you can't be
model, bro. It's a model, bro. It's a model for every man to take up to be the priest and king of his own home.
As if every man can't be a king. That's witchery.
What is a king? What is a king?
We covered that with law. A king is somebody who has dominion over self, not others.
Exactly.
You are the kingdom. The kingdom exists in you. Huh?
I know you know, brother. I was telling all the people listening that didn't know.
Okay.
What about the King of Kings? Is he not the king?
He is the king of all kingdoms. So but there is also a Lord of Lords, Bong. Yes, there's a King of Kings. Listen, there's a King of Kings and a Lord of Lords. If I was king of all kingdoms, who would I appoint to be my Lord of all Lords? And to keep my kingdom in heaven. Inherent. It'd be inherent. My son, I teach him everything. As if the order.
What's the difference between the king and the kings, Bong? The difference between a king of kings and a king is different, right? Listen, a king apparently has subjects. He shouldn't, right? A real king. The difference is a king of kings is someone you have to step under the authority of a king of kings like that. That's the type of king that he is, right? That's the difference. That's what makes him a king, is that you choose to be subject under him. You're not taken under a conquestatorian spirit like most kings, which is the twistation of a kingship. Kingship is,
yeah.
Well, crack. If I'm the king of my house,
well, listen.
I have subjects, but I'm a subject to the King of Kings because I'm the king of my house.
Exactly. Yeah, because listen, we earned the right to be sons of God, which made us almost co-equal with the Most High, but not co-equal. What kind of king doesn't have a kingdom, we are kings of our own kingdom. We are a ruler. We are masters of self.
What is
this? Is why. Listen. This is why Jesus said you can't. No, we're not hijacking the word. We're being specific. Listen, this is why Jesus. You can't serve 2 masters. At least you'll piss one off and make one happy. You're your own master. That's the way you're born, free, with dominion over your earth. You're your own master. You're the king of your own kingdom, and that's what your kingdom is. What property you seized in first seizure for yourself to use for yourself and your bloodlines during your life and while you maintain it. So you are a king, and you're co-equal in the sense that he's a king. He's a king, and you're a king. But there's a Lord of Lords and a King of Kings.
King Solomon.
So you're never equal. You're never equal. But you're in the right to be called sons of God.
King Solomon used to be king until he
listen.
That God.
Listen. And so this is the way. Listen, Bong. This is the way I see the Bible. There's not a gift one God didn't give you, the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords didn't bestow upon you that you don't still own. The fact is, we turned our backs on our natural state and left our estate for another. We're no longer kings of our kings. We're no longer kings of our kingdoms. Chief priests of our families. He gets like this. It's an autistic tick, bro. He'll wear out here in a minute when his brain pushes out while he was thinking of.
Ticks,
I know. I just smoked a hoot or two. I want to get this out, bro. We walked away from not the agreement. We walked away from all the gifts, and we even stopped acknowledging the agreement. So it was already bestowed upon you. I've given you authority to even tread over serpents.
Yep.
I gave you dominion over the earth. I gave you. Yeah, we can tread over sin when we refuse to have it in our communities because we were priestly over our families, chiefs, and lords of our lords and kings of our kingdoms. And we all fell under the rule of the King of all kings.
Remember, you were a slave to sin before Jesus. So, if you think about it, you have a new master.
We all live under the reign of one king, one king, one king. What song is that? Anybody know? Creed, My Sacrifice.
Yeah, My Sacrifice. I love that song.
Well, you sacrificed your kingship. You freely gave up your natural authority. You walked out your kingdom and it has no king. None speak for your bloodlines. None speak chiefly for your peoples. So your tree is fruitless because you live not by the way. People don't just talk like that anymore.
They can say I'm not the king at my house, but I got a pike on the wall. They come on in and show me.
I like to use the word king,
well, look over there.
Especially in this.
I am the king, and you cannot like it for all this weird Nazi whatever crap propaganda bullshit. It's fine, but it's not wrong. It is right. I am the king. You ain't bringing a Christmas tree into my house. It ain't happening. That's my law. I don't give a shit what you like.
Everyone believes they're the king of their castle. Of course, I agree.
Yeah. It's that's simple. That's the end of it. That's the fulfillment.
Decisions and beliefs, except when somebody convinces you.
Did you know creed is kind of religious? Listen, when you are with me, I am free. I am careless. I believe. Above all others, we will fly. This brings tears to my eyes. This is my sacrifice. I'm trying to lead you back to your natural birthright. Above all others, you will fly. That's because you're your own king. Your own chief.
That's why I don't like that song.
Your own chief. Priest.
Right after.
You have your own kingdom. You have your own tree.
That's what brotherly love is out in public, though, where kings get together and they treat each other with love and respect and honor.
Yep.
But see, most people aren't kings because they don't know who they are. They don't even know what the hell they are.
No, but when the rulers do, they meet each other as brother, and they say, "Go in peace, live long and prosper." They give a natural greeting.
How about just hanging out
listen, Native
with the
Americans
King of Kings and just observing and learning.
Never say goodbye. We never say goodbye. We say till the next time.
Can't you just follow him? Can't we just follow him around and be like, "Oh, that's how you do that"?
You're supposed to bless people with your words.
How would you do this? Well, how would he do it? I don't know. Let's go look.
No,
imagine how people would start reacting to you if you just told them to go now in peace with your love. Go now, brother, in peace with my love. May God bless you.
Wouldn't that be the mind of Christ there?
I said go, man. You're rattling over him. Come on, Ball. Take a breath. Let old boy get a word in. He got a lot to talk about. You got to understand that this is about the covenant, Ecclesiastics, Leviticus, the ministry of Christ, the good news. It all goes together. You can read this story in a legal sense and put it in legal terms, biblical legal terms. It's based by Leviticus and Ecclesiastes, and you find that the Messiah lived a life 100% based on law, Toradic law.
I got one that'll flip his pickle inside out. Why didn't he?
Why didn't he? Go ahead.
Tell him what the legal definition of dermis is.
Dermis. Enlighten me.
Like your skin?
Yep. Legal definition of dermis in legal land is land.
Oh yeah, like the topsoil.
Land.
The skin of the earth.
Oh
yeah.
No, you are walking land, bro. You have to have control over yourself in order to have any authority.
Duh.
Get it?
That's your kingdom. Yeah, I'm with you. That's your kingdom. You are land.
Walking land. I don't know. I'm trying to picture.
We're made of clay, Bong.
Walking soil, right? Oh, walking clay. Yeah.
Is clay
land?
Clay
is clay not earth? What does the island build up on? What do you find by the oceans? It keeps the oceans out. It's clay.
Rock, clay, and water. Walking around.
Yeah.
Well, then so are the animals.
You are
and the birds. They too are walking around.
You are a world.
What about the plants, trees,
and a kingdom, and a priestly bloodline?
Do they also have
and a royal lineage?
Rights
and a set of laws and rules that's defined by you. It didn't just say, listen, it didn't just say be fruitful and multiply. It said, and see the earth, subdue earth. Again, subdue her. What, man, if I subdue somebody, you know what's up? You're me. You're under my control. I have dominion here. You might not leave today. You might not. It all depends on how I feel. Because I have seized you and I have dominion.
I think it was talking about like the plants and the animals that might get, like a garden or.
Listen, dude, we know what seize your land means, Bong. Come on, look at it as legal term. Seize it from the creator who gave it to you. It's not that you're seizing it from anybody. It's that you possess it. He says, possess our earth. Seize and subdue. Possess earth and subdue earth. She's under your will. Take care of her. That's your piece of earth. This is your natural authority, your natural birthright. You have dominion here. Tread even over serpents.
Yeah.
And preach my law and my way. And bring your children back to me. And honor our covenant. And obey my laws.
Just roll this back later, because I just handed you the keys to everything that you ever want to answer to.
Yeah, why can't you own land? Can land own land?
You can have a lot, and you can have a land patent on a lot that will give you priority on the lot.
Key alert.
Possession. It'll give you possession and dominion.
Well, it'll give you full dominion, because a land patent is above.
So, yeah, but so long as you occupy it. That's the thing about that. You or your bloodlines occupy it.
Certain animals can dominate the earth if you don't, right?
Yeah, that's who we got to subdue it from. That's your question, Bong.
The population grows out of control.
When I subdue my piece, I like the mountains. The people to the way of the mountains would be me. And I probably had to subdue my shit from the black bears. Maybe the Kodiak.
If you are full of carnality and your land does acts of the carnal nature, it's not your land carnal.
People,
if your land is.
And tigers eat people.
Sharks.
Motherfucker, a pack of coyotes will eat your ass if they could subdue you.
Bears.
It's a circle of fucking life. It's a law of nature. You're either getting food or you are food.
Ants will eat you, dude. Stop being ridiculous.
I know. Fuck. But night crawlers will kick your ass. You lay down long enough. But the Native Americans had to subdue their earth daily.
Eats you.
Daily.
Let them have your leg.
Daily.
Let them bite your stomach.
The Africans, motherfucker, the watering hole they go to got crocodiles in it. Crocodiles, bong, 20-foot croc. Imagine sending your kid down like you go get the water. Dad don't want to get it today. Dad, there's a 20-foot croc down there.
Yeah,
Well,
I'll kill a crocodile easy.
hope you make it back with the water.
No, not in the water.
Yeah. Well, imagine he's in the water. He's looking at you. He got full mobility. And you on the land, like, I got to bend over and be unstable while I get this here bucket of water so I got life.
I just stick a spear in the eyeball.
And then, bam, he pops out like hungry hippo and eats you like a marble.
I'm pretty sure it'll go into his skull, but yeah, okay. I'll let him have the spear.
You just shit that skull out down the road, dog. You better have
pin him to the fucking mud,
Why is the
Samoan
crocodile killer?
The Samoans used to kill fucking crocs and gators.
Crocs.
Yeah, listen, the Samoan Indians, they would get big, large poles and sharpen it.
Oh, yeah.
They all have whacking sticks, and 8 of them would be on the pole, and they'd irritate it until it opened its mouth, and they'd cram a tree down its throat, and then beat it with sticks till it was dead.
That's what had like a super spear.
Yeah, them motherfuckers was eating some good jumbo, motherfucker. Well, hey, man. What you feeling? I'm feeling like gumbo, yo. You working the ramming stick or the whacking stick, Bob? Let's go get us some gator gumbo. Okay, we'll go get a catfish too.
I don't know about catfish at the minute.
Is this a court of equity or a court of law?
Oh well, I own all this shit. If I seize it, Your Honor, I'm my own priest. I'm on my own.
You think Goliath? You think
was
Goliath?
I lied to about the nature of catfish?
You guys read about Goliath's
who lied to me about the nature of catfish, bro? Like, who made up the lies about catfish?
Nobody lied to us. Bong just talked over that guy that was talking about the nature of catfish, and we didn't hear him.
Oh, man.
Sorry, man.
I'm fucking with you, Bong. You don't fuck with me, bro.
Yeah, fuck you, Bong. I mean, we're fucking you, Bong.
I know somebody's listening. So any opportunity I get to throw a nugget, I'm throwing a nugget.
Yeah, that's all I would say. You should take a breath every now and then, Bong, and let him get out some of that law, because it really needs to be talked about. Because through everything he's talking about and Craig's talking about and I'm talking about comes the restoration of the godly family unit, the divine family unit, and the divine union with both man, woman, child, and earth.
And that shit working for
creation.
We're all right now in Western nations. All men are walking through the story of Solomon, standing in front of him, saying, "That's my child, that's my child." And you got the thief over there going, "No, it's mine, it's mine."
Mm-hmm.
We're walking through that right now.
But though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death,
Ba'ares, Adonai, Hel Elohim, Rashba Ekbata.
Because all this advancement in technology.
Blessed is my Lord, the Most High, for his creation do bring forth fruit, season unto season.
I am my father's, and my father is mine.
Right, but who talks like this? Who talks about equity like this? Who says such things like this? Who has fruit?
Amen. I know
fruit is good to eat It's good to the tongue. It's good to the brain. It's good to the stomach. It feels good. Knowledge.
But it comes labor with burden. And at least you commit works and faith, your burdens will be for naught.
Oh, dude. I asked for all this shit. That's what sucks, all right? When I have to, as a grown man, come to the realization that the things I asked for when I was 6 years old is a culmination of what's going on right now. I asked for wisdom. I asked for the most wisdom that I could even put in between my ears. I'm going through so much shit. It's unreal.
Listen, brother, I heard you say you walked through hell to get to heaven, and now you wanna help others get the prize. I heard you.
Oh, I'm on my way to it. I gotta learn more stuff right now. And
at least you know you're walking through hell, and your Adonai, your Abba, just wants you to follow his way, his law. That is the way. And try your best. He knows you're not perfect. You might break the law here and there. Try for some arbitration. Exist well with others. That's the key. We're not alone here. We're one big family. It's kind of like I leave. It's kind of like, so me and my brother leave the bathroom under our rooms at the same time. Listen, under natural law, we both got the right to piss on earth whenever the hell we want. But see, under our social agreement, there's only one bathroom. So we get to the we get to the bathroom, and we're both looking at each other. And to the social agreement, there should also be respect. And in the divine social unit, there should be respect for your elders, respect for what people do for you. So the younger brother steps aside for the older brother, and he says, "Bro, you welcome me into this world, and you walk me through it. Go ahead and pee. I'll wait." And that would be a heavenly, divinely thing, where one give up his dominion, his dominion for a righteous thing, and then there's a benefit for both. The benefit to that is love, the love of a brother you always have. The brother, see, he walks through life with you, and he bears the burdens of your burdens. He makes sure you and him both are fruitful, and your lines are fruitful. Your brother, your true divine holy brother, wouldn't take your wife, so there'd be no one for your wife to leave you for. She would absolutely be stuck with you, and you with her.
Amen, bro. Amen.
And real men walk that line. Righteous men who love their father first, and their neighbor like their brother as their brother loved them. Some of us aren't raised with a brother, though, Craig. You know what I'm saying? My parents had my brother. He was a blessing. He multiplied their fruits and their labors and lessened their burdens. And then, my other brother was born. I got 3 brothers older than me, All my sisters are older than me. So I'm the third from the youngest. Third youngest. One of them's adopted, but he's still our brother, But all those that were born before me, each did for another and each other the same that they did for me when I was born. Everything my father, the chief priest of my family, taught to them, they taught to me. And my father tested me every now and then after his labor was done, and he seized all he could from earth, which his creator gave him. And with the legs he gave him in the back and the hands, my dad will work all day long, So my brothers and sisters taught me a lot of things. Even though my dad had 12 kids to take care of, he'd find time individually for each one of you every week. Just talk to you. Just feel you out. Well, what's a boy need to know? What haven't they taught him that I need to impress upon him? And my father never quit doing that till the day he passed. He was bedridden for the last 30 days. And so I spent a lot of time in the room. And even then, I was just tested. And I knew my dad was like, I think I'm on my way out of this world. My boy's here, and I just want to know my boys. Man, I went to the Corps. none of my other brothers and sisters ever left other than college, and they went there from the farm, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So you go away to do something like war for a God-fearing man who hopes for the best for you as his father hoped for him, you know? Kind of wonders what kind of man you become.
Mm-hmm.
He had aspirations of giving you the kingdom, you know? So, really, my dad got into real deep conversation the last 38 days he was alive. He just really wanted to know my beliefs in God and religion, my
I feel like
place
I've
in
learned a
earth.
lot by this, though, Battlemod. Like, I've thrust through a lot of life experiences very quickly. I was, right? So, like, I didn't have a brother growing up, right? I'm an only child, and then I ended up with a foster.
Yeah, and that's a burden. That's a burden, you know? In a righteous world, in a righteous world, when your parents found each other, man, they would be so free to love and support their lives, and so they could have time to be happy and then each other and in the newfound blessing. There's a great joy there in raising children, and if we weren't labored with burdens, economic strains, if we was just worried about maintaining we need shelter, we need heat, we don't need electricity. So if I just labored myself with the necessities, if I was a faithful and constant man, the garden would always be tended, the roof mended, the foundation firm, you know what I'm saying? In a divine home, the family loved.
Amen.
And that's from the family. Yeah, and that's not just the family because I believe like my great grandma believes on my dad's side. She's as close to a royal chieftain bloodline as you can get. You know what I mean? Full.
My family line as well, bro.
And she's like 98%. And you're supposed to be king of your family. I king of my family. We king over our families. Our kingdoms are supposed to connect, and such grows the web of life.
Well,
as we live in the divine nature, hold on. As we live in the divine nature of the Great Spirit, in harmony with the system we live in, from the spiritual to the mental to the physical. This is why you got to align all three. Because the webs in the kingdoms grow. There are three different kingdoms. Mental, physical, and spiritual. Three different kingdoms. Mind, body, and spirit. Just like there's actually three different rulers over each kingdom. And there's the king of all kings and the lord of all lords.
Well, this is what I was going to say about where kings come from, right? Listen, you have the dad in the family.
What kind of title is that? A host of spirit.
Let me just say this quick. So, like, you got the head of the family, right? Yeah, and then let's say you have families in a small tribalistic area, yeah, right. Eventually, the chieftain, so the leader, the resh, the crown, the leader of that individual family unit, he's either going to be more competent. So we have a competence hierarchy, not like not based on dominance.
Yeah.
Right. So so then the most competent Melchizedek is what's chosen as the chieftain of the town, right? And the chieftain of the town gets eventually voted up against.
And that would be a father. Let's not leave that out.
I know.
Yeah,
I know.
that would be a father. He would have children. He would have a wife and a family.
That's where the chieftain comes from. The husband, the most competent husband in the town gets made the chieftain. The most competent chieftain gets made the king. That's what I'm saying. The family unit is the king unit.
The father,
twisted.
And so, I want you to put it like this. Think about it like this. The most competent father becomes the father of the entire nation. Exactly. As he's voted into father for everybody, and that's with all his priestly and legal
This is where Mother Russia comes from.
Duties,
Mother Russia and all of these sorts of things. Obviously, we know that those people that when they become leaders, stewards of the whole nation, they call themselves the mother of the nation. It's derived from the family unit, and that's the point. That's why, that's why men have to declare that they are the Melchizedek of their own home, right? First.
Yeah.
It's the antecedent to a nation under, right?
It starts at home. You're with me now. 100%. I've been ranting on this for 3 days.
I've been there for ages, bro.
I'm close to having my daughter just come back home. I grew up with 3 generations. I wouldn't mind her kids feeling that.
The same. Yeah, of course, bro.
You're right.
I've got a photo of like I said, that's why I always say like living experiences too quickly. My dad died at 18, right? You know, and it's like that makes a mix about the way you're going to feel, right? So you don't have a dad in the home at 18, right? You know, before that, even my dad wasn't in the home, but he died. So that's gone, and then you don't have an older brother or anything, right? So you start to think about those relationships a lot. I did anyway, personally. It served me well. Do you know what I mean? Like the idea of Melchizedek, right? Like the idea of, you know, what that means.
Yeah, I even thought about taking on that complete role and letting my ex live here, even though it wouldn't be my girl, you know what I mean? All right, take care of you.
It's the example, it's the model.
My grandma and grandpa kind of lived like that. My grandfather was in
separated beds and all that.
A faithful man, but he was a faithful man, if you know what I mean.
Faith, but
he never left her.
Yeah,
they never hated each other. He just wouldn't leave other women alone. Yeah. You know, so they kind of lived that way. That was his fault. I guess I could live the reverse of it if my grandfather was. I know he wanted me to be a better man than him. I was told that. So, you know.
Who doesn't want that?
Well, I got enough room to build an apartment downstairs. And that's just what I thought I'd do. Not just separate bedrooms, but separate areas. She can have her wing. She don't get a first story wing because it's already sectioned off for me, my son, his younger sister, and his older sister. But, you know, north, south, east, and west, bro. 4 areas. That's your area. Clean your damn area.
Start end up in a war.
Actually, truth be told, man, don't tell everybody, but I clean everybody's area. Crack, I'm the maid around here.
Well, that's what you're supposed to do anyway.
That's only if because I believe.
If not you, then who else? If not you, then who else?
Yeah,
right?
Well,
it gets done or it doesn't. Like you're still king of that household.
I want it the way I want it. Let me say that I don't clean up large messes from people. It's just not to my liking and standard. You know.
Question.
I'm military on that. Everything got a place from your shoes, your coat, to your hat, the glasses you aren't wearing.
There's the functionality of a space. Yeah. Listen, the functionality of a space and the purpose of a space informs the modality that the people in that space are under. It's that simple, bro. Like if your space is a clean circular thing that when people get into it, it tips them into a sort of way of thinking that this space here informs. You know, remember, like
I think each station, isn't. Listen, in my house, you don't own that recliner over there and the end table. Don't leave all your shit around it. Leave it open for another use when they want to enjoy the TV. It's centered on the TV.
People seem to fix cars when they've got a hydraulic car jack. That's my point, right? The functionality informs the modus operandi of the whole family. Like, so you make the house.
Nigga, you got snap-ons? Can you rebuild my carburetor? Yeah, I know. People look at my barn and they're like, holy shit, Mike, will you rebuild my motor? I know I need new parts. So what does a rebuild cost? I usually tell them, well, that depends. Are you planning on paying me for my work? I mean, we can rebuild most
families should live like that.
Listen,
that's why families should live around farms and companies like that, though, Bamwell, isn't it? Because
minus my labor, just in parts and the stock, we can get stock rebuild kits. I can rebuild your motor and transfer, $800. That's a V8, V6, automatic transmission, manual, whatever. Seals, you won't have no leaks. So rods, rod bearings, block polish, the bird, crank polish. You know, I can build you a new motor for cheap, but that's a lot of fucking work. So, I mean, are you going to help with the work, and how much were you going to pay me for my work? That's generally I mean, honestly, if you're my cousin or something, even though it's a couple $1,000s worth of work, I've done it for. You give me you give me $50. We smoking your weed while I'm doing it. Yeah, I say that shit. We smoking your weed, eating your sandwiches, and drinking your pop. But you know it don't end up like that.
Man, I'll pay you to teach me how to build my own damn motor.
If we had a forge, we could do that from and a
not
mine.
from scratch.
No, I'm just saying I understand the full process. The mining part, I'm not real good on it, but I know you got to mine it. But you go get me a bunch of iron ore, and I could set up the rest of the
I know you can get that without. Listen, you want to know how to get iron ore without mining it yourself? Is go to a coastline and just collect loads of seaweed and put it in a furnace.
Well, yeah, that's how the Vikings made their first swords. I know, in a clay kiln.
You can do that on my coast. You can do it on my coast.
Bro, that's a metallurgy. You learn that in school. Yeah. It's one
We
of
could
the
have
first.
fun if you really want to have fun. I could just buy a giant aluminum block and some titanium blocks, and we can do titanium sleeves.
You know that's a lot of fucking money, right?
A lot of money, mate, bro. Do you know how much it is for a block of titanium?
Hold on.
It's about $15 a pound right now.
I know you're talking about buying a block of aluminum and using a machining center to machine it down to a motor block that mounts heads onto it and takes a crane, pistons, cylinders. There's a lot of tools in bore finish, micro finish. Yeah, true surface.
So I said I'll pay you to teach me how to build it. We can just buy a crate so we can piece everything together.
You need a hose, but
yeah, you need a hose.
If you're gonna get a block of aluminum, make your own damn engine block. You gotta blueprint a different engine.
You're gonna need to make an engine that you can leave.
You gotta know what are we gonna make? A Chevy engine, Dodge engine, Ford engine, or do we want to just continue manufacturing all our own motherfucking parts?
Yeah, we might as well just build our own piston system.
We might as well buy a manufacturing plant and a metallurgy fucking shop. You know,
we need a CNC lathe. We need, well,
I ain't got that much shit. That's Ford. You know, Ford owns all that shit. They got 2 miles of axle plant, half mile of motor plant. They got 6 different forges on the river. They set the whole process up over here. Michiganders really understand the manufacturing process.
Obviously.
From beginning to end, and statistical process control and everything. I mean, this is the manufacturing state, bro.
I could just buy a car from my uncle and we can gut it because he's down the road from you. He's over near Belle Isle.
Belle Isle, yeah, Belle Isle is where I take the hot rods when I'm done with them. I got a lot of Chevelles, so I don't need another Chevelle. But listen, if I find a Chevelle, I'm gonna buy it and I'm gonna spend a certain amount of money, and it's gonna be worth $30,000 to $40,000. And I'll drive that motherfucker to Belle Isle, bumping, and spend a day at Belle Isle. I guarantee you get offers. There's coming up rappers, drug dealers, people who just shit. There's some 24-year-old dudes that are engineers already at manufacturing plants, and they're building back up.
If you want one of those, just come down here for a weekend.
What, a classic car? Listen, bro, I got a bigger salvage yard than I want right now, and 3 barns full of spare shit. I want to build a motor. I just go out to the barn and ask the original question I asked. What do I want to build? A Dodge motor, a Plymouth motor, Ford, Oldsmobile, Chevy, Pontiac. I got a few Hondas. I could fuck with that old Toyota Supra, you know.
Man, you need to make the Toyota Supra.
Listen,
get 2 Daisy in it, sell it.
I'm not lacking for motors, bro. I've been buying everything that had a bid block in it and keeping the motor and trans since I was like fucking 16, bro.
That's what you're supposed to do.
I bought 3 Suburbans from the horse track for $1,500 a piece, and you know they were old ambulances. They had a SH, a 454, super high output. You know, 454 in a Blazer. So in a Suburban, the normal 454 is about 400 horse stock, 375. The HP, super high output, it's stamped on the heads. They're about 425 to 450. You can get them up to 500 horse cheap. But they were parked in spots where, the horse track bought them and they never used them because they call an ambulance company. I wondered why they had 378 Suburbans with big blocks in them. When if somebody gets hurt on the track, they call the ambulance and the police and the 911. Yeah, and then nigga just got ran over by a motherfucking horse and buggy. They send the ambulance. You don't need your own damn ambulance. If you was doing 52 town trying to get to the hospital in this big white old fucking Ghostbusters looking Suburban, your ass get pulled over quick as shit. You know what I mean? Like,
right, but that's not what they're supposed to be doing.
I know they just bought them there. Oh yeah, you're supposed to.
I've heard stories where they've caused people that were dying on the way to the hospital to die because they were arguing with the driver.
Hey, listen, bro.
Hazards were on. Ooh.
I just bought these Suburbans a month ago. One of them only had 30 miles on it. One had 300 miles, and the other one only had 500 miles on it. So they actually lose them for something at the damn fairgrounds, but they didn't use them, 500 miles on a super high output big block. I can pull that right out of there, clean it up, gasket, kit it, paint it, put a high performance ignition system in it, step up cam, hydraulic valves, tuned valve system where there's a bar, like a rocker roller hydraulic valve system. Bored out heads. For cheap, you can make it a race motor and throw it right in a Chevelle if you got an empty Chevelle. Or you can make whatever you want, big block. A 79 Firebird with a big block 454, you fucking yank 15 grand for it with a cheap paint job. 30 grand.
Don't tell me that. I'll go buy a Chevelle and head your way.
Chevelles are easy to get up around 60,000. I paint. So, you guys be in here debating. I've got on here debating when I turn copper to cash, bro. I'm in the barn putting $8 grand into rebuild parts and restoration parts and collected parts into a hot rod that I just candy coated, clear coated, flip flopped, banged on 20s, chromed out dualies, Flowmaster exhaust, and did all this shit cheap because I just collect this shit. Yeah, I'll buy your car for $50. It's broke. Oh, I got to pick it up on the road. Hell, I'll come get it right now. Here's $2,000 worth of parts on every junk vehicle. I turn 8 grand, 10 grand into 30 to 60 grand any day of the week. Doing what I love. Shit, I'm not. You'd be surprised in the barn. I don't talk as much when I'm working at cars. I'm in my zone, man. I'm satisfied. You know what I mean?
It's all right. I'd be happy just standing there learning.
The only question
was my second job.
I've taken rust buckets in there that people said, "Really, Mike? Oh, bitch, when I'm done, you'd be jealous." The only question is it going to be tubbed or classy? That's the only question. Candy coated, or are we gonna go stock with it? Stock meaning a 72 Corvette. Try to get some 72 Chevy Corvette blue. Am I gonna go original? I can still find the original paint for a 68 fucking Stingray, candy apple red Corvette Stingray. It's literally a stock color named for the car that came in candy apple red. So you can get that, but it'll be $2,500, $3,000 online. Somebody had it since 68, And when you're doing a classic museum quality restoration, that makes all the difference in the world, because you can claim your original paint. It's this paint that would have came on it stock, looking brand new.
What makes a man a king?
His actions and choice.
What makes a woman a queen?
Her actions and choice. And I'm leaving something out, right?
Normally, it's marrying a king.
Well, yeah, marrying a king. Exactly, but that all stems from our Father's will and a covenant,
And
right?
that is an action. It is a choice.
Her choices make her a priestess, but her marrying a king makes her a queen.
Yeah. Well, that's if you adhere to the covenant. Yes, I agree. And the law.
That's what I'm talking about. The only way a woman becomes a queen is marrying a king.
Isn't the covenant the law, bro? In the law of the covenant?
Yeah.
Live by my rules, live by my way.
Dang it, now I'm wondering if you know my uncle, since you talked about Belle Isle, because he stays right over there, and he's got a badass truck.
What's it look like? I might see it. Dude, I've probably seen it on my ride if you had a picture of it. I go there. I don't know a lot of people right in the recent exact area of Belle Isle, but I go there.
Well, if you're going to like car shows and stuff,
yeah, I go. Yeah, that's what I was saying.
And y'all would probably be friends.
I know. What kind of trucks he got?
Shit,
like
I gotta get him to send me a picture. But it's an
like
older Ford.
Older Ford, like a 49. Yeah, okay.
It's a single cab. Shit, he's got, I think it's lifted. He's got the motor done. He's got a lot of shit done.
Is it a 4-wheel drive Ford? So like a Bigfoot style? Like Bigfoot style?
Kind of, but not ridiculous, because he is kind of, he's got a belly, so he ain't climbing nothing.
77, 78.
It's probably lifted up, 5 inches or so, maybe. It's, it's not ridiculous. It's perfect for him.
Yeah, my father drove us. Huh?
I gotta ask him, because he told me everything about his truck, and I forgot most of it.
It could be older, 40s work truck too, or a 40s 4-wheel drive. Fuck, they got 50s 4-wheel drive. I got a couple 49 Fords and a 39 Ford truck. I like the 30s Fords. 39 to about 43, either in a business coupe, a 2-door coupe, or a truck.
I'll ask him tomorrow for a picture and the info.
I'm doing a 56 C150 right now for my uncle. He's already got, dude. He's got $9,000 just into his motor and a nice trans. But look, this is what I mean. Like these are the. I don't know why I went to the 70s. These are the big dick badass 4-wheel drive Fords for the generation before me. 60, 65-year-old guys, 60-year-old guys. I'm 49. 57 Ford 4-wheel drive. I got a 78, but I wish I had one of these, right? I've had that body style, but never in a 4-wheel drive. These are, the chassis are rare to find. 70s are tougher, but man, that's a sexy truck. It's got some sexy curves. Look at this, I had one of these panel trucks too, a 57 Ford 100 panel truck. But I think these are sexy too. GM made.
I agree.
Yeah, it's kind of like the original concept for the 70s Bronco,
Yeah, buddy.
It's a 57 Bronco without rear windows and a removable top, you know. But they're still sexy. And so are those the Chevys from that area. Chevy family.
Yes.
My friends got one. Let me see if I can find. This motherfucker is sexy. It's called the Ariel Speedwagon. And me and my buddy, we went to high school together. And we went to the Palace of Auburn Hills, and we seen Ariel Speedwagon. And I don't tell this much because, it was before I went to the Corps. Right before I went to the Corps, so we partied. We did some rails and shit. But we went to Ariel Speedwagon concert, and Ariel comes on the stage before they start, and they say, "Hey, who's in that truck in the parking lot?" My buddy's like, "Yeah, that's me. And they're like, they said, "Well, why don't you come up here, man? Oh, we want to go out and party in your truck. You need to drive us around." And he's like, "My buddy's with me, So he took me with, but we hung out with the band all night. And then we went out and partied with them and shit in the REO Speedwagon. It was fun. But let me find the pictures. And my boy's name is Terry. But Terry's like me. This is baby, and he ain't let a motherfucker one ever touch it. I've tried to get to work on this, man. This is fucking sexy. Look, 355.
It's cool, isn't it? It's really cool.
Hold on, man. This is it. It's 355 open header Flowmaster exhaust system, tilt hydraulic front end. It's painted inside under the engine carriage like it is outside. It's a totally matching 100% paint job. The fucker's bad. All custom interior. It's just sexy.
Oh God, yes.
And the only person that ever touched this is his son Max. Besides him, you know what I mean? This is Terry Ellis. Terry has been a race car driver. He's been famous for building race cars, race engines. Because if you want to win in whatever class you're in, the key is to have the right fucking person build your motor. You'll absolutely win. I mean, and Terry is a specialist when it comes to tuning superchargers. This is, you're looking at.
I love that thing. I love it.
You're literally looking at $15,000 to $20,000 of supercharged, close as you can get to 1,500 ponies. It's like 1462 at the rear tires when it's dyno. Been dyno. Those are custom headers. He made them. I can do this too. I got pipe benders. But these are called even flow headers. So we start making the header with all the exact same size pipes. And we bend them up till they all meet together where they connect together to the exhaust, and then we weld a coupling around that. So the exhaust through the exhaust system from each individual cylinder travels the exact same distance, so you get the pure sound when it comes out the muffler. I mean, motherfucker's sick.
Yes.
It's a
Yes,
symphony.
it is.
It's a symphony of craftsmanship, dude. He's owned it since we were fucking 14, man. I'm 49, and this was his wet dream, you know what I mean? And this man lives in heaven on earth. Here's his royal chariot, you know what I'm saying? But he's righteous too. He's just kind of a hippie, but he's righteous. He don't do anything that causes harm to other people. He's willing to help. Dude will help you out. He's a good dude, Listen, these guys build cars too. Did you really look at the image where it's in the dirt parking lot? Let me see. Did you look at this image? In this image, you got an Impala, a Chevelle, 53 fucking panel wagon, and then a custom IROC, And they're all option as hell. And this is just a big warehouse in the middle of Hickaville. You see that? See that feed store? with the corn silos and shit. Hillbilly drive the best shit. This shit was painted literally with a cornfield runs right up to the warehouse. It was painted behind the cornfield. You could say that, but I mean, he's got more tools in there than most men have ever seen. You know what I mean? So even though it was built in a damn cornfield, you know,
the dad everybody wants. Holy crap!
This dude's got it up on me too. His daddy was collecting performance shit way back to the 30s. He's got old Rochester awesome shit. But my daddy did just started 70s, and my grandfather was on a whole nother level. He was a truist. He wasn't a hot rodist. My dad was a chopper bobber hot rod motherfucker. My grandpa was a truist. If it wasn't stock, he didn't want it. You know what I mean? That's not stock. What's that? What's that worth? So, hell, if my grandfather seen my '63 split window fucking Corvette, he'd be mad because it's a resto mod, bro. I modified it, made it look different. I changed the shape of the body and all that. You know.
That was my dream car.
Took out the stock suspension, and this is my left nut, bro. I'm planning on selling this, so it's just a bank account. My kid will own it. Damn it, what picture is that?
63 Vet with a split rear window was my dream car growing up.
It is. 57 was actually mine from the beginning of it on. The nice, sexy little single window convertible, big box, you know. Those were my original favorite, but I liked the 63 better than any of them. So that's just all there is to it.
Oh, right now I just need a damn car.
But I mean, look, I got shit like this sitting around the backyard. Here's one, a picture. This is just a tea bucket I'm waiting to fuck with. 30s, you know. You can get them worth around 50. I can throw enough shit in there that'll be worth 50,000. And that's if I'm with that. Well, it tends the reason that the more weed I smoke, the more money I put in the car, because the bigger my ideal and concept's gonna be. You ever seen a Boss 429 Cobra Jet? Real big dog shit.
Good mercy. So that's what's going to go in there, huh?
No, that's sitting in the 63 Grand Torino. That'll never come out of that Torino. That's my Mustang killer. I just laugh at people in Mustangs. So here's one of my Fords that I'm working on. I ain't put the runner boards back on it and stuff. That's actually. It's in my back porch, though. That's not a garage. It's just a.
This is what I would like to be doing.
That one was Grandpa's, so it's got a special place. You know what I mean?
I gotta say though, if these Babylonians keep messing with me, I'm gonna end up having a spot like that with cars like that.
Yeah.
What's so wrong about wanting to be left the fuck alone?
Look, I built this car out of an old Honda Odyssey. I fabricated all that. It looks different now. I have to take a license or a picture. It's got all the fog lights and the paddings on it and the seat belt and all that. It's got a 490, a fucking Arctic Cat. My boy had pictures of the interior that I can't find. Yeah, it's painted black too, though. That's shit. I've been offered like $8,000 for that. That'll smoke a Pilot, bro. You know, my boy got a twin turbo Pilot with the biggest motor, 2-seater, and I just fucking walk on past him with that little motherfucker. It don't even get stuck in the mud pit at the Michigan Mud Jam. which is going on right now, and I'm fucking missing him. But and my daughter don't want to go, and so okay, I'm not one for a babysitter. I gave up a lot of time with her working already. I'm not giving up no more. You know what I mean? So we can go mud bogging out back when she feels like it. We got a swamp. I do like all the groupies. It's like a biker hangout. You got 4-wheel drive beagles. You know what I mean? Not biker beagles, but you got some saddle ponies there, or girls. You know that. Just like guys with a big 4-wheel drive.
Sad thing is, doing all that starts with owning land. Most of the time.
Yeah.
If it doesn't start with owning land, you can't really do much of shit past that.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Like my Ranger, my Ford Ranger, it was my buddy's. He died on a motorcycle when we were 17, but he had it built, and I've owned it since then, only because my parents, because I had access to this property. I lived here, it sat here while I was in the Corps. My dad, who loved me and was the chief priest, respected the fact that I loved my buddy, and that truck meant a lot to me, so it didn't get fucked with. None of my stuff got fucked with. That was my portion of land he gave me to set my shit on. You know what I mean? That's why I got a car collection. It wasn't all me. It wasn't all me. I've been buying cars. I got the first car I ever bought, bro. 76 Pontiac Grand Prix with a 400 6.6 turbo in it out of a Smokey and the Bandit. I still got it. Mm-hmm.
I lost my first car. First relationship, too. I left it behind.
Some chick.
98 Honda Accord.
Yeah, see, fuck, I didn't leave. I got some Hondas and a Prelude. I got some. I liked when I was young.
I can work on the Hondas. I can do a large chunk of things, but there's a lot of stuff I still need to learn.
Where the hell is all these shots? All these fucking interior shots.
First day on a job, at my second job, I went to a mechanic and asked him if they needed help in the town that we moved to. And he said yes. He's like, you got to go get your license. So I went down to DMV, came back, got the job first day. Go tear the clutch plate out of that Mitsubishi Mirage.
Yeah.
I didn't know a whole lot about cars, but that one is a pain in the ass. I don't ever want to work on another Mitsubishi.
Well, you know, them front wheel drives get that way, and they put more effort in engineering thing out. So they fit a lot.
Hondas weren't like that though, because it had 10 pieces for the damn crossbars going from rocker arm to rocker arm. It was ridiculous.
They put a lot in a small place, bro. You know what I mean. Look, here's the shit.
They put a lot of cross members instead of just one damn bar.
Here's my boys. My Uncle Chevy that I'm working on right now. His is just a project too that sat here forever, and when he's got money for certain things, he puts it in. I just, I leave it there. It sits on a shelf. This is like an airplane hangar. I got an old airplane hangar. I put it up out here, and I put these. That's a mechanical oil pit. You know what I mean? It's not a lift. You just drive up on it. It's a ramp system. But the truck's ready for some paint, man. It's aligned. I got to put the wood in it too. It's got a wood box, but I haven't put the wooden box in it. The wooden floor.
Yep.
So it's nice. It's low. It's got a 355 in it. I had my boy Terry put a bunch of chrome on it after I built and bored the motor in half.
Well, see, this is why I'm so
good.
So on about land, because I got an idea that I picked up from someone else in another country that started manufacturing guitars, and we can go back to making hempcrete or hemp cars, hemp doors, making panels.
Yeah, port shit. I know. Yeah,
bro. Like, the way the guy makes the guitars, you could apply that to making doors, panels, hoods. It's crazy. I should send the video to you.
I can imagine, bro. I can imagine the entire process. The first Model A or Model T Ford was made out of hemp. Look, this is a Resto Mod frame and suspension for a 68 Chevelle.
Yeah, but didn't they do...
look at the 4-link rear end.
Compression molding?
Yeah. Layered.
That's the old way.
I know. There's... Yeah, that's part of mechanical engineering, being hip to new processes. What I learned in school was way newer than... There's other ways you can spray layer it, spray mold it.
Spray layer in hemp fibers. Then you come back when it's dry and hardened, and you spray another layer.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Where the hell is it? Look here they are. I found them. I took my grandson, my buddy, out one night on a late night cruise with him, and I bumped into Terry. You can't miss this paddy wagon when you're at the burger joint. So he took him for a ride, and he's got all the lights under it and shit too. It glows blue. That pearl white and them purple flames are fucking awesome. I've tried to get him to put an ambient clear coat over it with a hint of lavender and make it flip flop. But like he said, the flames might blend together when it gets in the dark shade. So he don't want to do it. It could all look one solid color, you know what I mean? Under the wrong lighting.
Did everybody else go to sleep?
Black. I think so.
We talked about God, law, and cars.
Yeah, if it goes into like a dark, into a dark place, no lighting on it, it will merge the colors together potentially.
Yeah, with the ambient, the flip flop ambient, and then when you put that touch of lavender in white over white, it'll go to both ends of the spectrum, like 100 different shades from white to black.
White to black because it's purple,
yeah, which is all the greens, purples, all that gold. You can get a rainbow effect. There's my boy Terry with his shit.
Sounds kind of racist, Desu.
Well, there is a color spectrum. Yeah, this is my boy Terry with his shit. I swear he got like fucking 80 grand into this motherfucker, man, but he don't care. Something he's making money out of it. Something they'll own forever. He want his bloodline to own it. And I'm with that. You know, I'm not making fun of that.
I love that thing. It's quality. Love the engine.
Fucking sexy as hell, man. Hey, we get nothing but nods. We can roll through the gangsterous hood in Detroit, and motherfuckers will do nothing but nod at us.
Yeah, man.
Nowadays we get these motherfuckers with all these custom, Hellcats and shit pull up on us, but they just don't know. My boy got a full-blown fucking supercharged 355 that just gets down.
Look at the front axle on that thing. Well, the arm.
Yeah. Listen, fucking. It's got Well, listen, they'll beat him in the corner, but they'll never touch him on the open road straight up.
Just saying, it looks so well. It's very, very good manufactured parts, and it's very sturdy, bro.
Oh yeah, that's a 30s panel wagon, dude. But it's upgraded, just like if you look at that, the frame for the fucking '69 Chevelle with the upgraded suspension. Terry and them helped me do that. I built it, but I take it there when I mock it up, put the motor on it and the rims and all that. Because they got computerized equipment to do the front and rear end alignment, so I can make sure everything's true, you know? Because you don't want to put a 4-link rear end in the car and then have it drive sideways down the road, you know? Ass end kicked out all the way down the road. You know what I mean, right? Dog tracking.
Dog tracking.
Yeah, you don't want it. Dogs, they walk with their ass stuck out to the left. You know? That's why it's called dog tracking. Damn. You got lost and fucking.
Have you ever been coursing, Balmont?
Huh?
Coursing. Not course fishing. Coursing.
No, what's that?
Where you hunt.
Where you net them?
Hunt hares with rabbits. Hares or rabbits with dog. Greyhound.
No shit.
Or coursing. Yeah. Or some people call it lamping. Because you go out of a spotlight and you shine it until you see the eyes, right? And then the dogs chase the spotlight. You train them to chase the light.
Similar to how so many stupid people are following the false light.
So, damn, that's smart. So all you got to do is get the dog to chase the light.
Exactly.
That's redneck smart as hell, son. I like that shit. Get the shotgun.
Damn straight, boy. Nah, yeah, it works.
You're right. Well, you just pray the dog don't catch the light because that's what you're shooting at.
Well, that's the thing, though. You let the dog get the rabbit, catch it. They catch it for you, bro.
Oh, well, shit. That ain't redneck at all. When do I get to shoot my shotgun? Never? I don't like that hunting.
You can use the lamping technique to chase deer and herd them towards you to shoot them as well. People do that in the United Kingdom a lot.
Yeah, when I take my dog hunting, bro, I take a 410 lever action.
They do it to chase the deer onto their own land because you can only hunt in deer season.
Yeah, some people will go disturb their bedding areas and spotlight them and shit because they know, like, they sleep in these pines, but they got pines across the road that's on their property, so they just go push them out of their bedding area 4 or 5 nights in a row. If you can get them bed in your area 4 nights, that's their bedding area now. They're creatures of habit. They start to make all their functions based off of where they bed, you know? So the minute they change your bedding area, they change your pathways. So literally, if you can disturb their bedding and force them to bed on your property, that's where the bed always. If you just make them feel safe there, but not over here. You go over there, you're going to smell me plus some spotlight. You come over here on my property, you just go smell me until you don't see me and you never see again.
Yeah, man, that's what people don't get about like deer hunt, not deer hunting, sorry, like fox hunting in the United Kingdom. People fox hunt so they don't have to kill lots of foxes.
Well,
spreading fear pheromones and stuff like that, right?
Yeah, it's kind of called like quarter trapping too. Just the idea of using your spotlight at night before deer season or fox season or anything. I can do it to the turkeys. I can go out here and disturb their sleep and force them to go sleep in the area that's more accessible to me. It's called quarter trapping them. I quarter them into the area I want them. You know what I mean?
Yeah, remove the route of path, remove the bedding area.
Yeah, because where they bed, they're on disturb there all the time. You disturb animals at night, they won't bed there no more for guaranteed 2-3 days. If they try to go back after 3 days and there you are, hey, motherfucker, hey, no, you're not bedding here. They're out.
Yeah, they're gonna remember that.
I mean, It doesn't always work, though. You know, I've spotlighted the shit out of them turkeys in my front yard, but I think they're saying, "Look, bitch, we ain't bedding. We're not sleeping. We're out here eating.
Are a bit different.
We out here eating, yo. We ain't sleeping yet. We just chilling in your yard, motherfucker. Shut up." Turkeys are dicks, dude. They look. You go spotlight them and yell at them. They look at you like, "What, bitch? Don't come this way, getting loud like that, motherfucker." Oh,
we're not squatting. We're loitering.
Right? Yeah, we're not bedding here, dog. We're just hanging out. We smell that weed. You got something we can eat? These motherfuckers have eaten my flowers before, my flower garden. I got so mad. I told the dog, "You go out there and get him out in my garden," and he just looked at me like, "Are you fucking serious? You remember when I got all them stitches? I do." You don't fuck with the turkeys. Like, I'll go out there and bark, motherfucker. But my motherfucker, if they don't run, you know, I'm just gonna bark again until you say it ain't working. Come on. One thing I can do though, man. Horses are so big, turkey don't fuck with them. You can go get 2 horses and work it through there, and the whole group of them bitches will start moving. They don't like horses for some reason.
Man, horses are brilliant. I love horses.
I think they know the horse could just gently swipe his leg to the right and take out 40 of them. You know, just he'd go right, left, and then hee-haw, and a whole lot of them motherfuckers gone. Horses, they got some skill. Like, who else can jump up near and then jackhammer kick your ass?
I was just saying, man, a horse can one-shot you. There's not a lot of animals out there that can take you out in one hit.
The motherfuckers are fucking, but they're more deadly than Bruce Lee, yo. Just jump, they'll 2-leg jump in the air and then just kick you with one. Woo-da! Kick a hoof, nigga.
Full power as well. Like,
hoofs on you. Yeah. Yeah, and them hoofs, listen, them hoofs are sharp, just like deer. Yeah. I went up north. Listen, I went up north one year with my dad, and we were hauling a camper in a big old 78 4-wheel drive. And there was a washout in the road, and we're coming the back way to where we normally camp in the Manistee National Forest. In the middle of a blizzard, it was snowing. So my dad slams on the brakes and almost goes into this washout, right? But we didn't see the washout. He hit a fucking doe. And the doe flipped up onto the hood of the truck and just laid there. Now, there was a .357 in the glove box, right? A pistol, you know, just pow, you know, you're done. One and done, you know. My dad's a big guy, big native guy, you know. He's like, hey, hand me that Rambo knife. Now, I'm young. I'm 14. I'm like, well, you know, Dad, it might not be Dad. You really want the Rambo knife? You sure you don't want the .357? Oh, man. Oh, just give me the Rambo knife. I give him the Rambo knife, and I'm like, you know, if you get your ass beat, I'll come with the .357. And he was like, no, boy, no. Don't you grab, because he knows I could go out there and set the .357 at my young age and dumb up against the deer's head, blow a hole through him and my old man at the same fucking time. My old man like, no, don't you touch the .357, you're just taking the fucking truck. Well, he grabs his steer and he steps over her back and he grabs her chin and leans her head back, tongue hanging out her mouth and shit. I literally, for a minute, I said, well, she is dead and he's just going to cut her throat and end her. And she woke up instantly. And kicked him. He hauled him from behind and kicked him with 2 feet in the back of the head. These were instant lacerations to his skull, hoof marks, you know what I'm saying? He fell back. And that's when the ass whooping began, you know? And I was like, oh, shit, this deer's whooping my dad's ass. I seen, this is how much we hung out in the woods. I hung out in the woods long enough to see a deer beat up my dad, and a deer beat my brother up, too. A buck beat up my brother, and my brother was wearing mating scents, and when the buck walked up behind him and sniffed him because he smelled like a bitch in heat, a whelping bitch, he said, "You ain't no bitch," and he stood up on his hind legs and he beat the shit out of my brother. But this deer put hoof marks, and it was a small doe all up and down my old man, dude. And he says, I said, damn, that motherfucker damn near killed you. It got away too. It whooped his ass. 6'2", 280-pound, big bellied Indian. You know, that was my dad. You know. He said, well, he gets in the truck covered with blood. I said, I didn't want to come out there and try to shoot the deer and shoot you, Dad. And he said, it's okay. I'm glad you didn't. He's trying to catch his breath. I said, damn, that deer whooped your ass. We're going to have to go to the hospital. And my dad said, yeah. I said, let me drive. He said, no, it's a good thing. You know, the deer lived, fuck it. But we didn't go in the ravine. There was a washout in the dirt road, man. It was like 5 foot deep. Would have broke our whole truck. So we had to go like 20 miles around to get to camp at the end of it. But we had to turn around and drive back 40 miles to go to a hospital. Get my dad staples in his head. And then, you know, my dad, the native with the long hair and shit, he got all these shaved spots on his head where they stapled his shit and shit. My uncles was all like, my dad took his hat off. They was like, whoa! He had hoof marks on his forehead and shit, though. They were just all like, what happened to you, Andy? And I go to tell the story, and my dad would say, shut up, boy. Shut the fuck up. He said, I got my ass kicked by a deer and we'll leave it at that. He didn't want me to tell the whole story. Oh, that deer whooped your ass, Dan. He thought he was going to pick it up and slam it and, you know, and be all right. But when he grabbed it up, my dad was a big man. He picked up probably 180-pound doe over his head. Well, that's when he took most of the fucking beating. It was dumb. He shouldn't have did. Deer was all 4 legs trying to walk in the air, just walking all over my old man's head. Cha-chunk, 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 kicking him every time she was taking these air steps like Jordan. Smack, 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 smack. And it took my dad a minute. I actually think, I ain't the first kick, man. She stupefied him, you know? And for like 8 kicks, he didn't realize he was getting kicked. And then he just kind of dropped her, didn't body slam her. She landed on her shit and hopped away. Doot, 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 doot. Later, motherfucker. That's what I'm saying, bitch. Don't run up on me again. Next time I'm fucking your truck up, too. I said, Dad, that deer beat your ass. And then she stood over you and said, Bambi, bitch, don't ever forget my name. And ran away. My dad was mad. 2 days in the deer camp, my uncle said, boy, you got to quit telling that story. Your dad's getting pissed at you. He said, we hear this story every time we look at its stitches in his eye, boy. It was funny as fuck. It was. His face told the story, dude. Oh, man, smoked, you know, chiba, you know, peace pipe. My old man just be leaning, sitting across from me at the fire pit, just staring at me, smoking a hooter. You little bastard, you got to keep telling that story, you some bitch. You lucky, you fruit of my loins. I brought you in this world. I'll take you out.
It's the parable of Battle Mod and the deer.
No, that was my dad. My dad and the deer, yeah. Yeah, moral of the story is, man, take the 357, man. Take the 3. Don't bring a knife to a gunfight. Nature ain't no bitch, man. You know, deer can jump like fucking 20-foot barricades. They can jump across it.
Don't bring your forehead to a deer fight.
Yeah, they can, dude. They can clear a big 3-lane road with one leap. It's high enough to jump over traffic. We go up north and it's just like reindeer hopping through the woods. You're driving. Normally, they see you. And there'll be a whole group of them. And while you drive by, you can look up and see deer after deer hopping over the road and clearing your truck as you're driving. And you don't hit shit up in the woods. Because they don't live in the city where they got to stop. You know, they're way up in the Manistee National Forest where they can actually run for an hour without stopping and never come to a house, a home, or a person, you know? Like 1,200.
That's what amazed me. It's always amazed me how effortlessly they jump like that.
Yeah.
It doesn't even look like they've strained and they've gone 3 lanes.
Yeah, like Lottie Dottie. Yep. Like they're saying it. Well, it's just a hop, skip, and oh shit truck jump. We're on down the road. Mary, Mary, May. We was running through November snows in the woods. We jumped 5 trucks. We're up to no good. They fly almost, dude. Literally, when I was a kid, I remember asking my dad first time a deer jumped over our truck. I said, "Damn, Dad, deer can fly? I didn't know that." He's like, "No, boy." I said, "They can glide." He's like, "No, they just jump. They got real good jumps, kid."
Mic check, 1, 2.
You're working, bro. I heard you the first time.
Oh, I didn't say anything earlier. This is the first time I spoke, dude.
Oh, well, who just spoke up? I thought that was you. Might have been Solar.
That's
it. All right.
Make sure it's working. Yeah. How's the flat Earth going, man?
Righteous. So long as we all take care of our family.
Righteous. I like that.
Be the king of your family, righteous brother.
Somebody's doing arts and crafts in the back chat.
I seen that. I'm wondering what they're doing.
Looks like fun, man. I like painting. You ever do any painting like that? Artwork?
I do, but that would be mixing the shit for my airbrushes.
Yeah, that's cool. Same kind of fun, you know.
Yeah. I don't know. They might be using airbrush. We don't know. It looks like you got 3 colors, 5 different colors of yellow. It's a Mountain Dew with ice.
That's nice.
And a cup of Pepsi, yo.
I got a couple shout outs to Alex. And
who's is that?
What's up? What's up, Ben?
Spiral, okay.
Any new people around here?
We wish.
Anybody coming in to give us the...
No, you got a topic you want to rant on? You want your rant? I'll clear the floor and let you rant for 20 minutes.
I just got here, just hanging out.
Bong got so high he quit talking, so we're good now. You just fire away.
Well, you and him were smoking 2 different kinds of weed, I think.
Earlier, yeah.
One was up and one was down, man. You know.
Yeah, listen, dog. We didn't just learn to work like that together and all in a day. This is years of experience in working together that got us to this level of continuity.
Yeah, that's hilarious.
Isn't it?
That's fucking hilarious.
He's like, I didn't understand shit either one of you said because you was both talking.
I come on here for the laughs mostly, man. And
yeah,
you guys were going deep like an hour ago.
Like
I didn't even want to jump in because I was way off my fucking reservation.
Well, it is the destruction of family units. Literally, that's the basis of the covenant and the law.
Oh my God!
Live by my way, and your blessings shall be many.
I'm mostly learning and listening on that one.
Oh, look, this nigga got weight.
I don't have much to add to that, man.
That's a cool point.
That is a cool quote, man.
It is.
Wow.
You got some Keith in there too, huh?
It's just you could spend all day just talking about that one quote, man.
Yeah.
Really could, man.
Yeah. I've thought about it for a long time.
You're very well rounded, my friend. You know a lot of stuff about a lot of things, and it's a pleasure to learn from you, brother.
Well, I have to say that it stems from a traditional divine family union. Knowledge passed, stations accepted, titles accepted, family that lived, well, 5 generations who all fear the Lord.
Damn, that's amazing. Well, thank you for sharing your knowledge with us, man. And I appreciate it. Because
I just think
I learn a lot of stuff around here from everybody, man. Hopefully, I teach somebody something too as well. But
I just think when you live like that, your blessings are multiplied easily, effortlessly, because it's a way of life. You were raised that way, so you just live the right way, and your blessings are multiplied. And if you don't, well, that's a way of life too, and well, then your curses are multiplied. That's a nice fight. That's cool. Have more of my style. You smoke on that like you're fucking. I could play. Who's that? Elementary, my dear Watson. Sherlock. I could play Sherlock Pot Holmes with that motherfucker.
Right on.
Well, it is pretty cool. It's a cool design. Hey, I wonder, all these paints are you making pipe spiral love, or what are you making? What kind of art are you doing? You're getting stoned and doing art, hippie. Tell us about it. Tell us about your peace and love art. Damn it, we want to know.
Yeah, it looks a seriously involved project going on here, man.
Hey, it's what? It's hard to get you to talk.
All right, well, shut up. Go ahead.
Here, I'll show you some examples.
I was just wondering, do you make that pipe too? That's a badass pipe. I like the paint design on it. It's kind of like Rastafarian.
I wish I did.
You bought that. You bought that for art time. I hear you.
I worked with a glass blower.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. You got some skills blowing glass, motherfucker.
Glass blower. It's crazy freaking hard, man.
Yeah, it's cool to watch too. No,
it's hot to watch, man. It's very hot.
Yeah, I enjoy to watch a craftsman, in the zone with their technique, and
there's so many techniques and little tools and little things they spin shit with, and
the timely manner, just the whole process and the way they do it. It's like a orchestrated symphony, So
it really is, man.
I enjoy that shit. It's kind of like to watch a welder, a fabricator, a forger.
I like the old blacksmith guys. Fuck.
Yeah.
Cool stuff, man. Pounding out like horseshoes and
hinges.
It's like, damn, you pounded out a hinge.
Oh man, you can make your own domestic with railroad ties and horseshoes and shit like that.
Pretty cool stuff, man. It takes a lot of heat, man. A lot of energy to do that shit.
It does. You can make a sword out of a sling blade. You know what I'm saying? You got one of them there sling blades. You just keep folding it until it's like that Damascus.
Keep folding.
Then you keep folding it. I would heat a sling blade up and fold it back to a square pellet and pound it out, and then reshape it back into a short sword. But really, that's high quality steel. You take a sling blade, add a couple railroad ties to it, bro, and you have layered textures. You get some real good looking Damascus that you can do an acid wash to and bring it out.
Interesting.
You can make some badass swords. You know what Damascus steel is, right? Just layered steel.
I like tool steel myself, man. That's my favorite.
High speed tool steel. Yeah.
Good stuff, man. Quality.
Oh yeah. Well, you can make some nice looking knives out of that shit.
Right.
You can make something that looks nickel plated and it's not,
Yeah.
It's just
buff it out. Yeah, it's
High polish, yep.
But it'll rust like a motherfucker. Gotta keep it oiled up.
Yep.
Well, that was when I learned how to sharpen wood carving tools. It was a 6-week class.
Oh yeah.
It was 6 weeks just to learn how to sharpen tools. Anyway,
Oh yeah.
he's like, the
Yeah.
best tools are the ones that rust because they're made out. You don't want stainless. Fuck that.
Yeah, it's about
Shitty knife.
I can
Shitty knife.
formers and shapers and rounders.
I was like, okay.
That's what you make.
V tool, my favorite.
Yeah, it's that's exactly like fucking screw machines. Do it the same way tool forming.
It's fascinating, man, how sharp you can get metal. You just got to work.
Yeah.
Some stones, a little bit of oil, a little
Yeah,
leather.
you can polish it with stones too. You can tumble it.
Yeah, you can hand polish it with stones.
Oh, I know.
That takes forever, dude. And the teacher in my class, he's like, sharpening tools is not deducted from your life. It's not time deducted from your life. So keep sharpening your tools.
Oh no, that's preparation, bro. It's not time lost, it's time gained.
Well, there's nothing like a sharp chisel, man. And damn, I can do some damage with a sharp one. Fuck.
Yeah, and that sharp chisel.
Spiral's some
that sharp chisel can be a groover tool too.
Original.
Oh,
hold on, let me click on the picture. It's a lemon.
Are you covering your whole wall with this, your house wall, or is this stuff you're gonna put up for sale?
Orange drink of some sort. Dude, that's some cool art. Fucking A, bro. Get out of here. Oh, yeah. Now you're talking, man. That is so fucking hot. I love abstract art like that, man.
What was that guy's name? Yeah, that painted on TV. What? Hey, remember the dude with the perm that would say, "Oh, we're going to put this over here and that there and this line here, and we're just going to make this a tray. We're going to put some nice little leaves on here. We're going to paint us a few branches." Bob Ross, yeah. The painter, Bob Ross, teaches you how to paint on TV. Do you know who I'm talking about?
I didn't hear you, man. I was reading something. Sorry.
Bob Ross with his, what was the name of that TV series where he painted shit and taught you how to do fucking...
The Joy of Painting with Bob Ross.
Yeah. Yeah, that guy teach you how to make draw a mountain scene or, a wood scene or a tree. This can be a tree. That's going to be a tree. I said Perm and Chris.
Hey, I'm going to subscribe to your channel, man.
Chris M.
Lucid, man. Painting Lucid, man. That's a cool name, by the way.
Hey, Chris M. pegged it. Because Chris is gay, and he's like, yeah, I love that perm. Look, I got a Bob Ross emoji, Mike. No, I'm picking on gay. But Chris is cool. Where'd you get the fucking Bob Ross fucking emoji? That's funny.
Bob Ross. He's a flat earther, man. You know that?
No, no wonder we got the emoji. Was that there, Chris, or did you have to put it in?
He's always talking about the horizon.
Let me look.
Flat, everybody. The horizon's always flat.
Is he?
I've seen that video. I don't know. I think a lot of flat earthers have mooched that.
Last thing Chris did was update LaLuca again. No, we must have had that Bob Ross that emoji. That's funny.
That's fucking awesome. Anyway, yeah, Bob Ross, flat earther.
I didn't know that. I didn't.
Well, he talked about the level horizon a lot, flat horizon.
Yeah. I just don't.
I'm pretty much full ass joking about this, but I that would be so cool, man. Find out he was a flat earther or something.
I just know he was a painting motherfucker. When I was a kid, I think he was on PBS or something
Yeah,
like
it was
that.
like PBS or something, right?
Public Broadcasting System.
You get all
Well,
fucking stoned, watch him for a while.
Yeah, my brother used to watch. We used to watch this shit, and I do with airbrushing some of the layering techniques that Bob showed me on TV.
I had a customer, man, who learned all his painting from Bob. He had all Bob's videos or whatever, and
really,
he had some fucking incredible paintings. This guy, man, I'm like, yeah. He goes, I learned everything from Bob Ross. I was like, damn. But he had, yeah. It's good stuff.
I took some advanced art classes, but man, I can paint a Mustang by a mural, a Mustang in the mountains by trees mural on the side of your 70s bubble Chevy van or Ford van. You know what I mean?
Interesting.
Not saying I could do it this week. That takes a long time, a lot of base colors and overlays and shit, you know. And wet sanding sometimes to make it sharp and pop.
You're killing me in the back chat, man. Fucking killing me. Killer art, killer smoke, drink, glasswork. We got yeah, it's good stuff. Good stuff, man. Hey, I do come on here in the evening, man. Have a couple beers with you guys and see what's happening with the what we're living on. It's fascinating what we live on, and I'm glad it's not moving. I don't like that. Would make me nauseous. I'm glad it's not moving.
Word.
You know, I would have the spins all the time if what we're living on is spinning. I heard the technique for the spins was to put 1 foot on the floor. You guys remember that?
Yeah.
If you got the spins, you're a little too drunk. You sleep with 1 foot on the floor, man. That keeps you from spinning.
Yeah, I know the one leg. I know the one leg technique. I used to lay down on the couch and then throw the left leg off and set the foot flat on the floor and feel grounded. I was like grounded and the world stopped spinning and shit. Oh, maybe I'm not gonna puke. I can stop sweating. Yeah, I've been there. You like that mural? Yeah, I painted that out.
Dude.
Or owl.
Get the fuck off.
Hawk. Yeah.
Off. You painted that?
Yeah, I can.
Holy crap.
I can.
You even went down on the floorboard there a little bit. I mean, on the whatever, the runner, the foot runner.
Yeah. Yeah.
Dude, what?
But yeah, this was my Uncle Carl's van and his son Carl.
Crazy, dude.
His son Carl wanted that. He's a veteran. It's the Eagle Land. It's Eagle Landing.
I'm impressed. Damn it.
But
don't stop that.
I can airbrush chrome Mustangs and chrome emblems on your car. And people won't know that they're not chrome emblem. It doesn't say 5.0 in chrome piece. Yeah. They won't know it's spray painted on until they get up real close to it, though.
Right.
So you give it depth, and it makes it look 3D.
The proper shading, right?
Yeah, you give it depth.
That's a great technique. Shadow highlighting things.
I can paint. Yeah, I can paint like a motherfucker, bro. I've been doing it for a minute.
Obviously, you can paint like a motherfucker because that is a motherfucking painting right there on a van.
Oh man, that's about 4 months. It's about 4 months on the bird, and the base color was already laid over the whole van. You know.
Right. Yeah.
And that's just on that side. I got the reverse on the other side. And it's all perfectly symmetrical. Every one of those wings are the exact same distance from that body line on the other side.
Right.
Symmetry.
Well, you've got the depth. You have parallax, I can see, as well.
I do it old school. I used a lot of fucking masking tape in that, bro.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can do a real. I can spray on Trans Am decals with a lot of people. They end up looking like a phoenix or some rudimentary image of what they're doing. But I can actually.
Let me ask you this, man. What do you think of those vinyl wraps, man?
They're awesome.
Yeah, they are awesome. They're amazing, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's cheap, and you can make say you just build your Honda Bam, instead of bro, you can put 14 grand in a paint job like this if you ain't my cousin Carl. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The wrap is awesome. You can get a color flip on like a 2-door coupe car.
Cheap.
The whole thing for like $500.
Cheap. I'm telling you, the candy coat flip flop your motherfucking shit. I'm gonna have
mine was
$12,000, $13,000 bill on your motherfucking Mopar. Crazy plum flip flop purple. I'm gonna want 12 G's. I'm serious.
That's exactly what I got too. I got the flip flop purple. It was like the dark.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, from 3M, and it was like $550.
Dude, we're talking $4 grand worth of paint to put it on there.
It's ridiculous, man.
You think 12 grand is a lot, but when you use the proper shit, proper seal coats, clear coats, base coats, primers, you literally got $6 grand into putting down a $12,000 paint job.
Oh yeah, I seen it. My buddy's building a Torino, and he's got it's like voodoo purple from House of Color.
Yeah, and that's a custom color. It's probably more expensive. It's like Galaxy Midnight Blue. That
Blue,
color.
Man, I was gonna say, man, it's Midnight Blue is kind of in the same ballpark. Yeah.
Yeah, Galaxy Midnight Blue, like it. $5 grand for a candy coated flip flop version.
Black during the day. It's
yeah.
What the fuck?
I got a 72 vat. You know the ones they.
That's a great color.
The Stingray, they put the 305 in because they were worried about. It's actually an 81. 81. They were worried about economy. They put a 350 in it. I put a 327 in it, like it should have had. Dual carbs, but it's midnight. Midnight Galaxy Blue, high metallic candy coated, ambient clear coat with it's got a touch of purple but not lavender in the clear coat. It's a metallic, so it's a sparkle flip flop, and it goes darker. I actually think it covers a lot of the blue spectrum and stays into light greens, and you'll go from light green to all through the blues to a dark purple. I think it came out well.
Yeah, it came out amazing. And Spiral, his paintings are fucking cool as fuck all, man. And awesome. Dude, look at you go, man. That's a hell of a setup, bro. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You got 8.
Man.
You got 8 fucking.
Look, I guarantee this motherfucker got one of them 2-door cabinet shelf systems.
You got 8
with this motherfucker got shelf. Those are cups full. That motherfucker got shelves full of them bottles. I know he does. I do.
Well, I'm going back in the chat, man. What's up with that hot rod with the flames on the side, man? What's up?
Oh, you like that? That's my boys. That's Terry Ellis's Ariel Speedwagon Chevy Padawagon from 50, 53, 55, something like that. It's got a 355 full blown duty. You got like 12 to 20 grand in that motor. I'm not sure. That dude,
it's cool.
That dude builds $20,000 motors, $30,000 polished, ported, blueprinted, mapped, plastic age.
How many computer chips are in that thing?
In that truck?
Yeah.
Just the brain box. It's just a brain box. Yeah.
It does have a carburetor, though, right? Yeah. There's no computer chips in there.
It's a supercharged, naturally aspirated 355 punch stroke polished board, blueprinted, and gasket match.
What a fucking engine. Look at that. Fuck off, man. Fuck off.
Yeah.
Fuck off.
Hey, listen, I'm 49. My boy Terry has owned that motherfucker since we were 14.
Stupid fucking engine, bro.
He made those custom headers.
Everything is fucking chrome, dude.
Everything.
You fucking kidding me?
Everything. No.
Fuck off. I love that. The amount of money that it took just to chrome the fucking thing.
This is one of the guys that I learned application and practice with.
What is going inside the hood? They even painted fucking kick-ass inside the hood.
His son did that, Max. The same flames, the exact same flames that are on the outside of the front end.
Who owns this? You said RL Speedwagon guy or something?
Terry Ellis.
Ellis?
Yeah, my buddy from high school.
He got money to fucking piss, apparently. Fuck.
Yeah, he probably got 70, 80,000 into that. The inside of it is sick. I just can't.
Sure.
I can't find what I did with the pictures.
I love a combustion engine. I think it's one of the greatest inventions of all time.
Yeah, Terry builds race motors. Yep.
But those guys to figure out the combustion engine, man, hats off. But to take it to this level, those guys would be so fucking tripping.
They got their own. They got their own shop, dude. That's all they do. They build. You see my
if you'd have shown that to Henry Ford would have fucking shit himself, man.
Yeah.
Fuck off.
Yeah, Henry Ford would have shit seeing that Ford 29 Cobra Jet that I posted a picture of. The one that's all aluminum. That's a super jet.
I'm looking back.
Ford would have shit.
Was it earlier tonight you posted it, or?
Yeah, it's got blue squares on the valve covers here. I'll repost it.
Hang on.
It's
a pickup or some old.
Yeah, it's right under the red pickup.
The red pickup.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. There it is. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, that's in a 63 Gran Torino.
Oh, I see the pickup. I'm not seeing the Gran Torino, man, anywhere.
No, you just see the motor.
The motor on it. Oh, okay, gotcha. Now I got you.
Yeah, see the
man.
That's a Ford 429 Cobra Jet with a ported intake. That's a ported stat.
Beautiful fucking
high ignition. Oh, that motor's sick.
Brand new top end on that thing, man. What the hell?
Oh, the whole motor looks like that all the way down. You just can't see it. That year Gran Torino is small.
That's an everyday driver kind of vehicle right there, man.
It is. Actually, it doesn't have. I didn't put a large cam in it. I just bored the bells.
The other one's a show car. This is I'm driving to fucking California. Let's go.
Yeah, or I'm going down to the Ave to race Mustangs and just show them I don't even need anything past second gear to whoop their ass.
Well, what's great about that engine, man, is you can get to everything really easy if there is a problem.
Yeah.
Obviously, the way it looks, all the wiring, hoses all look great. Belt looks good. That's a driver, baby. Let's go.
Oh, yeah. It is.
Yeah, keep that up, man. That's a good little car. Good little engine.
Well, some of them get built to just drive once a week. I got cars, man, that you won't drive every day. Got 20 grand and the motherfucker probably can't get 30 out of it, and it runs on E80. You spend $300 of cruising on the Ave. You know what I'm saying?
No, I don't know what you're saying. I'm just fucking with you. I'm not a car guy. I'm string guy. I like strings, guitars, pianos, mandolins, violins, that kind of shit.
Yeah, I'm with you. Those are your
banjo. Give me a fucking banjo, baby. I'll figure. I work on it. If it has a string on it, I'll fix it. I can fix it.
Fucking
guaranteed. Anyway, but motors I always love motors because motors get you there, man. And the less complicated, the better. And these old motors, man. Pretty straightforward. You can't fuck them up, man. You can't. These new motors and fucking all this super injected fuck all wiring everywhere. Fuck off. It's like everything has 20 wires going to it.
Yeah, I still got 70s fucking work trucks that I use for my fleet trucks. They're just 79 1-ton 305s. I just keep rebuilding them, bro, because it's just, hey,
man. I mean, if you need a 305 part, they made like 12 million 305s.
Yeah, I got a stack of them out.
Guess what? You can get a fucking part.
Yeah, I can get a block. I got blocks. I got a motor pile of just 305s.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's one in a million guys, that have a pile of 305 parts.
Yeah, I race Detroit Iron, and I generally put a 305 stroker.
305s are just perfect, man. I mean, it's one of the most perfect engines, man. It's just big enough.
8th mile. Yeah, 8th mile fucking.
You can.
Dirt track. Yeah.
It doesn't matter. It's just going to be a workhorse. And if it breaks down,
yeah, they are. A 305 2-barrel with, the right cam.
How much more do you need, really? I mean,
Yeah, it's just it's a reliable workhorse.
You really need the 500, really? Back up, Captain.
Yeah, not in a work truck. Hell no. And really, you can use a 262 3-speed on the.
Those
I got.
There, man. I mean, they're
I got
harder to get parts for them than 305.
Yeah, I got 277 1-tons that are 3-speed on the column. They're seal rigs, seal trucks. They got tanks on them, but it's a 3-speed on the column, 262 1-ton, 77 Chevy.
What more do you need? Really?
Yeah. For years they've been.
And they got these guys out there now, man, and running these super fucking duper diesel fucking to the.
Well, they got 50 grand in their truck, man, and I got a
70, 80
piece of shit.
Are you shitting me?
Right, I got a piece of shit Grandpa bought years ago and put a few thousand. When I rebuild it, I put 7,000 to them, maybe 10, and it's a brand new fucking truck.
Yep.
Use it for another 10 years before I fuck with it, Exactly. And I keep up the maintenance schedules, though. I do the maintenance schedules. When you zero out the mileage, you say in 30,000 miles, you might want to change the cam or the lifters or rebuild your heads. Or, water pump, oil pump. That shit's got a life expectancy.
Well, everything does, man.
Yeah.
Last time I checked. I don't know. Who else is in the room, man? Anybody else?
Bong.
Artists? Somebody want to play a song?
Want some fish, Bong? I got the munchies, bro. You can't hear that grease?
I got the munchies. Right, go eat, man. What do we got? We're hogging up the fucking mic here.
I'm cooking, bro. Shit. See it?
I see it. It's a skillet full of food, man. Eat. Yeah. Enjoy, man.
I'm just gonna let the potatoes slow cook, slow fry.
You just eat it. Just cook it and eat it at the same time, man.
My daughter's
cook a little more. Cook.
My daughter's hungry too, bro.
You're making me hungry. Stop it.
What I got? Listen. See the pan? I got a 16-year-old daughter. I'm gonna have to draw a line down the middle.
Oh, you're splitting that.
and part ways to each side. This is you. This is me. And while I'm cooking the potatoes, she'll rearrange it until she gets every piece she wants. You know, bro.
Right.
I don't care. I'll eat what's left. I'll make enough potatoes where either one of us can fill up on them if we want. I like fried snacks.
Fried food, man, right there.
Old school. That pan's old as fuck, bro.
I was gonna say, man, that pan looks well seasoned, and I know about a good cast iron skillet that's well seasoned and properly maintained.
Yeah, that was my grandma's fish.
The best cooking pan you can have, man. Period.
It's a fish pan, bro. Yeah,
it's the
that's
best.
Just a
But
fish
you gotta
pan.
take care of it, man.
It was grandma's.
You got to keep it oiled and
yeah. That was a grandma's fish pan and my mom's fish pan. I got a steak pan. I got a pork pan. You know.
I appreciate guys that can cast iron like that. Thank you. Thank you all to all the cast iron people out there. You've made our lives better.
Right. Hey, a lot of people use that. The only thing I'll cook in any cast iron pan that I got and not be specific about is bacon. Because bacon makes everything take better. When we put some bacon grease in the fish pan, you know, that don't matter. We'll have a little bacony, smoky hickory fish next time.
Shout out to all the vegetarians out there.
Fuck them. You guys want some bacon? We got some cottage cheese, cheddar.
But I just shout them out.
No, yeah. No, I'm just. They know I'm joking.
Eat the grass. Good.
They know I'm joking. I'll eat a. I actually got pear halves and green beans to go with this shit.
Yeah. Pear halves and green beans. That's an interesting combination.
Well, the fruit is the dessert. You just got to have some roughage with starch and fish. You know, greens are roughage. It helps you digest stuff.
Hey, I like your health advice out there, man. You know,
I'm just a pig, yo. My grandma told me if you're gonna be such a pig and a skinny boy, you better eat a lot of greens to help you poop. That's my grandma taught me that. 3 sources of garlic's good for heart health, blood health, and you know, a healthy heart and healthy blood. That means healthy heart. On all men should know this. Eat 3 types of garlic daily.
What?
Onion. Yeah, garlic's good for your blood. Good for your woody.
Good for the woody?
Good for the woody. Grandma said so, and that's essential to keeping a happy marriage. Grandma said so. See what I mean about that passed down knowledge? Well, Grandma said it before you know somebody, you got to know yourself. Like biblical manner. It took me years to mean, wait a minute, Grandma was saying, before I can have sex with somebody else, I got to know what my sex stuff is, and I got to know about garlic to keep my engine running. I was like, damn, Grandma and Grandpa were biblical freaks. They weren't sodomites, they were biblamites.
Hey, real quick, man. I gotta go. We gotta get back to flat Earth for a second, man. In the chat, man, he wants some proof of flat Earth, scientific proof of flat Earth.
Okay. Shit,
Dude,
sir.
Rocket Man, jump on the panel here, man.
Yeah, and we'll go through the.
I'll
go through my best scientific proof with you after I go get my fish. I'll be right back.
Yeah, we'll get to it. Jump on the panel, man. Come on in here. We got science over here. That's what we do here 24/7, pretty much. Sometimes we get off the reservation a little bit. It's not uncommon. Start talking about cars or whatever. Health. But yeah, for the most part, man, flat Earth is kind of where we're rolling. And we're here, man. We're here for you. We'd like to see the science for the globe, man. Actually, would be cool. That would be good. Or how do I prove that myself exactly? How do I go out and know that I'm on a spinning ball? Anyway, I'm gonna get in one more beer, and then I'm gonna finish that, go to bed. But I'll be here a minute. Shout out to Glad, Rocket Man. We got Ben out there. Aries, Resistance, Alex, man, what's up? All right, that's about it. Okay, you guys, we're here, man. Jump on, bring your science, man. I want to see some science for the globe. We got science for flat. Anyway. Anybody else? That's it. It's late. I guess it's getting late, huh? All right. Well. Right on, Alex. You guys are taking care of that out there in the chat. Appreciate it. Glat Flobe is better than any moderator I've ever seen, man. Guys, just unbelievable, solid. It's one of the best. Thank you for all you do. I really do appreciate it. Without you, man, I'd be just, I'm not that great of a typer. I don't like to type a lot of stuff. So they do have voice to text thing. Sometimes I'll use that, but it fucks up. So there's that, man. Anyway, I'm out here in Southern California. It's a beautiful evening, summer. I think tomorrow's at what, 19th? Today, the 19th. Appreciate it, Glad. Appreciate it. But no, we're very well rounded in here. We have some great experts in different areas, from pilots to road construction, retail. We got precious metal people in here. We got a lot of crypto people. We're extremely well rounded inside the 24/7 Discord here, man. It's amazing. You can learn a lot around here. There's some cool people. Yeah, it gets a little funky. Every chat room, every fucking, doesn't matter if you're into like Hot Wheel cars, man. You can get into some chats that are just nasty, man. Oh, you think the 64 is good? Well, fuck you, man. I think the 74 is better, bro. And here's why. And they fucking like, oh shit. Damn. People are fucking stupid. Getting stupid over Hot Wheels, man. It's crazy. So yeah, be careful out there. I mean, it's gonna get funky around here, especially flat Earth, man. I mean, I've seen it all, man. I've seen it, fucking porn bombing, the fuck all, the people just doxing. Crazy crazy stuff, man. I've been doxxed many times. It's like, damn, people are fucking cuckoo. Welcome to Flat Earth. Toby Dog, man. Right on. Cheers. Yeah. Right on, Coco. Good stuff. Coco. That's what I call the cocoa. If you got the cocoa or not. That's the thing that's been going on for the last 19 months. 19 months? Are you fucking kidding me? 19 months. 2 weeks to flatten the curve. Welcome to the cocoa, man. Cocoa era. We're going to call it crazy cocoa era. We're in. Anyway, I'm going to grab a beer. Somebody want to chime in, talk about, I don't know. Don't talk about Afghanistan. That's not on my radar, man. Okay. What else? All right. What can I say? Not a whole lot, man. I'm here for the comedy mostly, and it's fun, man. Try to have fun with it. If you're not having fun with it, man, you're doing it all wrong, by the way. And there's some great people out here having great fun, knowledge, and kicking ass, man. Taking names.
His knowledge is power, man.
Fuck, man. Fuck. So, yeah, participate. Jump in. Hang on. Hold on tight. We're going for a ride, people. We're
going for a wild ride, man. Sorry.
You got to hang on to your hat, man. Hey, especially if you're on the side of a airplane, you got to hang on to your hat. If you're hanging on the side of an airplane. Are you kidding me? Get out of here. That's some funny shit, man. Hollywood's a funny place, man. I'll tell you. Funny place. All right, I'm cracking my second beer, and I'm going to hang out with you guys for, I don't know, half an hour maybe. And then I'm done. But I appreciate you guys letting me in here once in a while. And, I try not to fuck it up. I really, it's too good. It's too good. Hey, at some point, man, this beautiful place will end. It'll be a sad day. And I've had many great discords come to an end, man. I've seen it. Sucks when it happens. But we'll regroup. Somebody will start a new one or something. Appreciate it while you got it. Because, at some point, man, they'll probably want to censor us completely, 100%. Yeah, I appreciate the efforts, man. The efforts around here. If you were to put all the man hours together, it would be a pretty fancy number. Pretty fancy. All right. I'll just keep shouting out the chat here. Nobody else. Just D. Ross is in there. What the fuck is a sun arrival and sun departure? Is that made up? Ease your mind. All right.
What are you looking at? The YouTube chat?
Yeah, I'm just chatting with the YouTube chatters. The YouTube chatters, man. The Resistance is out there. Aries, Glass.
Como les resistations.
X is out there. Yeah, I guess I'll shorten
Let's
up your
see.
names, by the way, man, because some of you guys have too long of names. So I'll just keep it simple. Anyway, we're here, man. If you got any questions or we just want to hang out and tell us something, whatever, science, if you know something about a 305 motor, I'd love to hear it. I'm here for knowledge, fun. If you could do both together, you can have fun and learn a lot of stuff. The best way to learn things is having fun while you're doing it. That's when you don't forget it. Or sometimes you get your ass kicked while you're learning something, and you thought you could get that bolt in that fucking motor, and next thing you know, that the bolt broke. Now you got to learn how to get the bolt out. And ain't that a bitch? It's a learning curve with getting broken bolts out of motors. Takes a certain technique. You gotta have the right tools. Fuck, man.
A ball peen hammer, a center punch, a good drill bit set.
Exactly. Sometimes an easy out. You gotta have one of those.
I never use the easy out. I punch the center. I'll drill a bolt out until the only thing left from the screw or the bolt is the thread that's sitting in the thread, so I don't disturb the thread. And I'll take a pick. I'll take a pick at that, and I'll get it to move, and then I'll grab it with some hemostats and twist right out the hole and clean it with a tap. Put a new bolt in.
With the tap.
I got this shit down to a science, bro.
Yeah, you do. See?
You have to a center punch. What a center punch does is it's got a point ground on it, and you have to center that on the bolt the best you can and tap it real hard, and it'll put a hole there where you can start your drill.
Yeah.
It's where your drill bit's going to set. And if your first hole is centered perfect and your bit driven, your bit drilled to the bolt evenly parallel with the threads, then you just keep going up a couple millimeters, until there's nothing left but thread, or the thread just falls out. A lot of times it'll wrap around the drill bit and just come right out. A lot of people are lost if I break a bolt in the head. Well, there's no question about it. I start pulling the head out. That's it. I'll get the bolt out. That ain't shit. I mean, that's
that ain't shit for you, man. But
yeah, that's only. I only got to drill tap them if they're broken flush with the hole. If there's something sticking out, we'll just heat that up and grab it with some damn vice grips and get it out of there.
Well, I mostly deal with wood, and because musical instruments I work on are wood, most of them.
Oh yeah, yours is more tedious work though.
And but even then, man, I'll break a screw off or something, and I have to figure out how to drill it out
or a dowel,
or re-thread it, or So there's a lot of
or how to put a fucking bigger screw in that bored out hole so it all looks uniform.
Exactly.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Got to fabricate shit stuff.
I like my guitar. I got an acoustic. I like it. I just don't play much no more because auto mechanics beat.
Don't play. Yeah, it's better if you don't.
Yeah, it beats on my hands. Auto mechanics.
Just kidding, man. Play that fucking thing sometime. All right. Hey, what night are you doing the karaoke thing, man?
Usually on Saturdays. If everybody will if everybody will jump in, hell, I'll do it any night anybody damn wants to, just to listen to somebody try to sing.
So how much?
I do it too, though, so you can laugh at me.
We have ladies' night on Friday, and then you kind of been doing a karaoke thing on Saturdays, and then there's a precious metal they do for like a couple hours. I forget what day that is.
Yep.
Anyway,
once my summer slows down, I want to do Flat Earth 101 with QE. He can pick a subject one day, I'll pick one the next.
Yeah.
And the Family 101, Divine Family Unit and Community on a Flat Earth with Easy Talk Radio.
Yes,
with
let me ask
Michael Jonathan Smith.
Let me ask you, Mike. So last week, the guy Michael from Australia, are you familiar with him?
I don't know. I think so.
I don't know. He's done some Flat Earth videos in the past, and he's done some stuff on the Coco as well. I don't know. He got a background in some medical stuff. So anyway, he started a new show called Flat Earth School.
Yeah.
He was doing some live streaming from Australia.
QE mirrors it. I thought that's who you.
It's been mirrored by everybody, dude.
Yeah.
Glowbusters mirrored it.
Yeah, QE doesn't teach a class; he mirrors it. All right.
I think QE mirrored it. I think Nathan Oakley might have mentioned it.
Yep.
It's been making the rounds. I tuned in yesterday. He was doing a live stream. I watched a little bit of the first day, Monday, I think it was. Anyway, but he's trying to build up his. He wants to build up his hours of watch time so he can monetize.
If you share his mainstream here, dude, just give me his link. I'll make that happen. I'm in fucking 30 servers.
Anyway, I mean, the guy's
seriously, dude. I'll share the fuck out of his link. We stick together, bro.
But yeah, so he's kind of making the rounds this week. I just noticed it.
I've done it for a lot of people. I do it for Iron Realm. Done it for Karen.
Oh, I like Iron Realm, man.
Do it for Sit Z, right? I did it for Jazzy, Jazzla. I did it for a lot of people, dude. We got the popular format. If we just keep it.
Don't ever do it for my music night, man. Don't do that.
All right. Well, you know what I mean.
I'm kidding, man.
If people are putting out content, they ask me to.
I don't put out content. I put out interesting music usually.
Hell, I got 300 cousins that I can use to monetize somebody's channel. You only need like 150, right? Subscribers.
It's not the subscribers. It's the watch hours. They want to see the watch.
Oh, I know that, but you have to have a certain amount of subscribers to start monetizing.
Never monetize nothing, and I've been out here for fucking 5 years, so.
I have a lot of cousins subscribe to your channel if you want, bro, but you might get put on the watch list. They're all.
Don't subscribe to mine. No,
they're all.
I got like 20 people that will drop into my.
They're all either registered MML, MLM, or they're guilt by association family member or bloodline member. Michigan Liberty Militia. There's 3 Michigan militias.
Hey, guilt by association, man. My friend back in the 90s is like, here's a great name for a band.
Yeah, guilt by association.
Guilt by association would be second. The first one was Known Associates.
Yeah,
Known Associates. And I was like, damn, that is kind of a cool name for a band, man.
It is. Guilt by association, I think, would be awesome.
Might even be better, man. I don't know. I'd have to take a vote on that one. They're both good. But guilt by association, that might be more prevalent in today's world, man. Because
that's a flat Earth heavy death metal band.
So yeah, it's a total fucking.
They all want to take you down, all my friends. They want to kill you, put you in the ground, see you underground, and now you're dead. And I'm guilt by association.
Yeah, I can.
Destruction. And I correlate with it, guilt by association. Yeah.
Oh, man, I'm glad the chat's bumping out there and YouTube.
That's like some death metal friend. My one friend, his band is called Production Dre, and it's their motto on their album is Michigan's purest form of orchestrated violence.
Interesting. When did death metal become a thing? All right, so back in the 40s, they had this like Frank Sinatra kind of shit, and then you went Elvis in the 50s. We had the Beatles rocking in the 60s, Led Zeppelin, fucking hard rock 70s, 80s fucking was just electronic fucking nightmare. Still cool. 90s was this grungy fuck all. Where was I mean, there were some heavy metal hair bands in the 80s, but
well, in the 80s, it was also Venom, Celtic Frost, Slayer, Creator.
Right.
These are all brutal death metal bands. Rain and Blood, Slayer.
Slayer is kind of a.
That's but it's
almost pop metal.
It's considered death metal. Yeah,
I know,
or black metal.
But they got real airtime. Slayer did, man.
Was it Rain and Blood, bro?
They didn't get much airtime, man. I don't think. I don't. Just use it. I don't know.
I bought their albums. I don't know.
But I'm just talking about popular music, radio, fucking. Death metal was never like popular music.
Death metal was never radio, bro. They didn't get no radio play.
It's like one of those.
Fucking radio play.
That's kind of. I don't think that's my point, man. Like, when did? I mean, death metal's huge, man. It's fucking. They got a huge following, but never made the radio. No, yeah, exactly. Crazy, man. Metallica, I guess. I don't know. Are they death metal or are they just heavy metal?
Disposable Hero, Metallica. I would have considered death metal, and Creeping Death, and Disposable Hero, Master of Puppets. Fade to Black, life it seems to fade away. That's on the topic of death. Disposable Heroes is Whiplash, Kill 'Em All.
Okay.
My mother was a witch. She was burned alive. Reckless little bitch. 4 tears I cried. Take her down now. Don't want to see her face. All blistered and burnt behind my trace. 27 almost died. Gotta watch them die to see them, make them pay the price. See the bodies out on the ice. Take my choice. Am I evil? Yes, I am. Am I evil? I am man. Yes, I am. I thought, what's my
I wish
lost my head.
I wish we didn't have to worry about copyright strikes and we could just play whatever the fuck we want. That would be fun. But that sucks.
Taking no chances. You come with me. I'll slit to the core. I'll cut you to the core. Help set you free.
So, music, okay, it gets ramped up, man. That's my point. I think everything.
Yeah.
By decade, everything gets ramped up. So we hit 2020. Boy, things get ramped up, dude. You talk about getting ramped up, man. We just hit this fucking decade hit with fucking balls to the wall, dude.
Do you know what kind of music Creator sung?
The hell's gonna happen in the 2020s, man?
Creator had songs in the 80s like Satan is Real, Hail to the Hordes, 666 World Divided, Enemy of God, Phantom Antichrist, Civilization Collapse, Violent Revolution, Pleasure to Kill, Hordes of Chaos, A Necrological for the Elite.
Give me a Give me a date on a year on those, man. You got what year were each of those? Like
all these songs were in the 80s.
That's the 80s.
Yeah, this is the
fuck, man. Think
Nuclear Blast. That's from the album Nuclear Blast.
Shit, man. I need to revisit the 80s. It sounds like what the hell happened? Fuck.
Well, 86, you know. That one of their albums, Pleasure to Kill, was in 86. They kind of come around in 79 and built up to 80s and 90s. In the 90s, I thought they were well known. Coma of Souls, the Sleepest Souls.
What do you think about the Talking Heads?
I don't really like them.
So you didn't like them, huh?
No.
No, they spoke to me for whatever reason. I don't know. That's the thing, man. See, music's it's a weird thing, man. It speaks to some people, so like yeah, whatever.
Let's see what the lyrics are to this one.
I liked heavy rock, but death metal, nah, I never fucking went there, man. That's like one over the fucking cuckoo's nest.
Oh, you went down with the mosh pit.
Nah,
you didn't like a good mosh.
I liked girls.
Oh, in the mosh.
There's no girls in the mosh pit, so I'm not going there. Like fuck that.
So the song listen.
Oh, that's where I'm going.
This is the song Hordes of Chaos, a necrological for the elites. Violent chaos haunting me, mirror of countless human tragedies, times of horror, constant lies, totalitarian autocracy demise.
Tartarian. What?
Totalitarian autocracy demise.
One more time.
Totalitarian.
Spell it.
Total. Itarians.
Totalitarian. That's Tartarian. It's not. It's Totalitarian.
No, I didn't say Tartarian like tartan.
I thought you said Tartarian. That's why I was
right there. The totalitarians, autocracy demise, fake peace, necrology for the elite.
There's a lot of
brutality among the weak. Yeah, listen, brutality among the weak while children die for Armageddon's victory breed. This necrological for the elite, like raging beasts among the sheep, while flags are waving everywhere they scream, hordes of chaos, hordes of chaos. But it's brutal riot. Left and right. Listen, this is talking about our times, dude. And it's from the.
It sounds like we're like right now.
It's from the. Yeah, listen. The next verse.
Go ahead.
Brutal riots, left and right, out to destroy, willing to die. Honor killing and blood is shed. A cruel reality and empires built in sand. We talked about that earlier. Empires not built on the rock. Or the foundation of love. Dark war, more gruesome than ever before, supports the decadence galore. A tyrant's feast on shoulders of the poorest of the poor. The necrological for the elite. The rise of the heartless. Bourgeois. What? Bourgeoise. While flags are waving, everyone's screaming, hordes of chaos, hordes of chaos. Ultimate crimes, ultimate hate, ultimate war, ultimate fear, ultimate pain, ultimate terror, ultimate death, ultimate sin, ultimate scorn, the ultimate control of masses of everyone. Now scream, everyone's against everyone, chaos, everyone's against everyone, chaos. This literally sings about our fucking...
That's the reality that we've been presented. Yeah.
Yeah. Look, I posted the song itself. You can listen to the song. I don't know if I'm saying that. Necrolog for the elite hordes of chaos. A necrolog for the elite. I wonder what it
for the elite.
Yeah, I wonder what a necrolog is. Is it like a monologue, but a demonic monologue?
Sounds like a noose. Like something around your neck. I don't know. Could be wrong.
No, necro is like necromancy.
Oh, okay.
Working it with demons.
Yeah. I'm tracking. Okay.
Okay, necrolog, an arbitrary notice or article. That wouldn't that be a mandate? How do you use necrology in a sentence? My grandmother's necrology was posted online so that everyone could see what a wonderful person. The necrology of Chuck Berry included in the compliment slice and with, I don't know, necrology, I guess. Maybe it doesn't need. Damn it, cat, quit. What is a necrology service?
Wow, that's a fascinating.
What is the study of necrology? The science of collection, classification, interpretation, or of morality statistics, morality, mortality statistics,
Mortalities, man. I've heard a lot of mortalities here in the last 19 months. On TV, they talk about mortalities. Lots of them.
You know what a necro candidate is? So I guess it's a publishment, like public notice. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because it's a necro Canada is a death notice published in Canada. You know, death notice. Public notice, somebody died.
Now we're getting deep.
An arbitrary notice or article. So public notice or public article. Hear ye, this is said by so-and-so. Hear ye, this person died. And in law, public notice is a very lawful thing in a social construct or, constitution, agreement, compact. If I place a legal notice, then I essentially made that a law. But say legal notice and public notice, unlegal notice, or legal fiction. So a basic tell you said, law gives me this property, you come to my property and shoot you on death. I've declared it. You forfeit your life the minute you trespass on my land. Well, that's legal notice. That's my law. And I can literally police it because they've given public notice. I mean, they would still find ways around that to prosecute me for murder, but I'm sure you know what I mean. Yeah, I gotta tend to a cat.
There's always processes that they will make up. Apparently, we've been through a lot of them here in the last 19 months or so. 18, 15, 17, whatever it is. Seems like forever. Anyway, processes of declarations and mandates and all kinds of kooky shit, man. Like, do this or else. Do this. Do this, do that. Do it all, man. Wear this, don't wear it. It's okay, it's not okay. Somebody died. We need to shut the entire country down. Hold on. Yeah, I'm not. It's a lot to take in, man. A lot of stuff going on out there. The evidence of the isolation of the cocoa thing. That would be cool. Yeah, isolation. I don't think you have to put your blind faith into God. I think you can walk outside and pick an apple off a tree and go, damn, that's amazing. This had to be created. It looks like the same shape as my heart. And it tastes really good. Yep. Proof. Is that proof? Yeah. The sky, the air, consciousness, this place had to be created. It's not spinning, shooting through space at millions of miles an hour, man. So if it's not doing that, that means it's a stationary plane and it's created. So there's your proof of God. For me, I mean, might be different for you, man. I hope you get to your proof. I hope you get to your proof. I hope we all get to our proofs, man. Proof of everything, man. I want proof of everything. Proof that if I cut this piece of wood at 1 foot, it's going to be cut at 1 foot, man. Or 1 meter, whatever. I like the metric system myself. Millimeters, meters, kilometers. Good stuff, man. Very easy to calculate. The English system, however, has its drawbacks. Fractions. Thank you, fractions. Fractions is confusing. Millimeters, meters, kilometers, not confusing at all. Fractions, pain in the ass. Yeah, I don't. Can anybody prove God? I don't think so, man. But can you prove it to yourself that you're just some speck in some dust that was created from a big bang, shot into space, and created from pond scum? That who knows where all the fucking pond scum came from? But who came up with the pond? First of all, man. Out of all the trillions of dollars they've spent on space exploration, they have not even shown me one single tree. Not even a tree, a lake, a river, nothing. They've shown us fuck all. Nothing. So we have to be the center of the universe, man, because they ain't shown us nothing else, man. There's nothing else. Oh, we know there's 100 million Earths over here because we saw them through the telescope. It's amazing. No, fuck off. You didn't see fuck all. You don't know. You're not going there. You haven't been there. You're never going to get there. I mean, forget it, man. It's over. It's over, man. This is the center of the universe. You are it. You're the special one. You're the one that gets to be in the center of the universe, man. I love it. It's where you want to be anyway, man, right? Come on. Can we prove? What can we prove? I can prove we're not spinning and there's no curvature. Next. Yeah, I can prove that. All right. Shout out to Lukey and Resistance. Lukey and Resistance. They're going for it. You guys are out there proving it. You guys proving it, man. I love it. What can we prove? What is faith or belief? What is belief and faith, or what is proof? What is proof, man? How can we prove something? Wow, man. What can we disprove? That I love. I love disproving things, man. So I think one of the biggest disproofs out there, man, we've gone around this thing called curvature. We've been going around curvature for how many years? There's observations of no curvature at, I've seen some up to 1,500 miles. 800 miles, no curvature. So if you can't have curvature at 800 miles, then there's no curvature. But who has an 800-mile tape measure? Anybody? No. I didn't think so. 100 miles, I've seen left, right. Now, logic tells me if I can see 100 miles to my left, or whatever, 50 miles to my left, 50 miles to my right, according to said measurements of said globe, I should see about 7,000 feet of curvature. A 7,000-foot curvature at 100 miles. That's it. Can anybody show me any curvature at 100 miles? Would be good. 50 miles. We've seen 58 miles. All kinds of curvatures missing, man. It's missing. It's not here. It's not there, man. We can't find it. That's why we're still here. Where's the curvature? Where's the curvature? It's not here. It's not here, man. You can't find it. You got no pictures. You got no measurement. All we keep seeing is flat, level, no curve, no curve, no curve, no ball, no spin, no shooting, no twisting, no turning, no gyrating, no tilting. Sad. It's very sad that we're still here talking about this shit, man. It should have been done. We all should be being with this great creation, enjoying it. Yeah. Exactly, Glad. Who was that? Who is it that traveled? Well, it's 96 million miles. 93 million, 90 million. Depends what time of year. Oh, we're only at 90 million miles away from the sun right now because it's summer here. And when winter comes, we're 93 million miles away. How does that work? How's that working out? Is it working out? I didn't think so. It's not working out. Damn. The tilt of the earth is the reason we have seasons. The tilt. Yeah, that's a good. Oh, that's a good one. Ah. Because you're what, a few thousand miles closer to the not even. You're a few thousand miles closer to the sun, but we go millions of miles. We have summer and winter, 3 million miles difference. By the way, we're 3 million miles closer, 3 fucking million miles closer to the sun right now here in North America. We're 3 million miles closer to the sun, or farther away. Excuse me, I got it backwards. Damn it. We're farther away, actually, and we have summer. When we're closer, we have winter. That's it. Now I got it. Apparently, I need a vaccination. Help my brain. Anyway, it's a stupid. Where's your flat Earth model, man? Where is it? Where's your flat Earth model? I got one right here. I live on it. There's my flat Earth model. What's your point? Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, shit moves around in the sky. People have been predicting, paying attention to these little lights in the sky for a long time, man. They can predict shit. So it's not complicated. Prove your fucking spinning shooting globe fucking theory. No doubt the cocoa is obviously a lie, man. The cocoa is a lie for sure. Damn. Anyway. Well, measuring a distance. I love measuring stuff, man. I build musical instruments. I got to measure shit constantly. And I use millimeters and centimeters mostly. But if I say it's 11.9 centimeters, you know exactly what that is, and you can divide that in half rather quickly. Bam. Takes, right? 11 and a half, that's 5.25. Boom. Done. Now, if I tell you it's 7 feet and 30 seconds, divide that in half quickly. Bam. It's going to take you a minute, man. Think of fucking calculate, carry the 1, 5. Yeah, fuck off. Millimeters, centimeters. Perfect measuring. Love it. Anyway. Citations. Do you got any citations to back up your claims? Sure, we got all kinds of citations, man. We got citations coming out of our ass, man. What the best part is the citations of the globe, man, because those are a fucking joke. Yeah. Bit of a joke. Last time I checked. Anyway. Hope you guys are good. Anybody else in here want to piff out? Piff. Somebody need to have an epiphany. Piff. I call it a piff. I stole that from somebody. It was a good idea. Piff out.
Nah, dude, just well, I'm just listening in, bro.
Cool, man. I'm just piffing. I'm getting close to my.
Any Any ballers?
I'm getting close to the horizon.
What?
If I just keep going, I can find the horizon. I'll get there. I promise.
Oh, you're like Moana.
If I just keep going, I'll get there.
What is that? I forgot who said that if one were to go to the horizon and there's another observer looking at the horizon, you're the one that went to the horizon is on the horizon.
It's messed up, ain't it? It's where the sky meets the water or land, you know, the horizon. Oh man. Funny, man. Funny place we live. It's a great place we live. It's amazing.
It's
laugh at
enjoy it.
You know.
Enjoy what you can, man.
It laughs at us, man. I know that. This place laughs at our asses. Yeah, there's some crazy times we're in, man. Crazy times, man. I'm seeing shit. I'm like, what the fuck is going on here, man? Whoa.
They're already saying that, you know, we're like the I don't want to say it, you know, but the people that haven't gotten it yet, right? They need to be shucking up, and well, pretty much what they're saying is like we're gonna need to be forced to take.
They got the push on, man.
Yeah, they're trying to get citizens to agree that shit. You know, I hope they publicly broadcast these people, because they'll be the first one I punish for stepping outside their bounds and thinking my health is their problem.
Right.
Worry about your own life, your own prosperity.
For real.
Good advice, Mike. You know, just
it won't prosper a man to try to force me. That's all I got to say. That whoever comes to ensue the rule of law or mandate, their life is worthless here. Honestly, I'm literally there. I've already said this is where I draw the line. This is where I live or die. This decides my future and fate. Maybe I'll spark something to where other people say, fuck it, because, hey, you know, I might die in the end, but I'll tell you what, it'll be a long, lengthy standoff.
Yeah.
Because I'm really articulate in the art of guerrilla warfare.
That's what I said too.
Yeah, so come out here and take your chance with your life, but understand that your life playing with. Come out here and try to force me, talk to me, coerce me. Not into that. There is no social agreement here. I don't care what words you wrote on paper. Come out here and try to police them. I'll send your agent to the 4 corners of the earth in 7 boxes. Holy, holy, holy art thou. Yea, though when I lay my hand upon thee, they will know Yahweh and Yahushua, our Lord and Lord of lords. King of kings, right? And there is a higher law. And they might be next. At least I dare to tread off my property and ensue my will.
Amen, brother. That's
shouldn't have trained me, bitch.
Someone's gotta, you know.
Yeah, they take that chance with every soldier. They train them. They specify training in there. They get there and they see what they think is a hint of just a natural-born killer, and they try to motivate it and manipulate it. But they didn't know you trained in the art of self-defense, so you didn't have to fight. So you didn't have to take life. You end up an advocate for the other side of the tracks. And a wordy adversary. You know how many books on the art of war I read? I'm a
27 books.
No, less. But I'm a weapons specialist, rifle expert, pistol expert, combat expert.
Hey, there you go.
Special operations coordinator. I've been a sergeant, platoon leader, led my own platoon of killers. I know how to train people and how to command them. Well, it depends on what you want. You tell me what you want, and I'll tell you what we got to do to get there. You're either willing to or you aren't. It's either a worthy cause to weigh against your life or it's not. Changing the world isn't for the weak. It's for those who have faith, because it's through faith you move mountains.
Yeah.
It's not, dude. It is not for the weak. How many people have we seen drop out, man, over the last 5 years, man? 5. They just dropped, man. Gone. Disappeared. Yeah. Fuck all, man. People that were like deep in, they like couldn't. It's a fucking rabbit hole sometimes, man. You go down, like, damn. I fucking
go crazy and you start dreaming about filling the rabbit hole with dead bodies and just making a better world by percentage as you can before you go out. Yeah. Leave a better world for your children. Well, I think I killed 0.7% of the dumbest motherfuckers on the earth. So the world's 0.7 better. I'm shot 6 times now, and I'm barricaded and trapped and surrounded in my own home.
That would be an interesting theory, because
now is when I write my last words to my children and my bloodlines. Give them the principle that died on.
Bro, I think everyone who isn't gonna, this is gonna pretty much end up either in a camp, or 6 feet under.
Yeah. No, I don't know. I think there's 2 ways. It's been set up for a Hegelian dialect, a savior, problem, solution, savior, solution.
Yeah.
It's problem, false, fake problem, fake solution, fake revolt, fake savior, and then new solution, and that'll probably be the kill all. Because they're hoping they'll get 70% of the people to agree when the savior comes and says, I got the real vaccine, bro. I'll hook you all up. And then that one kills 70% of the people. 1/3 of the world's population.
I mean, how can they be so dumb, though? It's like first one, okay, didn't work. Second one, didn't work. Okay, the third one, okay, no. The next one.
I won't line up for that shit if Trump himself takes back the Oval Office and says he got the real shit. Yay low if they say the savior is over here. Yay low if they say the savior is over there. Yay low if they say he's in a cave. Go not, for he's not there. There is no savior. That's what Jesus was trying to warn you about, the Hegelian dialect. Don't go looking for a savior. Save yourself through faith. Basically, if truth be with you, who the hell then can stand against you, The problem is waking up people to see the truth of the stands that the many have made and the line they're starting to form. We got clearly divided lines, dude.
Yeah, I believe those who have been in the game, either spiritually talking or scientifically, or just politically even, they're getting.
I don't even fuck with motherfuckers. Listen, I don't even fuck with motherfuckers on Facebook posting little punk non-debating motherfuckers. When they start saying I'm smart enough to know COVID caused this and the vaccine didn't, I go straight to, can you cite your source for that scientific evidence of that, or otherwise that's not a factual comment that you made there, it's a belief. Can you back that comment up with science? How do you know that COVID caused the breathing problems and not the 3 vaccines the kid got? He was a cross-country runner, and the day he took the vaccine, he was done on the cross-country team.
Crazy.
He ran with COVID last week, though. So tell me what scientific test showed you that it absolutely isn't true in that instance. The dude quoted an instance, another guy said, I'm smart enough to know the COVID caused that. I asked him, I ain't got a reply either. I went to Facebook jail and came back 90 days later, and this motherfucker still ain't responded. And I went back to that post and tagged him again. Hey, bitch, I asked you for a source. Mr. Follow me, everything's gonna be all right. Why the fuck should I, why should I follow you when it comes to my health? Idiot, you can't even back what you say. The motherfucker won't respond. I'm tempting him now. Put me in Facebook jail, bitch. The next response I send to Facebook will be, bitch, where are you at? Facebook, how big a bitch are you and how can I get where you're at? You know, motherfucker, your wife, the value of your life is nil, bitch. Tell Zutenbucker I'll be by later. Fuck Facebook. Ban me, don't put me in jail, bitch. I'll make a new account, you queer liberal faggot, censoring me from a keyboard.
Piff. That was a piff. That was a total epiphany.
Cause you ain't got what it takes to tell me face to face. You don't have any real authority, so you make yourself feel better by censoring people on a social fucking media thing. Where usually if you didn't bring your gay liberal argument there, nobody would give a fuck about what you're talking about. They just make their choice and go on with life. People don't give a fuck about peer pressure. Actually, when a person's already decided in their mind what's going on and you keep beating their brains, what do they get? They get tired of fucking hearing you. Bitch, I made a decision, right? You don't sway minds and hearts. Motherfuckers who act on first impression, they don't go change their mind because you come up with some fake chart. That's when they get smart and they're like, wait a minute. I see your charts. I see your projections. Can I see the scientific experiments and clinical studies that make that a logical inference?
No. Can't see it. Come on, Mike. Fuck, we can't see it.
I'm crushing them on these fucking Facebook debates over this shit. And I know and I'm polite as can be, bro. I don't cuss. I cuss now because I can get away with it. But I don't do it on Facebook. I just ask for the specific shit. Because that to itself, if you're some dumbass getting $15 an hour to sit on the internet and fucking argue this gay liberal crap, you don't have an education past high school, you fucking moron. You probably don't even know what a clinical study is, let alone a scientific citation.
No, they
much.
I haven't
They
listened.
hardly got any.
I use that comment in about 30 different argument posts over this, argument threads over Corona, Mexican beer. I ain't got one response to that comment. I copy pasted, dog. I got it.
Hey, wait, what? Say that again.
I tell them to bust out the clinical studies or the scientific study or experiment that makes there's nothing wrong with this and it actually does something, a logical inference or a fact. They can't even isolate what they say we need to fight against. You can't even show me a sample of that.
Yeah.
They don't have any science and they get mad. Well, did you see the charts? Yeah, bitch, but I know charts and are about statistics, and statistics should reflect data. That implies a study. If there's no study, then fuck your statistics. You're somebody throwing shit against the wall and hoping it sticks.
Yeah, basically. That's
I
what
can
they
tell
all
you,
do.
this is the statistics on a 355 4-bolt main longevity projection. But if I ain't never looked at one car that had the motor in it and over 100,000 miles, well, then I really don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, do I? And if I've only seen one, I have seen one, then it's a very narrow view of anything to do with that.
What the fuck are you talking about? I'm just...
Yeah.
I'm talking about when you use SPC charts to display your point, you should have some goddamn data from an empirical source to back it. Otherwise, your statistics don't mean shit. Your projections don't mean shit.
Well, isn't that the problem with science, man? Is that if it goes against the narrative, if you want to citate a paper, man,
then nobody cares about science.
Go to the university, man, and you try to present something that like flat Earth to any university. It ain't gonna get through any citation at all, man.
No, it's got to be an underhanded attack at the foundational principles that the heliocentric model is built on. You don't want to bring in flat Earth. You want to knock the globe down a peg. Academically.
Even academically, man, they're just gonna fuck off. They're gonna tell you to fuck off.
I know. Oh, you destroyed the aberrational light shit. We're not accepting this. Had to tear our mind. It'll make us all look like idiots.
Dude, I've seen guys going through the fucking PhD process at the last fucking 2 days before their papers due. The professor says, "Nope, it's no good. You got to redo the whole fucking thing."
Yeah, their theses.
That's horrible.
They call me up and they're like, "Dude, man, the fucking professor told me to fucking
their theses.
My entire fucking thesis is fucked."
Yeah.
In 2 days, and I was like, "Well, you better get busy, bro, because otherwise you ain't gonna pass." You know?
Get to work, bitch.
And
there's no other way.
From then on, their brain is completely fucking wasted, dude. They're fucking toast.
Especially if they were 100% bought into, well educated on their theses.
But
most people say fuck academia if they know 100% they're right and somebody just refuses their paper based on I'm smarter than you. And you know damn well he's not.
No, you know damn well he's not. But he's in a position to tell you to fucking put a mask on. Come on. Shut up.
Yeah.
Don't talk to your friends. Don't even look at your friends. Don't even go outside to have a beer with your friends.
Oh, yeah. Me and my friends tell them to suck a big fat
beer with your friends.
Suck a goat dick.
That's a horror.
We'll tie a motherfucker to a fence, right? We'll pull this motherfucker down, take his pants down, cover his penis with a bunch of milk and colostrum, and then we'll bring out a freshly born baby calf that'll suck until he gets a belly full of fucking milk. And if you don't give it to him, he's probably going to suck your ass to death. That's a painful way to die. Well, there's a farmer. That's called farmer revenge. Then we would chip you, bitch, and put you in the compost pile. Fuck the hogs. We'll feed the corn.
Out right now. Hold on.
Yeah, Mike's ate up. Yeah.
Let me laugh a second. Fuck. Let me laugh for at least a second. Fuck. You got Mike, man. You're too powerful, man. Stop it.
Did you get that one? The hungry, fresh-born cow that ain't going to get no milk, but he's going to keep on trying because he thinks he's got a udder.
Oh my goodness, dude.
That's how you. Listen, that's an appropriate death for a homosexual.
Stop it now. Stop it.
I reckon, in my opinion,
beer.
It could be a.
Did I tell you I love beer?
Hey, it could be a newborn hungry hog. I don't care. I prefer a bull, though.
Mike, they say that if you go eat food that like made from some major corporation, and it says the manly man drink, it's full of estrogen, right? And then if it says this is for little girls, it's the little Sally
testosterone.
It's full of testosterone.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fucking all flipped. Have you heard that?
So, yeah, my buddy made a joke about if you had erectile dysfunction, just start drinking little girly drinks, you'd be all right.
You drink Hello Dolly fucking juice drinks or whatever.
Yeah, Monster High juice drinks, bro.
Is that funny? That's fucking weird, man.
It is.
Yeah.
It is.
It says manly man shit like beer on it. You're fucking
Feed that to the women.
estrogen.
There you go.
Yeah.
I'm gonna drink your girly shit so I can be a manly man.
Right.
You eat my manly burger, bitch, so you can get some estrogen. We'll make sweet love tonight, woman. We'll consummate this here union.
I had that thrown at me years ago, man. Somebody was mentioning that, and I was like, it's kind of funny. And I'm like, if it's,
Actually, that joke was made to me before I was woke, and it suddenly became funny when you said that just now.
Yeah.
That's why I remembered it. I was like,
I laughed about it. I was still laughing about it. Shit.
My boy said that when we was drunk. He said, that's why them boys that eat all them burgers trying to be a man got boobs now.
Well, there you go. You become man boobed, and then then you start hugging your bro and say, "I love you, bro." And you're like, "Oh shit, man! Maybe it is full of estrogen."
That's right, pound it. I know what you mean.
Yeah.
Play on, player.
Whiskey, man. You can't put no estrogen in whiskey, man. I'm pretty sure. I don't know. I don't think it would survive.
I hope not. No, I would say Helio would be effeminate as hell by now, and he's not. That's a good study. I'm sure he drank a lot of that there whiskey.
Yeah, he's...
Jamerson ain't got no, estrogen in it.
Estro.
It can't. It can't.
Estro's like Astro. Like,
yeah.
Astro. I don't know.
Astrogen.
Astrogen.
Astrostogen.
Dude, Mike, we just came up with a new term for the Globies, bro. They're full of estrogen, bro.
Let's Google that word. Astrogen.
I have to fucking Google that word, man.
Oh, I got a hit.
You got a hit. You got a hit.
Hey, androgynous. What the hell does that mean? Yeah, it says estrogen 1 gene. Oh wait, no, there's no S on that. Atrogen. Okay, well, I see estrogen musical artist. That's gay as it's gonna get. Actually, no, it's got to do with astrology. Okay.
That's why I come here, Mike. Take a piss on this stuff, have a laugh. Estrogen? Are you kidding me? It's like the new Globy term, man. We just came up with it, bro. Thank you. We're staying up a little bit later than I wanted to. It was worth it. Estrogen. Oh, you got a little bit too much estrogen in you. You're in outer space, man. Come back. Come back down to earth, man. Come back. Please. Just come back to earth. We're flat and stationary earth. Stationary.
Hey, if you spell elite forward or backwards, they still give you the same. Elite still pops up, even if you spell it etile.
Really?
Yeah, if you spell it backwards, it still sends you the definition of elite. I find that peculiar.
Good.
It's like, oh no, we listen. We made that there system. We spell everything backwards, bitch. You ain't gonna fool us with our own shit. You looking for elite, boy. Boy.
Earlier, you were talking about reading backwards from right to left.
Hebrew, yeah.
Hebrew, right? Yeah, man. That's a mind screw for retard like myself. It's like, what? I mean, at this point of my indoctrination, I would be completely.
Some languages are, you read them the opposite way. English is a backward language and read in a backwards manner to the rest of the world. Everybody else does it that way. Reads it writes it right to left, and reads it right to left.
So
we're ass backwards, bro.
Yeah, we're ass backwards because it was designed to be ass backwards.
Yeah. And they make that joke about Polacks.
Everything we've been taught, man, is the complete opposite, man. Everything.
Yep. I think so.
It sucks, man. It sucks realizing that. It sucks knowing that. And it's if you're out there and you're not convinced that everything's backwards.
Every theoretical concept. Now, I won't say all the applied sciences are backwards at all.
No, of course not. Because
demonstration can't be twisted.
Dude, if I break a femur, I want the orthopedic surgeon. Where's he at?
Right.
Guy. Yeah.
Well, I broke a phalange, doc.
Yeah. Yeah.
A finger, a phalange.
Sciences, man, I believe in because it's no different than tuning a guitar, man. You just got to bring pitch. You'll be good. But if those are real physical things in the world, man, that can be manipulated and fixed and mended. I've seen guys, man, come out of motorcycle accidents that were completely fucking, they broke 12 bones in their body, and they're like, they were fucked up, man, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but there was an orthopedic surgeon that came along and fucking glued them back together.
Yeah, I've lived what you're talking about.
I like that guy. Whoever glued my friend back together, yeah, he's a good guy.
Pinned him, drilled him.
Yeah, bolts, screws. I mean, come on. This is like building the car engine,
Yeah, I've seen him. My collarbone was put back together with a dowel pin. Listen, my collarbone was put back together with a dowel pin made out of bone.
Oh, there you go.
Drilled 2 holes in it, stuck it back together, and then it built up. It calcified around it, and now it's got a big knot in the center, but it's the same distance it was meant to be.
See? Yeah, we like that guy that drilled the hole through your fucking collarbone. Damn.
Yep.
Fucking A. I love that guy.
Oh, yeah. I woke up the next day like, well, it's not broke no more.
At least send him a fucking Christmas card, man. Come on.
I was working 3 days later.
Unbelievable. No. Get the fuck.
Yeah. A broken collarbone isn't that much unless you got to wait for the bone to heal. When he drilled it back together, man, 3 days later, I ate some Percocet and went to work.
Wow. Without the Percocet, man, you probably wouldn't be going to work, but I appreciate
I got a high tolerance for pain, bro.
You know what? Most people do. They just don't realize it. I've thought about the most excruciating pain I've ever been in. Was one of my dislocated shoulders.
Oh, yeah. Been there.
My goodness. You talk about, I can handle it, but man, what a fucking discomfort that motherfucker is. And yeah, I could probably handle a little more than that, but I don't think there's much more than that. I think there's a limit to the pain that you can.
Yeah, just a collarbone is a minor break, really.
I broke a guy's collarbone one time. Yeah.
Well, it hurts at the initial break. But
yeah, of course.
Hurts.
It's
listen. My my chest, in my right at the top of my chest, above the center of my collarbone, was all blue and yellow and purple and shit. But when I say work, I wasn't shoveling asphalt 3 days later or running the jackhammer. I was driving the truck up to the job site and telling people what to do, bro. I was driving a truck.
On your Percocet.
Yeah, I was just driving around high, making sure motherfuckers was getting work done. That's the only. That's the only. Just getting used to still being up and moving around, and then. I mean, after a couple of weeks, I was doing physical work. Once the muscle wasn't yellow and purple no more.
I want to shout out to the Rocket Man real quick, man. He's right, man. A debate isn't a competition. It's more just a structured approach to a conversation. I couldn't agree more. That's
too many people think you're coming in here to win or lose.
That's exactly why we're here, man. It's a structured approach to the conversation, man.
Yeah.
We're not here to fucking convince you of fuck all, man.
No, there's no win and lose. There's no win or lose on this topic. He's 100% right.
Going through the evidence, man. We're just going through the evidence. And the evidence points to a flat stationary plane, man. And the globe thing does not point to that, man. I mean, that's why we're here. Anyway, I thought that was a great analogy of,
a great point.
Great point, man. I just wanted to shout that Rocket Man. Shout out, man.
Well, it's true. A lot of people in the live stream don't make true statements like that. Here's to you.
Yeah, exactly. I usually, but that nailed it. That's why we're
here. Well, it's
man. We want
just fucking true.
A structured approach to our conversation. That's it. We're not like, we aren't the fucking evil ones. We are not like against you. Believe me, we're not against you. Any of you Glovers, man. We're here to just calmly talk about the evidence, man. That's it. Yeah. And we got the evidence. You got evidence, apparently. But that's it, man. We're not a bunch of crazy fucking people, man. We just want to look at the fucking evidence of said globe
and discuss what actually is evidence. What's empirical, what's verifiable.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sorry if you can't back your evidence and you just want to assert it and say, nope, that's evidence because I say so.
I'm at sea level. I'm going to boil some water.
Right.
It's going to boil at a different than, 10,000 feet.
Hey, I ever showed you how the lions look at me when I go to the zoo? They look at me like another alpha dog looks up at me. What's up, player? Oh, you alpha too, bitch? Oh, you want to test it? They look at me like, I smell your alpha, but I'm the king of the jungle. I read eyes. He's like, what you looking at, bitch? You got no power here. You're not an alpha here. You see me? See him just intently staring at me.
I did catch something you said earlier, man, about Caesar.
Seizure. First seizure.
Well,
yeah. Caesar is another way to say seizure.
Like
Caesar seized all your shit, and Jesus said, render unto Caesar that which is Caesar's. What Caesar doesn't go out and seize for himself isn't his, and we don't owe him nothing, so you don't render anything to Caesar. You're not born in this world owing other men shit. So that's what Jesus' statement was, one of natural law. Give Caesar, they tried to trip him up, and he said, well, give Caesar, render unto Caesar that which is Caesar's. And well, in reality, nothing's yours unless you went out there and worked for it.
Amen.
Nobody owes you shit.
Right.
So I wouldn't render Caesar shit. I'd have put my change back in my, oh, well, Caesar didn't earn this shit. This ain't Caesar, this is my shit. This ain't even Caesar's land. This is my land. This is our land. What? Who agrees? Well, let Caesar render unto us what's ours, bitch.
Isn't? Oh man.
Well, it's the same concept. What's owed to me?
Mike, it's too simple, bro.
Yeah, if nothing's owed to me, nothing's owed to you, because we're both just natural born men.
It's too simple, man. You got to complicate it more. Come on.
Yeah. No, only if that's what you call a contract, a construct. A trust is a con. Never trust a con. No, I don't care if it's a constitution, contract, covenant. It's con.
Certainly apparent these days, man.
There's only one authority who can enter into a trust, and you can let him be true to his word. That's your creator.
Dude, the con is in full swing these days, bro. I heard it's very popular.
Yeah, Skippy. I know.
It's on the mainstream news. It must be popular. It must be true.
I seen it on that there telly, son. That there's facts.
That there's some facts on TV.
Yeah, I'm saying that there on the TV. It was on the telly. That there got me facts. By God. And there's facts.
What are we gonna do, Mike? Man, I mean, come on. I mean, I think, dude. I heard the other day, man, yesterday, and that there was this.
I think that's the end result from where I sit. War, and they're pushing for it. They want a war.
Well, that's
so it'll reset everything. We'll come back under a new social agreement.
How can we reverse the thinking and not have
war? Through war. At the end of war, there's no way. They know it. At the end of war, war will stop when we come to a new civil agreement. They think after war, there'll be less of us and, still hopefully the same amount of them. That's what they're hoping. Because they got others to die for them that ain't them. They're part of us. So who's all dying? Us, not elites, our children. If your children, my children, the children of the states have been brainwashed to fire on citizens. Motherfucker wants you to fire on a citizen. They just made you break your agreement, your oath. Fucking do that shit. To all the military, man, your oath isn't to the government, it's to the citizens of the people of this nation. The peoples of this nation. We the people. Not we the citizens. We the people.
Resistance wrote in a chat. He says, if they would only debate honestly, Globers, then they would realize that flat Earth is true. But how can you debate ridiculously indoctrinated people?
Welcome to our world. Thanks. I assume he knows our pain, brother.
You know the pain, brother.
He knows our suffering. We can't sing that song. Nobody knows.
And
they can't sing it. He knows.
Refuse to see anything else, man. They refuse to see anything else.
But hey, were you here earlier? What do you think about Sasha?
I was not.
Who was here earlier hearing Sasha talk about it? Dumb shit. No, X-Gate 33 per X. I've seen the Sandlot movie. All of them, I don't want to. But if you want to give me the theory behind the Sandlot, I too think it's an analogy of life. Who do you think the big dog represented? Government, stay in your area, bitch.
Oh, man.
Gatekeeper just send it. I'll look at it.
La 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 la. Oh, dude, look at fucking Spirit, man. He fucking busted out all these.
Firewall, yeah.
He's fucking busting out the fucking paintings, man. Fuck all, man. Damn. Look at you. You're an inspiration, man. You don't even know it. You don't even know it. That is beautiful, man. Look at that. That ain't cheap, man. Those canvases, everything, man.
Well, I know.
It's not easy, man. He busted out. He's already kicking the fucking paintings out, man. I love that. I just love artwork and art, music, visual. It's out there, man. It's a beautiful thing, man. Do it. Keep it up, man. I want to encourage that kind of behavior. Damn it.
Hey, you want to see what I do?
You want to paint paintings
with the restoration?
No, it's beautiful, man. Thank you.
I show you what a truck looks like, older GMC when I bring it in and when it leaves. I give you a couple primer images to middle restoration. This is a truck I just kept around for a while and slowly just put it together.
Look at that, man. Went from blank canvas to that, dude. That fast. Damn.
Yep, I'm feeling competitive. I'll show you my canvas.
Mike, don't feel competitive, man. Just
I know it's good art.
Inspire art. Yeah,
it's good art.
Just help inspire or encourage, inspire, whatever, man.
So finished product, middle product, and I'll show you where it started. Let me get back to the picture of how it came into the garage. Damn it,
Chevrolet pickup.
Mm-hmm.
That's a bench seat. You could
good year.
You can hug your girlfriend.
It's a good year.
You know, while you're driving, you can hug your girl.
I mean, I didn't go candy coated and all that with this, but for
like color, man. I like the color, man. It's clean. It's clean color, man.
I built it out of shit I had laying around the barn. You say, what you got under the hood of that? I'd say, some shit I had laying around the barn.
Some shit I had, yeah. You fucking hillbilly.
Sounds safe.
Don't hillbilly, bro. You're complete fucking.
Here, I'll show you safe. It'll eat up your Mustang.
Oh, look at that. Nice little engine.
I don't worry about safety, bro. Yeah. I worry about horsepower, man. There's the difference.
Well, turbos, bro.
It came in red. It was a red GMC. Just a barn find, couple $100. Old man didn't give fuck about it.
It's a
yeah.
Just a couple $100 here or there.
Yeah, old dude, the back brakes went out of it in like 82, and he fucking drove in the barn, and then, 20 years later, 30 years later, Mike was like, hey, what's that you got in the barn? How much for that there? Old $350? Shit, here you go. He said, it's a guy. I said, I didn't ask nothing about it. I looked at it, old boy, we're good. There's your $350.
You seen or heard about that you could find him under Ginger Billy.
Yeah.
He's hilarious, bro.
Yeah.
That last one he made about space race.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, bro! I was dying, man.
The hell right.
Bro, that dude, he's too funny, bro. I would. Hey, how come I can't type in here?
Who are you? Who's talking?
Will Brax, Will.
Let me see.
I was typing here like earlier today.
Fuck, I don't know. Did you type something and get detention? You only got, all you got is flat earth and link image. Where's here? What lobby are you in? Live stream voice text?
Oh, my bad. Yeah.
Are you in the?
I was in the wrong one.
The arena?
No. I'm in. I can type now.
All right. Well, I was saying if you were in the arena and can't type there, I can give you the terms to where you can access the arena. We don't really use it, but I'd like to get back to it. That's my baby. Meggy and Jedi.
Wait, where?
The arena. You probably can't post in it.
Oh, is that your truck?
Yeah, that's that green and white one. This is where it came from. Came a long way, bro. That's body work. I didn't buy it like that. That's a beginning of prep work. After initial sand, you know. It came in, it was dark red. It looked pretty decent, but there was more damage than an average man would actually notice.
So what you put in it, I see you have like...
Got a 350 in it.
What is that? Oh, 350?
Yeah. So it came in like this. This is how I pulled it out of the barn. With, you know, them old crappy... Fuck, I gave them rims, and my buddy actually cleaned them up, steel wooled them, put center caps on them, and good tires, and they look nice. Actually used them for something. But I put newer... that's how it came in, and it looked better than it was, man. Once I started getting at it, it was missing quite a bit of metal. But I mean,
have you taken it anywhere?
Yeah, I drove that. I drive that.
But I mean, like you know, did you ever go to like shows with it or something?
No, I just built
it.
To build. I got car. Yeah, that's just. I honestly, I just had those. Man. I had them rims in the corner. I had another truck out back with a good front bumper. I polished the bumpers. You know, they came like that. I got chrome. I just had to polish them. That's it. It had all the parts, and I had the 350 in the garage. I just rebuilt it, polished up some old aluminum and shit. I didn't even go really into detail into it, but I mean, I probably got 3,500 in the truck, and I could easily sell it for 15. You know, I could get more than that, but I wouldn't be a dick about it. I'm not that guy. I don't have a lot into it. I'd take 15. Shit, I'd take 12. It's worth it though. I put another 30 years of life in that motherfucker.
Oh, for sure.
I'd like to find that. I've only had that about 6 months. I'd like to find a newer box for it. Yeah, the box is a little twisted. One corner, the left rear corner sits lower than the left front corner of the box sits lower than the right rear. So it's kind of twisted. The box isn't 100% level. You got to look at it from a couple of angles to notice it.
You said the front, right?
Yeah.
Looking at it from like the front, right? Guess not. Yeah, I had a cousin. I still have a cousin. My cousin. He's like, I don't know if he still does, but he used to suit up cars, you know, to take them to, I guess like meetups, you know, the like drag race, like just on the street. And then he took me once. It was pretty cool. It was a long time ago though. It was pretty cool. Cops came, raided the place. Everyone booked it. Everyone just hauled ass out of there. He was at that time he had his car in repair. I forgot what car he had, but at that time he had a what is it?
I can dig that.
A Hyundai.
Hyundai.
What is it? Yeah, it's what was it? Tiburon. He had it like not suit up as his other car. I think he had a Pontiac. He was working on it, but
you like Hyundai?
It's out there. Me, nah. That my cousin just had it just to like roll around, you know, just to kind of cruise around. He didn't fix it up or anything.
Yeah,
but
this is one I did in the winter.
It just he said it just wouldn't be worth it, you know, for the Hyundai. He wanted to keep on suiting up his Pontiac. I forgot which one it was. But yeah, he was more into like muscle cars and stuff like that. Shit that hauled ass.
That Mustang came out good when I was done with it. Here, I'll show you that.
You had a Mustang, you said?
Yeah, if you look in live stream voice text, that's how it started.
Oh, sick.
That's how it looks now. This is my sister's Mustang now. Built this for my sister. It's a 64.5 Boss Mustang.
Oh, nice.
It's a 65, but it's an early production.
Looks nice.
It's actually a rare car. My sister likes it. She had one with a straight six, and she wrecked it. She said, "Build me another one. Put a straight six in it." Look, this. I said, "Fuck your straight six. You gotta have VA power, sis.
Oh, nice.
You got to have that 302 Boss. It's a Boss Mustang, bitch." It's not a debate. It's not a discussion. Try to argue with me. It's like the car is free, motherfucker. It's not a discussion. My boss hood was fucked, so all I could get was a 65 hood. So I took the dimensions off the boss hood and built my own scoop on a regular 65 hood. That's the difference between a normal 65 hood and a boss hood, is that ram air scoop in the center. And I built it so it's functionally just like it would be for a stock car. Or stock from the factory. It's got I did the interior and everything on that myself. It's pretty.
How long did it take you?
This I spent about 8 weeks on.
That's not bad.
No, but I was.
Yeah, dude.
I worked on it for my sister, So I had help.
My what is that called? My sister, she like since I was kind of learning from my cousin back then, like I know a little bit about cars, the motor and stuff, and how to clean it, how to maintain grease out of the all that stuff.
Gaskets, grease.
Yeah. So like right now she has a Prius. And she told me, "Can you work on it?" I'm like, "What the heck? I'm not gonna work on a Prius." She's like, "Come on," she kind of begged me to do it. So I'm like, "Okay, let me take a look at it."
I'm working on them.
Yeah, and then I looked at it. I was like, "Dang, man, everything's like so small, like it's like very compact. Like it's easy to take out though, like compared to any others,
Yep.
So. It still kind of took me a while though, because I had to get around some stuff that I wasn't really familiar with. But like basically, it's just like a very small motor, and like right next to it is just like a huge ass battery, pack. Like it's freaking hilarious. The motor looks cute, you know, like cute.
Yeah,
like
one of my sisters actually drives a Prius. I know what you mean.
Yeah.
She always wants me to work on the piece of shit. I don't like to, but she likes it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I got 6 sisters.
Oh dang. Yeah, nah, I just got one.
Yeah, listen, you know what I hate about this Prius, dude? I own and operate an asphalt company. I own and operate a salvage yard. You know where the money I make from the salvage yard, I put into projects. That's where I get my project money from. I'll buy a car out of a field for $100 and sell $1,000 worth of parts off it and scrap the $500 worth of steel that's left. You know, so. I basically build classics for free, and I would just buy my sister a new fucking car. I've said this 100 times, but then it's work on my Prius once a fucking month. So I finally just said, here, try. I got a Lincoln MKZ, a '96. Like, here, just drive the Lincoln. And I'll just fucking tear that bitch all the way apart and put it back together as stock and brand new as I can. And it took fucking 2 months to get this motherfucker tuned in and shit. I think I think I just didn't put my best work into it because I didn't like the car. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get you. So it's always like that. Yeah.
I ain't worked on it in a minute, but I still just every time I look at it, I think, man, I got fucking 4 weeks into a restoration on that piece of shit Prius. you know?
Yeah,
I mean,
man.
It's a nice car, but honestly, if your brother owns $1 million company and he's gonna buy you a new car, don't you just take the new car? Get the fuck out of the Prius compact.
And now she's like, my sister's planning to get a Tesla, and I'm just like, oh god, like, nah, I'm not gonna be able to work on that, So she's on her own right there.
Those aren't even real cars, bro. A Prius compact to a fucking Tesla.
I told her, like, oh my goodness, like, just get another car, She's like, no, I want that one. I'm like, all right, whatever. Just know that I'm not gonna be able to work on that.
Yeah. I drive big dick work trucks, 1 ton, deuce and a half.
That's cool, man.
Heavy duty, super duty, flatbeds, crew cabs. When I'm not doing that, I drive a Corvette or a Chevelle, a classic Impala, Trans Am.
Like I think the other day, well, not the other day. What am I talking about? Like probably like a few months ago, like probably like 6 months ago, half a year ago, I installed oil catcher, just to keep the motor cleaner, for like sufficient amount of time. You do that on your muscle cars too, or not? You just
no
regular fashion?
No, you put it's kind of a dual filtration system, high volume oil pump, and lots of oil changes.
Okay. Sure.
So you'll have dual. You take out the normal filter, you put an adapter in. You have an extra line and a reservoir and 2 filters. Right. So oil catcher is basically a aftermarket oil reservoir. So you got more oil on reserve. So your motor holds oil in it. It takes longer to break down the larger amount. So It does work. It works out. But we do dual oil filtration systems for less thermomolecular breakdown.
Right.
We break it down to a science.
It's so crazy how
I'm running in a race car, bro. You're hot rod. You're running E80 high volume fuel in a.
Yeah.
Listen, most of my cars, if I take them to a weekend cruise them for a night, I change the oil when I get home.
Yeah.
So
pretty much that's like it. You would rather not change it as much when you're let's say hauling ass, right?
Everyday driver. If I'm driving a hot rod, I'm just the oil's not going to stay for more than 100 miles, 200 miles. I'm going to change it. Dude, you got to understand. We put 15 to person like me. You put 15 grand into a motor, 8 grand into a transmission, 4 grand into a rear end and suspension, front end suspension. You have 18 grand into a hot rod that has the classic body. You know what I mean? But everything else is brand new, high performance, blueprinted, mapped, polished. Shit, I like a motor so polished you don't even get dirty working on the car, dude. I'm a picky mechanic.
Oh, is that the oil catch can?
Yeah, that's what you used, right?
Something like that. Yeah.
So you will use something like that in a double filtration system. So it's a reservoir to keep both filters filled, pretty much.
Right.
But usually they're a square reservoir and it's a dual purpose. Not just an oil catch can, but it goes up by the radiator and it's an oil cooler.
Oh, I haven't messed with that yet.
Well, it's one way you cool the oil, cool the coolant, cool the training fluid. You always cool training fluid. But oil isn't always sent through a cooler system. But if you do, it's one way to, if you have a E80 race fuel motor or they tend to run at high temperatures. This is also the cure. You know how turbo cars usually have overheating problems?
Yeah, that too.
Well, on your 78 Pontiac 6.6, what you do is you take your motor out and you bore out the oil port so it can push more oil. Then you put 2 of those oil catch pans in and a cooler, and you mount them all by the radiator. And you cool all the oil, and then your turbo motor never overheats because the oil's cooler than the coolant, and it's helping cool down your block because you pump almost just as much oil through as you do coolant, but normally people don't cool the oil. So when you do on these motors that tend to run high heats because they're connected to a turbine, then you balance it out. You give it that little bit of edge that keeps it from just rising in heat constantly.
That's interesting.
So what you do is you take a Pontiac Trans Am that you could normally run down the highway at 120 miles an hour for an hour, and it would start to overheat. If you run at 130, it'll do 140. If you're running 130 for long distances, it'll overheat quick. But now, because you cool the oil, you can run it, you can flatline that motherfucker and get it up to 147. If you're lucky, 150. Depends on, how bored out your motor is. But you could maintain those high speeds without overheating. Because your oil is cooler in the start off, and you're 130 mile an hour, and you're cooling the oil with wind, so your oil is being cooled quicker. And if you're smart, you put an oversized radiator in there, a racing radiator.
That's exactly what I was gonna say. If you input a bigger radiator, also intake helps a lot, right?
Yep.
That would help.
With coolant, a polished import intake allows a greater flow of coolant. Look, so this is just one of my barns. These are the kind of play toys I play with. I don't. That's in front of the forklift. That's a '67 Firebird. That bitch been in that spot 10 years, man. I fucking hate that car. I bought it. It was all rotted out. Bought all the damn body panels for it. I put it together. My brother says, "Well, well, that body panel's crooked. Well, here's the problem. This body panel's crooked. And you centered that body panel off. Oh, man, this is crooked too. So I took it all back apart and fucked up for 6 times over 8 years. This motherfucker, that's crooked. And my brother, literally, he don't run a company. He's a millionaire though, but he did it with when he lived at the family farm, bought property. He didn't build a home there first. He built a 16-car pole barn. Filled it with $150,000 worth of Snap-on tools. You know what I'm saying? And he bought cars out of fields and built a car collection and got rich that way.
My bad, not to change the subject, but is that a CNC machine that I see there?
What?
The blue one?
Oh no,
the blue
that's a sandblasting unit. I have CNCs though. I don't have a.
Oh, you do?
I don't have a vertical computer numeric controlled turning center, but I have a horizontal machining center. And I also have a CNC mill and a CNC Bridgeport drill press.
Crazy. Yeah, I used to work for like aerospace companies.
I do my own motors, bro.
Big.
You know M codes, G codes, programming.
You know what? I was I was actually in the tool crib. So I would be like quality control, you know. So, but I started to learn here and there about coding and stuff like that, but I never really got into it.
Yeah, that's for sandblasting parts.
Mm-hmm.
We use that a lot in the restoration. I get a lot of parts nickel plated, and industrial coated. So I sandblast them first for the best adherence. You want the coating to adhere to the metal, and you can make it real pitted.
Yeah, my father, he knows all about like Haas machines and CNC machines, and you know, like.
You know what this is?
What's up? What?
It's coming. That.
Oh yeah, dude, that's a freaking I'm freaking drawing a blank though. I know what this is. It's the. Hold on, don't tell me.
It's a raw.
What? A raw?
It's almost raw. It's a bare engine block. No, it's an engine block it's a 302. 302.
That's where the pistons go in, right?
Those are pistons. There's 4 pistons you're looking at right. So this is the 16 valve V8, and that gives extra valve room. Those grooves on the pistons for the dual valves on the heads. But yeah, this is
you just have that there sitting there?
No, I took it out of a Mustang and put it. The Mustang, it's in that picture. To my son, the red Mustang.
Okay. I see.
It's a 79 with the newer kit on it.
Oh, nice.
And this is a 2015 302 out of a Boss Cobra.
Oh, Cobra. Do you do you calibrate these as well? You know, because sometimes like
I can do anything to it. Yeah, polish fort. Right. You have to. Yeah, you have to calibrate lift and duration, engine timing. Yeah, you got to calibrate the valves.
That all that, bro. Like that's out of whatever I've been working on. You feel me?
I'll put a block like that in what's called a cylinder hone machine. And I'll hone the cylinders, put new pistons in, new rings, polish the crank, polish the main bearing sets the crank sits in, prep the whole block, polish and port it, See all the holes that run through the head?
Yeah. Yeah.
Where you see the circular pistons, and there's 4 holes all the way around it. Those are the bolt holes. But those inner jets that look like pyramids, these are coolant. These are coolant parts. You bore them out, then it supplies more coolant to your heads. So when you go up in timing, in fire, in fuel, and in air, you pump more air out, you pump more air in, you pump more fuel in, you get a larger explosion, you get more heat, you get more torque, which turns into more horsepower, more revelation. Right. So with all that, I want to increase horsepower when I build them. With increased horsepower comes increased temperature. So you have to increase the flow of oil through your block and the flow of coolant, which you can do with high volume fuel pumps, high volume oil pumps, hydraulic valve trains, the valves pump in the lifters, pump the oil to the top of the block. The ports let the oil run back down to the bottom of the block. They hit the oil pan, and you'll flow it through a dual filtration and a catch coolant system before it hits the oil pump again and gets pumped back up to the block. When you do that, you have like 2 to 3 extra quarts of oil. So you got more oil. So the oil sits on the oil pan for a minute, and it cools off a little down there because heat rises. The temperature at the top of the block is higher than the temperature at the bottom of the block.
Right.
And so it's like a pre-cool, and then it go in your first filter, which is another pre-cool. Second, third stage cool is the catch filter right in the center of the radiator with the fan. The second filter is on the other side of the radiator with the fan, So it just makes it to where oil stays outside of the engine block longer. It's not getting internal heat from the engine, but it's getting air cooled from the coolant system. I can make a Mustang faster than a stock Mustang and not have to do all this shit to it. But I'm actually the guy that try to go above and beyond that without making it a race motor. Because race motors you got to work on all the time. You just want to build something that's going to be better than everybody else's if it's going to be your everyday driver car. Better, faster. But it's still going to, stay together for a long period of time. Longevity.
Yeah, it's more, exactly. Duration. That's crazy, man. I give props to you, man. That's a lot of work. And also, when you took this block out, like, aren't you supposed to like measure it if there's no warping, if there isn't any type of
warping in the heads.
Yeah, all that stuff.
You're gonna make sure the heads don't warp, they get hot. You gotta make sure the intake isn't warped. You gotta make sure all the mating surfaces for the gaskets aren't nicked. They're smooth, they get a good micro finish.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No leaks, stuff like that. Yeah, man. That's interesting. That's cool, man. That's something. I mean, I've been on this server for like a couple of months already, and I didn't really know you were into like that deep into cars, bro. That's crazy.
Yeah, that's my love, not my income. You know what I mean? I don't really do it to make money. I do make money on it, but yeah, I see that, gatekeeper. I'm with you on that. But that's my love, And I do this out of love. It fills my time up. I feel fulfilled when I'm in the barn creating something better than, put my mark on shit.
That's cool, man. Oh yeah, bro, it's getting kind of late. I'm gonna have to on ya.
Yeah.
See you around. All right, brother.
All right. Be good. Today was a good day.
Have a good one. Yeah, it was. Have a good one.
Yeah, I read it. I'm with you. I don't get the covering of the ball as close to home, but the ball was a home run. What's that mean? He knocked the cover off that ball, didn't he? Oh. Oh. Yeah, I get it like it's a initiation into the club. I get that. Yeah, okay, I'm with you on that. I just wondered what the destruction of the ball simplifies. Is that the destruction of the kid's morals? Knocked him out his casing, knocked him out his natural casing, and inserting him into the IRA. Because Ra, behold, evil is before you, right? Destruction is close to. Oh, so that could be the destruction of the family unit, or related to that. Now, oh yeah, he made a. So he took an oath to enter this club, and you have to put this club before your family and your priestly duties. Yeah, this oath comes first for you in life because you swore a oath under heaven, and you walked away from the covenant. Yeah, yeah, it is. I'm with you on that. So Freemasonry it's close to home because it puts you your alliance first is to the organization, not your family, and your family should be your first allegiance and your only allegiance. And your only oath should be your covenant with your creator, your Abba, your Adonai, El Elohim. That should be your allegiance. And that's close to home too. I'm with you. Cover. Seems like the cover almost symbolizes the cover up too. I've heard a few theories on that though, what the Sandlot is representative of. There's a lot of theories around that movie. I don't say conspiracy theories, but you know that's usually how you search it up to find it. Conspiracy theory on the movie Sandlot.
Mic check.
Yo, what's up, Flat Earthers? Anybody want to speak?
Testing 1, 2, 3. would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? I know you've been hating this, but how about that radius? What is he saying though? Broken geometry. I just pointed out, now you're at harmony. Went to your mommy B. Chucking and jobbing, Clovers be wildin'. They win in style. Hey, this is Dramal Square. Never been measured out in the wild. Why would they lie? That's what they cry when it just can't be denied. Defending the government, slave till you die. You ain't got no reply. Who told you that? Like I can't trust my eyes? There ain't no curvature, and the swan is black. But nice try. Why would they lie? 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 Once you go flat, you never go back. You never go back. Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would you ask such a question? Coming here trying to ask why they're lying? Dude, may I make a suggestion? It seems to me in your MIND that you could use some introspection. Instead of advancing your thinking, you're headed straight to a state of regression. People keep thinking it's our job to find them the model that they've been requesting. Meanwhile, they're walking around every day and the world never ever suspecting that the very own senses a human possesses have never attested. Something that absolutely ain't completely reversed to the world manifested. How can you think that a person like me could take someone like you even serious? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Bro, are you fucking delirious? How can we even engage in a true conversation if we can surpass this? I'm gonna need you and your little funny friends to pull their heads out their asses. Why would they lie? Are you fucking high? You really gotta be kidding me. The world that you've known, all on its own, has been nice and flat since the beginning. See, no 8 inch per mile square. That's why y'all scared to have this become mainstream. So as a result, we transform into nightmares, waking folks from the daydream. So proceed to ask why they are lying without verifying your story. And at the end of the day, maybe all I can say is that y'all fucking bore me. Why would they lie? Can't even deny. You're sounding just like a baby. Maybe a hero is all that you need. Maybe else somebody save me. Global abortion, all applauded. Cheers being kids, small enormous. From cradle to grave shall be like tortures. That's how our lives every day is exhausting. Nothing more boring than the machine they recorded. Yeah, that looks well is our Joker talking. Composite mind nuts is not a for you foreskin. Ignoring, distorting the facts with their stories. Enter me your mind in respect of a warrant. To stay levels further, we expect from a zealot. Spherical access, now we don't want it. Delusional, probably digest in the summer. Without any warning, here from the shoremen. Are you a moron is not that important? Similar to Karen, always reporting. Endorsing the fraud and the effects without cause. Manifest force from a pseudo source. Reversing the curse of what you've been taught. They've been rehearsed in the dirt, but they still
Hello? Anyone here? Hello?
What's up? How's it going?
Hi. Call yourself a flat earther? I wanna ask some questions. If that's alright with
Yep, go ahead.
you. Do you have any hypotheses or theories on how the moon phases can work on flat Earth? Like any speculations? I'm just looking for ideas.
I'm not really sure, to be honest.
Good morning.